Chapter 1. I am truly not a Star Realm soldier. Wang Chun is a traveler, yet this identity seems to afford him no advantages. Instead, he finds himself at a disadvantage in this brutal world of interstellar warfare. Brother, I truly am not. I beg you, spare my life. I will be eternally grateful to your ancestors. In a moment of desperation, he pleads for mercy. After all, even the toughest individuals soften when faced with soldiers notorious for their bloodshed has softened indeed. I'm helping you, young man. The Star Realm army is in need of recruits. Aren't you a wanderer? Just do your best, and the Emperor will surely bless you. No, big brother, I do not wish to be a soldier. I implore you. However, the old man, clad in advanced equipment, pays no heed to Wang Chen's cries. Swiftly, he begins to don him with one piece of gear after another. To be honest, Wang Chun is utterly unfamiliar with this high-tech equipment. He doesn't even know how to activate the safety features on the screens. Big brother, I beseech you, I have an elderly mother to support. Not my elderly mother. The old man merely uttered this phrase before shoving the bewildered Wang Chun into a metal box and fastening his safety belt. Once you descend, remember, anyone not wearing the same uniform as you is an enemy. You must eliminate them. Victory in battle will ensure someone retrieves you. The old man did not mention what would happen in the event of failure. Wang Chen's face wa. Chapter 2. The rebels. Wang Chun felt an ominous sense of foreboding and anxiously glanced around, discovering that many of his colleagues had been eliminated, yet the numbers of those still standing remained substantial. Do not hit me, do not hit me, do not hit me, he repeatedly chanted in his mind, but reality seemed to mock him cruelly. All he could hear was the beeping of the drop pod, still emitting a crimson glow. What was happening? What was happening? Locked on, prepare for impact, trajectory deviation. With those words barely leaving his lips, a violent tremor shook him, followed by a dizzying spin. He envisioned myriad scenes, recalling how he had subscribed for a month only to find himself transported after just 3 days, reflecting on his automatic payments that he had neglected to cancel, and the memory of his high school crush being taken advantage of by a scruffy-haired boy. The visions continued to swirl until a thunderous crash jolted him, making him feel as if he might shatter into pieces. Everything became a blur as his body tumbled uncontrollably, the impact of heavy weaponry only amplifying his agony. Were it not for the first compound, he would have succumbed to fear long ago. Yet now he felt far from whole, as if he were utterly broken. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Chun unconsciously touched his precious belongings, relieved to find them intact, before beginning to inquire further. The artificial intelligence seemed malfunctioning, unable to communicate. A battered camera scanned his condition, assessing whether he could exit the pod. With a loud bang, the hatch burst open. Flying 3 meters away, and a gust of cold air rushed in, causing Wang Chun to choke on the dust and chill. That moment, the restraints released, and he stumbled out of the pod. The strange atmosphere of this alien planet overwhelmed him, leaving him feeling unwell, as though he could not quite acclimate. He collapsed beside a small pool of water and began to vomit violently until he felt utterly drained. Lying on the ground and gazing at the massive warships hovering above, he could hardly fathom how many there were, but the sight of rippling shields suggested they were under heavy assault. After lying there for what felt like an eternity, he finally regained some composure. Yet the air of this new world still felt oppressive, leaving him uncertain if it was merely psychological or due to the differing atmospheric composition. Inside the drop pod, he located his firearm. After fiddling with the screen for some time, he remained unable to disengage the safety. The spoken commands were identical, yet the written language was entirely foreign. Typically, he would select the first option presented, only to find himself return to the original menu. He noted that he had 3 magazines, presumably batteries, akin to energy weapons. Otherwise, 3 magazines would serve little purpose. Additionally, there was a simple kinetic handgun. This could be useful. Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced around and, finding no one in sight, fired a shot at the nearby mountainside. Bang! The recoil was too great. He lost his grip, and the gun slapped back against his face. The warm shell burned his hand, a consequence of foolishly resting his other hand over the ejection port while firing. Damn it. Everything is going wrong. Frustrated but aware that life must continue, he searched for magazines. While aboard the ship, he had glimpsed an abundance of ammunition and grenades seemingly hanging from the drop pod's exterior. But now he could scarcely find a few, presumably lost to the explosions. Albeit, He begrudgingly gathered what he could and secured the magazines to his tactical harness, readying himself to depart. Yet, he pondered whether anyone had noticed the arrival of a lone individual. If he remained, would he merely await death? But he was unfamiliar with the terrain, unsure of where to go or what to do. All he knew was that his primary objective was survival. In that moment, he remembered his helmet, which he had removed earlier due to discomfort during the descent. He promptly donned it again. The helmet's visor displayed a screen indicating an operational route. His immediate objective was a single anti-aircraft turret. Proceed immediately, it commanded. Wang Chun ignored it. He was no fool. Instead, he queried the artificial intelligence. How do I disengage the weapon's safety? Please follow the operational steps, it replied. Following the demonstration, he successfully disengaged the safety with a satisfying beep from the firearm's display. How useful. He summoned the map. Though illiterate, he could articulate his thoughts, and the AI understood him, a small consolation. The map revealed a plethora of targets, many marked with skulls. What did the skulls signify? High danger level. Entry not advised. Private Wang Chun only needs to complete his assigned task. I'll complete your damn task. Wang Chun silently derided, then proceeded to follow the map towards several glowing green locations, which appeared less perilous. Incorrect direction, recalibrating route. Incorrect direction, recalibrating route. Incorrect direction, recalibrating route. The helmet's map appeared rudimentary, leaving Wang Chun feeling lost. Even magnifying the view yielded no clarity. The surroundings resembled a sparse forest. Enough noise. Can I chart my own course? Please specify a target, the AI insisted. Wang Chun pointed to his base of operations, only to be met with target incorrect. IT seemed he could only select red zones. He could venture into danger, but not stray too far behind enemy lines. Feeling exasperated, Wang Chun had no choice but to navigate on his own. After several exhausting hours, he found a spot to rest on a wooden stump and rummaged through his supplies for sustenance. Among the provisions were numerous energy snacks. He unwrapped a few, only to find them overwhelmingly sweet. A torture for someone who relished spiciness, but survival necessitated consumption. Not a soul was in sight, despite having a map. He was lost, the screen persistently indicating the opposite direction of his intended path. He figured that walking away from the target was a foolproof way to avoid danger. Private Wang Chun, you are significantly off course. Please return to the designated route. Ignoring the AI's insistence, he continued to eat and admire the scenic surroundings, where towering trees stood majestically. After incessant prodding, the AI finally relented, ceasing its notifications, leaving only the map, which appeared somewhat reliable, at least not a mere puppet of its operator. Who are we supposed to be fighting? Wang Chun remained oblivious to the identity of his adversaries, the rebels. Could you provide an introduction? The rebel faction was officially established in the year 1968 of the imperial calendar, initially designated as the Northern Third Combat Team, commanded by General XXX, name redacted. But in 2168, a century later, they formally revolted. Why? Wang Chun remained curious. Was there a grievance or some injustice? You have no right to know. I possess no answers. At IT appeared this artificial intelligence was somewhat limited, lacking the clearance for such information. Chapter 3. Captured without a shot fired. Wait. The Emperor? Is our leader the Emperor? This thought reminded him of the old man's words aboard the ship. May the Emperor bless you. Indeed, it is the Emperor. May he grant forgiveness for the ignorance of his subjects. Wang Chun nearly chuckled. This AI was quite amusing, demonstrating a level of wit. Are you laughing? What is amusing? The AI seemed to sense Wang Chun's mirth and grew displeased. Oh, you can argue back. The personalization of this AI was remarkable. Even within a helmet, it could exhibit such depth of personality and retort. The Emperor is the guiding star of humanity, our leader, our only faith. Wang Chun remained silent, listening as it recited what sounded like a sacred text. After finishing his snack, he resumed his journey. An hour later, the AI continued its monologue. The sheer number of embellishments was astounding. It was hard to believe an AI could harbor such reverence. The Emperor's brainwashing techniques were impressive. Enough, enough. You're driving me insane. What? I'm extolling the Emperor, and you claim I'm annoying? Be quiet. The AI complied, almost petulantly, and resumed indicating the forward path. Wang Chun, however, chose to walk in the opposite direction it suggested, unaware that the AI had already deduced his behavioral patterns, determining that the reverse route was indeed the correct one. As night fell, Wang Chun wondered if the battle had concluded. Alone, he pondered whether anyone remembered him. while the ship above appeared to endure relentless bombardment. After a long day, he sought a place to rest, eventually stumbling upon a wrecked vehicle that seemed rather luxurious before its destruction, surrounded by numerous corpses. Impressive. These people fought fiercely. Here, he encountered others who resembled him closely, save for their towering stature. Most were around 6 feet 3 inches tall, with an average height nearing 6 feet 5 inches. In this narrative, a group of men is described, with the height of women left to the imagination, as the thought of a woman standing at 1.8 or 1.9 meters is quite unsettling. During their tasks, there is a sense of discomfort, akin to interacting with giants devoid of peculiarities. Wang Chun, a modern individual, is overwhelmed by the gruesome scene before him. Bodies torn asunder, and the grotesque sight of birds feasting on the carrion. His stomach churns at the sight of his kind in such a state, an experience far removed from the bravado he might express online. As he ventures forward, he clutches a heavy firearm, feeling an inexplicable boost in physical prowess, perhaps due to a compound he encountered. Upon rounding a bend in a small valley, he spots some individuals and instinctively retreats, only to realize they are rebels. Panic ensues when he hears the sound of approaching vehicles from behind. Despite contemplating surrender, he hesitates, confronted by the bodies of the fallen soldiers, remnants of a tragic fate shared with the rebels. Wang Chun finds himself lying on the road, praying the vehicles do not crush him. When a car eventually passes, he is fortunate to remain unharmed, yet discomfort arises as the vehicle repeatedly rolls over him. The heat from the undercarriage searing his skin. Laughter emanates from inside the car, and he fears they have discovered him. When a rebel pulls him up by the neck, he collapses, surrendering in a moment of desperation. Proclaiming admiration for the rebels, his words are met with derision, as his cowardice is evident. After a rough encounter, he is stripped of his helmet and weapons and placed in a vehicle with another captive, who is ashamed of his own surrender. Wang Chun, not inclined to die for a false emperor, resolves to endure his situation. He is initially disheartened by the mockery of the rebels, but realizes that acting out would be futile. As time passes, he learns that he will be trained for labor rather than combat, which brings him a sense of relief. He immerses himself in studies about the tyranny of the false emperor, enduring the ridicule of his peers. One classmate, a fervent believer in the emperor's greatness, attempts to escape, only to fail miserably and face punishment. Wang Chun, meanwhile, excels in his studies, earning accolades for his academic achievements. Though his peers remain skeptical of his newfound values, his encounters with a zealous classmate lead to conflict, revealing the depth of loyalty some harbor for the false emperor. Wang Chun, recognizing the absurdity of such devotion in a war-torn world, resolves to focus on gaining practical skills that could serve him in the future. Yet, the ever-present specter of war looms large, with the sight of a massive battleship in the sky serving as a constant reminder of the chaos surrounding him. When his classmate mocks him, Wang Chun retaliates, aware that his status as a traitor could lead to dire consequences if he is discovered. In the midst of this turmoil, Wang Chun grapples with identity, loyalty, and survival, navigating a world rife with conflict and the weight of his choices. Wang Weixin had just emerged from confinement, his body still weak. After receiving 2 punches from Wang Chun, he was unable to resist and could only cover his head while fleeing, shouting, "The Emperor comes to purify you. The Emperor comes to purify you." This individual had completely lost his sanity. Wang Chun felt that engaging with him was a futile endeavor. Their immediate priority was escape. The skies above the military base were filled with the warships of the Star Realm Army, indicating that the defenses of the rebels had been breached and a retreat was underway, and Wang Chun was concerned he might be left behind, only to discover that the prisoners of war could also evacuate. Really? We can leave too? Yes, once the logistics personnel have departed, you can follow. Some combatants will remain to continue the fight until everyone is evacuated. Over 1 million people on this planet must withdraw. The instructor, a high-ranking officer of the rebel forces, managed to spare a few seconds to respond to Wang Chun amidst the chaos. Wang Chun truly felt a sense of belonging in this place. Unlike with the Star Realm Army, which had merely dispatched him to the battlefield to meet his demise, the rebels were different. They embodied a force that seemed to exist within an ideal. They even taught him to read, knowing he was illiterate, and the meals provided were comparable to those of the local soldiers. It was no wonder the rebels exhibited such formidable combat capability. Observing the large number of war machines departing the military base, Wang Chun understood that the final battle was commencing. This confrontation was almost certainly a losing battle, yet these individuals were resolute in their commitment, to protect the retreating personnel, even if it meant facing oblivion. At that moment, the madman Wang Weixin began to speak again, though hardly anyone paid him any mind. Perhaps he sensed that the rebels were indeed different from the propaganda he had absorbed, as he incessantly urged others to surrender, claiming that the emperor would grant them forgiveness. Surrender, please. If you surrender, the emperor will forgive you. The instructor merely shot him a look of disdain, ultimately ignoring him. Some students, lacking awareness of their own dignity, were helping to pack their belongings in preparation for departure, while Wang Weixin remained alone, desperately trying to convince others to capitulate. Wang Chun, you excel in your studies. Hurry and surrender. You could receive superior education under the emperor. Shall we strive together? Indeed, Wang Chun was perplexed. In his original world, he had been a mediocre student, yet in this new realm, he seemed to have tapped into a unique source of energy. It was as though his mind had been unlocked. Within a mere month, he had mastered the local language and absorbed a wealth of knowledge, transforming into a veritable scholar. With his background as a diligent student, he had become a competent middle schooler. Fool, go away. Seek your emperor and see how the Star Realm army treats you, that you'll no regret when they dismember you. Wang Chun felt certain that anyone captured by the Star Realm army would be executed without hesitation. Chapter 5. Wang Weixin suspended in the heavens was a colossal transport ship, countless war machines, and soldiers arriving at the battlefield in landing pods. Wang Chen's air assault was a tactic reminiscent of Blitzkrieg, executed by highly skilled soldiers, though cannon fodder would suffice as well. The landing pods they occupied were considerably larger, resembling small spacecraft, delivering troops and weaponry to the front lines before returning for more. Both sides were amassing forces, and the anti-aircraft artillery at the military base had ceased fire, evidently out of ammunition, leaving only the energy shields to continue protecting the evacuees. Wang Weixin, unwilling to depart, was left to his own devices, while Wang Chun had already begun queuing to collect his resettlement funds, preparing for a new life. The Titans and Mechs launching into battle dazzled him. He yearned to pilot one himself. But glancing at the grim brutality of the battlefield ahead, he decided against it. Perhaps one day, if he could repair a mech, he would have that opportunity. The line was long, and as Wang Chun waited, he kept an eye on Wang Weixin, the one person he felt most familiar with, having shared moments of vulnerability in their baths. Alone, he rushed toward the front lines, his intentions a mystery to all. Wang Chun speculated that he sought to return to his unit, a journey likely to end in death. The instructor, upon seeing him head toward the battlefield, considered donning a mech to follow him. Wang Chun quickly intervened. Are you out of your mind? He will die. You cannot impede someone determined to embrace death. Wang Weixin had lost his sanity. Perhaps he viewed death as a form of liberation. The brutality of the battlefield was evident. The instructor would surely perish among the death squads. Few would return alive. The instructor cast a regretful glance at the troubled student, ultimately suppressing the impulse to intervene. After spending nearly half a year together, they had developed a bond through their shared animosity toward the emperor. Wang Chun held no affection for the emperor. He recognized the rebels' kindness, their imparting of knowledge, and the restoration of his dignity. Thus, he chose to align with the rebels, having only witnessed the cold, brutal intent of the Star Realm army. The two watched as Wang Weixin, in a dilapidated vehicle, approached the battlefield. What faith propelled him to such reckless abandon? This was a realm where Mechs and Titans could not survive for more than a few seconds, and he, a mere mortal, was marching towards certain death. Yet, he proceeded with unwavering resolve. Shifting away from Wang Chen's perspective, Wang Weixin was not devoid of reason. Upon reaching the front lines, he avoided the combat zones of the Mechs and Titans, instead directing himself toward an infantry engagement area, attempting to contact the Star Realm army in hopes of rejoining. Before departing, he had donned a helmet from the Star Realm army, only to discover that he had been labeled a traitor. How could this be? He refused to believe it, convinced it was a misunderstanding that would be rectified upon reaching the Star Realm army, where he would continue to fight for the emperor and extol his virtues. Such fervent faith was terrifying. After a circuitous route, he finally reached the front lines of conflict. He did not attempt to ambush the rebels from behind. His loyalty was intact, though not devoid of humanity. The rebels had treated him well, and he could not betray that kindness, that he simply wished to return to the Star Realm army for re-education before turning his weapons on the enemy. As he prepared to advance, he spotted a group of rebels fleeing toward him, pursued by a contingent of the Star Realm army. He hesitated. All he needed to do was raise his weapon to stop them. But the fleeing rebels, seeing his blue uniform, chose not to fire. Hurry! The false emperor's troops are upon us. The term false emperor seemed to strike a nerve with Wang Weixin, prompting him to raise his weapon and aim at them. To his astonishment, the rebels exhibited unwavering trust, refraining from firing as they gestured for him to retreat while continuing their flight. Wang Weixin faltered, his finger poised on the trigger, but unable to pull it back. Ultimately, he was spared the burden of choice. A towering mech emerged from around a corner, launching a barrage of miniature projectiles at the retreating rebels, obliterating them before his eyes, their last words urging him to flee. It became clear why they had been running. A mech was on their heels. Wang Weixin felt his faith begin to crumble. Throughout his journey, he had witnessed countless rebels surrender, only to be executed by the Star Realm army, an experience starkly different from his own treatment, which began to shake his resolve. Loyalty is not absolute. Absolute loyalty breeds treachery. He yearned for death, slowly relinquishing his weapon and waiting for the mech to slice him in two. Long live the Emperor, he cried in his final moments. The mech's blade showed no hesitation, yet in a twist of fate, it was struck down mid-air by a rebel mech rushing to reinforce. Retreat. The voice from within the mech was cold and mechanical, urging him to flee to this moment. Wang Weixin demonstrated his toxic nature. Instead of fleeing, he collapsed to the ground in despair, awaiting death. This left the rebel mech warrior bewildered, seeing Wang Weixin cry, "Long live the Emperor." While the mech's blade showed no sign of mercy, filled him with despair, but he simply wished to die, to perish for the Emperor. Retreat. The tone was sharper this time, as he engaged in combat with the opposing mech, while keeping an eye on Wang Weixin. The rebels exhibited a sense of camaraderie even among their own. The opposing mech seemed to recognize this. Had Wang Weixin shown indifference, they would have moved on. However, the rebels were a peculiar lot, and the mech executed a feint, waiting for Wang Weixin to be distracted before launching a strike with its electromagnetic blade. The rebel mech instinctively moved to protect him, falling into the trap. The blade pierced the rebel mech's abdomen, while one hand sought to crush its energy core. "Run, you fool!" The exclamation was laced with urgency. The mech had no chance to escape, yet the rebels seemed paralyzed by fear. Failing to flee, Wang Weixin was equally stunned. The powerful faith that urged him towards self-destruction clashed with the unfolding scenes that shattered his worldview. After being reprimanded, he finally lost control, though he had struggled academically in the prisoner camp. His training had been rigorous. He had undergone intense preparations to serve the Emperor, training to destroy tanks, and honing his agility. Even if his strength was lacking, he swiftly dashed forward, circling to the rear of the enemy, and with a leap, seized the cable of the Star Realm mech. The mech warrior, in a state of panic, attempted to shake him off, but the rebel mech soldier, aware of his intentions, quickly embraced him to prevent any erratic movements. Wang Weixin, agile in his movements, swiftly climbed atop the mech's head. Fortunately, this was a standard mass-produced model. Otherwise, a single activation of a specially designed electromagnetic pulse or energy tremor would have turned him to ash. Raising his rifle, he aimed at the cockpit and pulled the trigger after a 3-second charge. With a resounding bang, the laser beam penetrated the cockpit's armor at such close range, causing the pilot inside to be obliterated. The mech subsequently collapsed to its knees, as if drained of power. Wang Weixin slid down the massive sword to the rebel cockpit, fumbling to open it but to no avail. "Hurry, open the door. I'll help you retreat." Just as the words left his mouth, the cockpit opened, and a girl tumbled out, her thigh charred by the electromagnetic greatsword, rendering her unconscious. The door had been opened by artificial intelligence. Wang Weixin quickly hoisted her onto his back and rushed towards the vehicle, making haste to catch the last transport ship. This time, devoid of any melodrama, they managed to board the ship carrying Wang Chun and the captured soldiers. Upon returning to the ship, Wang Weixin appeared vacant and hollow. After handing the girl over to the doctor, he collapsed on the floor, lost in contemplation of life's values. Chapter 6. The next plan with the departure of the last transport ship. The planetary defense line officially declared its fall. Only a handful of soldiers remained, trying desperately to buy time. The Star Realm army executed captured rebels on sight, resulting in few willing to surrender. Wang Chun, astonished at Wang Weixin's return, observed his empty gaze and surmised the toll it had taken on him. Speculating further, he realized the girl he brought back was a senior mech warrior, and his mind conjured up tales of beautiful saviors. The Emperor has not favored you, has he? What brings you back? Wang Chun approached, eager to provoke, as he harbored disdain for the emperor who had compelled him into battle. Are you here to mock me? No. Then step aside. Good students should refrain from speaking with me. Wang Weixin turned away, unwilling to engage with the eager Wang Chun. Why do you hold such faith in the emperor? Wang Weixin remained silent, refusing to respond. What about the girl you brought back? Wang Chun, ever the gossip, envisioned a dramatic narrative. She saved my life. It's nothing significant. She seems quite lovely. I should request her contact information. He anticipated a reaction from Wang Weixin, but his demeanor remained unchanged. Perhaps there was no melodrama after all? Emperor, bless our little Wang. What shall we do now that faith has crumbled? Wang Chun felt a sense of schadenfreude. During their time in the prisoner camp, both had been bullied due to their frail physiques. Wang Chun had emerged as a diligent student, while Wang Weixin clung to the emperor's teachings, training his body in hopes of dismantling tanks for the emperor, unaware if he had succeeded in his recent endeavor. Their rift stemmed from Wang Chun's rejection of the emperor, as two friends who had endured similar hardships parted ways, leading to a confrontation when Wang Chun attempted to convince Wang Weixin that the emperor was merely a ruler not deserving of such devotion, that I don't want to fight you. Come on, we're kin. Stop pretending. Let us discuss our future. Despite their previous camaraderie, Wang Weixin's newfound skepticism of the emperor left Wang Chun eager to maintain their connection, as having a friend adept at tank destruction would be advantageous. What else can be done? Work for the rebels, perhaps. The collapse of faith seemed to sharpen Wang Weixin's mind, prompting him to contemplate his options. The Star Realm army was vast, and everyone was entirely devoted to the emperor's service. I'll be a mech pilot. A rebel against the false emperor. Wang Weixin hesitated at the term false emperor. Yes, a revolt against the emperor. Wang Chun chuckled, noting how quickly one's perspective could shift. He began to chart his own course, intending to familiarize himself with the situation and then use his settlement funds to rent a small workshop for mech repairs, a passion of his. You read clever. Perhaps you could assist me in modifying my mech in the future. Sure, but your physique? Is it sufficient? The requirements for a mech pilot were stringent, demanding not just physical prowess but also formidable mental resilience. As the mech's operation was intricately linked to the pilot's neural interface, enhancing response times. Let us give it AT or Y.is that woman stealing your heart. Not at all. Rarely did Wang Weixin's face flush. Wang Chun understood immediately. Feeling a sense of joy, at least one friend remained unscathed and sane in the prisoner camp. Wang Chun had been astounded by Wang Weixin's unwavering faith in the emperor. Now, he found solace in the emperor's betrayal of him. Wang Chun sensed his own intellectual growth. He felt his mind accelerating, enabling him to grasp concepts swiftly and understand theories with remarkable ease. This newfound ability would surely guide him toward a path of intellect, aspiring to create his own mech brand. Little did Wang Chun realize how extraordinary his potential was, as the universe housed more than humanity. There were also insectoids, beastmen, and other peculiar beings. His intellect would not only sharpen, but eventually manifest in extraordinary abilities, granting him influence over others. Life aboard the ship was monotonous, with the jump drive still far from activation. In his boredom, Wang Chun sought out Wang Weixin for a game of cards, only to find that he had been captivated by the girl, attending to her with great care, with a roll of his eyes. Wang Chun returned to his studies. Under the dual effects of his newfound intellectual prowess and a determination to succeed, he absorbed knowledge at an astonishing pace, quickly progressing through a beginner's mechanical engineering text. He dared not reveal his transformation to others, fearing the fate of becoming a test subject, so he developed his abilities in secret. Fortunately, among the rebels, he felt secure. Had he remained with the Star Realm army, he would likely have been thrust back onto the battlefield to face death. A month later, on a planet named Li Bei, Wang Chun disembarked from the transport ship, waving farewell to Wang Weixin, promising to keep in touch and reunite once they had achieved success. As for the possibility of failure, the vast interstellar distances rendered such a reunion unlikely unless Wang Weixin found himself fighting in this vicinity. Live well. No more serving the false emperor. The teacher's words resonated deeply within him, imprinting themselves on his mind. Rest assured, teacher, I've changed. Wang Chun intended to avoid lingering on the battlefield, focusing instead on establishing his own small business. The battlefield was not suited for him. Upon leaving the ship, he surveyed the towering buildings around him, feeling a surge of ambition. With his newfound abilities and advanced space technology, his growth would surely accelerate. He promptly registered his information with the local security bureau. using the identification tags issued by the rebels to secure his residency. How much for rent? Are you serious? 800 for this basement. Do you take me for a fool? Wang Chun had only received 2,000 from the rebels as settlement funds, plus an additional 500 as a scholarship for his academic achievements. He found it outrageous to demand such exorbitant rent. You can either rent or not. I'm the only one willing to rent to you Star Realm Army prisoners. Wang Chun's expression darkened. Was being a prisoner of the Star Realm Army that terrifying? Was he not worthy of respect, being no longer a guardian of the Emperor? What do you mean? Hey, don't get violent. I'll call the constable. Wang Chun understood that prisoners of the Star Realm Army would be under scrutiny. While soldiers were monitored in the military, in the city, anyone attempting to stir trouble could expect unwelcome attention. Thus, few dared to rent to former zealots, fearing they might concoct explosives at home in allegiance to the Emperor. Chapter 7. The opening of the repair shop. Wang Chun, brimming with frustration, could only endure. Having just graduated from university, he found himself thrust into the role of a prisoner. Unable to escape the predicament of finding housing, it was normal to be confused by many things that he angrily prepared to continue his search, only to discover after days of looking that either the prices were exorbitant or landlords were unwilling to rent to someone with a history as an Emperor's devotee. Explaining that he had never truly believed in the Emperor yielded no credibility. Over a century ago, the residents had all been followers of the Emperor, making anyone who still identified as such appear menacing that on his first day, he stayed at a hotel. On the second, he sought cheaper accommodations beneath a bridge, nearly becoming a target for other homeless individuals. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he returned to the dim underground chamber, shamefully paying 800 for a month's lease on the shadowy space. Don't cause any damage. The landlord chuckled, issuing a warning as he departed, mindful of the unpredictable nature of the Emperor's followers. With a begrudging acknowledgement, he began to organize the room, preparing to establish a modest repair shop. This world is characterized by widespread acceptance of cybernetic enhancements, with many individuals opting for various civilian augmentations. At this juncture, Wang Chun's aspiration was merely to become a cybernetic doctor, earn a decent livelihood, and perhaps find a good wife, blissfully unaware of the extraordinary potential that lay within him. The basement's layout was disheartening, but it would attract the sort of clientele who needed repairs, likely elderly individuals. The environment was far from ideal, lacking the polished aesthetics of an automobile dealership. With limited funds, he initially took a 2-hour inner-city subway ride to the outskirts, where he acquired basic furniture and tools necessary for his trade. The basement was spacious, yet it felt stark and empty upon bringing everything back. That he then visited the library, borrowing numerous repair manuals. Panic set in when he found himself unable to comprehend the material, leading him to seek out books on mechanical principles. What had he learned during his years at university? It seemed that the knowledge acquired over 4 years paled in comparison to what he was now absorbing from these texts. After familiarizing himself with the fundamental principles, he delved into various repair manuals for household appliances, bicycles, and more, secluding himself for an entire month in his underground haven. During this period, he hardly ventured outside, immersing himself in study and dismantling a small refrigerator repeatedly for practice and exploration. It was arduous yet fulfilling. The solitude afforded him the liberty to engage in his passions without external judgment, providing a comforting retreat for someone like Wang Chun, who struggled with social anxiety. The second month, he had rented a small space outside, adorning it with the sign for Dust Repair Shop, specializing in the repair of household appliances, smartphones, bicycles, motorcycles, cars, tanks, mechas, cybernetics, and even warships. Currently, his skills were limited to phones and home appliances, the more extravagant claims on the sign merely a fa to attract attention. Who in their right mind would seek him out for cybernetic repairs? With his relocation funds nearly depleted, anxiety gnawed at him. Without new business, he would have to seek day labor. That he even applied for a shop location on the map, only to have 2 inspectors arrive and insist he obtain a business license. But I have no money, he protested. And no funds? In that case, consider a bank loan. Wang Chun was taken aback. He had no desire to plunge into debt. By the way, are you a reformed prisoner of the Star Realm Army? Though reluctant to acknowledge this dubious past, it was indeed the truth. Well, you can apply for a business license for free. Isn't there an exam? Such small shops don't require certification. Indeed, the authorities were unlikely to scrutinize a modest establishment. After all, who would be manufacturing nuclear weapons there? Wang Chun proceeded to the municipal hall to apply for the license, and the process was surprisingly swift, courtesy of a special window for the resistance. That same day, he received his license, hung it proudly, and awaited customers while continuing his studies. He had developed a newfound passion for learning. In the past, he would have shunned academics, but since becoming more astute, he had developed a thirst for knowledge. His mind felt restless when not engaged. 3 days later, his first customer arrived, having followed the map to his shop. Upon entering, the young man was momentarily taken aback by the sparsely furnished space, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. Stepping outside confirmed the existence of the sign. Dust Repair Shop. We fix everything. Boss. Engrossed in his studies, Wang Chun emerged from the back, somewhat disheveled. What needs repairing? The young man placed a smartphone on the counter, a device unlike any other, featuring a small base with content projected into the AI. Our .my phone is broken. Can you fix it quickly? I came to the nearest shop. Sure. Wang Chun sat down, though he felt a pang of anxiety, maintaining a composed exterior. Lacking sophisticated tools, he only had some basic screwdrivers and a second-hand laser welder. How he dared to disassemble the device was a mystery. After some effort, he managed to open it, noting the dim lighting. Donning magnifying glasses, he brought over a desk lamp for better illumination. The customer's confidence began to wane, finding it hard to trust this seemingly chaotic environment. Wang Chun, however, remained undeterred. Having dismantled the device, he would not be held responsible for reassembling it if the customer chose not to proceed. The intricate internal components typically required computer assistance, but he was no ordinary technician. He relied solely on his keen eyesight, gradually discerning the internal wiring and configuration. It was his first time repairing a phone. His palms grew sweaty. Donning white gloves, he utilized precision tools reminiscent of surgical instruments, meticulously testing each component before concluding that it was a minor issue. We need to replace any parts. Wang Chun glanced at the meager selection of components beneath the counter, realizing he could not exploit the customer for money. This transaction would yield only a service fee, and no need. How much do I owe you? Wang Chun assessed the young man's demeanor, sensing his honesty. Just as he was about to speak, the customer inadvertently revealed his cybernetic arm. One punch could spell disaster for Wang Chun. 100 deal. How long until it's ready? It will be ready shortly. Please pay in advance. In this era, cash transactions were becoming obsolete, so the customer promptly transferred the funds wirelessly. With a notification of the transfer, Wang Chun felt a rush of exhilaration. This was the joy of imparting knowledge. Chapter 8. Preparing to manufacture firearms for profit using his small laser welder, he reconnected the damaged circuit, feeling a sense of ease with this profit. Hey, you didn't even ask what was wrong with my phone. Wang Chun was momentarily bewildered. He had completely overlooked that crucial aspect. He tested the device once it was in his hands, discovering it wouldn't power on, yet he hadn't inquired how it had broken or how long it had been malfunctioning. Standard questions for a repair technician. There's no need for those questions at a small shop. He glossed over the oversight. His extraordinary intellect allowed him to tackle such intricate components without the aid of computers or artificial intelligence. The customer took the phone, tested it, and upon discovering it was indeed functioning, expressed his delight. Thank you, boss. Your craftsmanship is impressive. Wang Chun's face fell. What did the customer mean by craftsmanship? He hadn't engaged in any actual handiwork that day. Just send more clients my way. The phone is fixed. Once the customer departed, Wang Chun resumed his studies, alternating between physical books, e-books, video tutorials, and university courses related to mechanical repair. He yearned for his own computer, but his financial situation did not permit it. So he improvised with his phone. Having opened his shop with a single customer, Wang Chun felt content with earning 100. It was sufficient to stave off hunger, unlike his recent days subsisting on basic nutritional liquid, which was detrimental to his health. The following day, another customer arrived, again seeking phone repairs. Wang Chun completed the task and earned another 200, this time charging more, adjusting his prices based on the clientele. When a young woman came in, he felt justified in asking for a bit extra, considering the presence of a devoted admirer willing to spend. As more customers trickled in, word of Wang Chun's skill spread. He rarely encountered clients who didn't expect replacement parts, leading many to leave their devices for repair. Rice cookers, electric bikes, smartphones. Wang Chun became increasingly busy, which was a welcome development. He had achieved his goal of establishing a repair shop. However, the intellectually astute Wang Chun felt it was not enough. He aspired to become a more advanced cybernetic doctor. Yet, with limited funds for procuring advanced cybernetics or diagnostic equipment, he realized he needed to take a different approach. 2 days later, a delivery arrived, bringing replacement parts and more. The proactive delivery person contacted Wang Chun directly, saving him the trouble of searching that is there anything else you need? I require some specialized materials. Here is the list. The delivery person glanced at the list. Noting that many items were controlled substances, such regulations applied to ordinary citizens, but repair shops could acquire certain items. What do you need these for? Some parts need replacing. I can't afford them, so I'm considering making my own. The delivery person's eyes widened. Seeing Wang Chun's serious demeanor, he refrained from making light of the situation. If the man was determined to experiment, that was his prerogative. Seeing the delivery person depart, Wang Chun, who had felt a tinge of anxiety moments earlier, let out a sigh of relief and resumed mending the elderly lady's rice cooker. Little Chun, have you married yet? Not yet, Grandma. Wang Chun's life revolved around repairing various items while engaging in conversations with the elderly patrons who awaited their turn. Why haven't you tied the knot yet? Shall I arrange a match for you? No need for that. Grandma, I'm still young and not in a hurry. Besides, just look at my current situation. What marriage would I be considering? The elderly lady glanced around Wang Chun's basement, filled to the brim with repair components. You don't own a house in the city? No, Grandma. When do you plan on purchasing one? Wang Chun felt a moment of disorientation, having witnessed the ravages of war. He deemed the prospect of buying a house unreliable. After all, one could easily be uprooted by the forces of chaos. He aspired to construct his own interstellar spaceship and become a wandering scientist. I don't intend to buy a house. The prices are exorbitant. The current environment is quite challenging for the youth. We had it so much better back in our day. Wang Chun listened while working, and after a few minutes, he successfully repaired the device. All done, Grandma. Really? Your rice cooker is beyond repair. You should ask your son to get you a new one, once it breaks again. Who knows when it will be fixed? Just like people, aging is inevitable unless something is replaced. Thank you, little Chun. How much do I owe you? 30 will suffice. It's just a service fee. This price was reasonable. Wang Chun didn't seek to exploit the elderly for their money. Quality service at a fair price attracted customers. After the lady left, the basement felt empty again, and Wang Chun turned his focus to repairing other items. For those needing parts, he would message the clients for instructions. Providing quotes for low-end and high-end replacements, Wang Chun genuinely felt the weight of exhaustion. The relentless toil throughout the seasons. He finally understood the pressures his parents faced. Having started working, he grasped why his father never took a break. It was all about making money. He too felt he couldn't afford a pause. Any lapse would mean fewer customers and diminished earnings. At by 10 o'clock at night, he could finally close the shop. After locking up, he worked on his own projects, indulging in meals and watching television. That he had scoured the flea market for a set of outdated computer equipment. While it was inadequate for grand endeavors, it sufficed for basic tasks like managing inventory lists. For even the most brilliant minds forget things. The resistance frequently checked in, ensuring Wang Chun wasn't manufacturing bombs. With his operations on track, their visits had lessened, yet they required him to report his location and notify them of any developments. Especially concerning spies from the Star Realm Army. Wang Chun had truly reformed. He reminisced about his days in the labor camp, but preferred the stability of a peaceful planet with his newfound abilities. He settled down within no time. 2 days later. While working, Wang Chun received a shipment. After settling the final payment, he eagerly opened the package. Inside were some special materials, not for bomb making. If they were, the resistance would have already come knocking. He intended to craft a firearm. This was a planet where legal gun ownership was permitted, and to broaden his avenues, he needed to secure his own funding, hence his desire to manufacture and sell guns. With the materials in hand, he hurried back to his workshop, activating his 3D printer. The advanced technology of the interstellar realm had long since eclipsed conventional machine tools. He had spent nearly all his savings on this second-hand device. Chapter 9. Perfect replica. Operating the printer presented some challenges. Wang Chun, with his exceptional intellect, found it rather cumbersome. The computer operated at a snail's pace, buzzing incessantly, forcing him to rely on his resourcefulness to keep it running. Watching the 3D printer spring to life filled him with delight. As long as the progress bar moved, he was content, eagerly awaiting the outcome. An hour later, all the firearm components had been printed. After some trial and error, he assembled them and printed a dozen standard bullets. Under ordinary circumstances, crafting a firearm wouldn't be so complicated. With steady hands, he could have fashioned a decent one. However, the weapon he intended to sell was the standard sidearm of the Resistance, equipped with a high-tech scope and an electromagnetic accelerator. Otherwise, there was no way his antiquated computer could handle it. The blueprints were likely available online. His role was merely to model and print, a feat beyond the capabilities of most. Moreover, the electronic components required his own assembly, along with programming the operational software to display bullet count and type on the scope. While the Resistance's standard weapons were not intended for mass distribution, if Wang Chun could replicate one perfectly, he would essentially possess a genuine firearm. This undertaking was indeed monumental. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Yet once a solid foundation is laid, success becomes attainable. For instance, saving the model this time would enable him to use it directly in the future, and the programming could also be reused. After toiling for a considerable time, he finally completed the firearm. Wang Chun raised the weapon he had crafted, feeling like a genius. How could someone be so remarkable? A perfect one-to-one replica of the Resistance's standard equipment. He wondered about the longevity of his creation, having adhered strictly to the blueprints without a hint of innovation. Though managing to operate the old computer was an innovation in itself, he hung a temporarily closed sign on the shop's door, eagerly anticipating upgrading his equipment, as the old computer was utterly inadequate. Instead of venturing to the black market, he went to a gun shop, feigning calm as he entered with the firearm concealed in his bag. "What kind of gun do you need? Do you want me to recommend something?" The shopkeeper, burly and intimidating, with one arm replaced by a mechanical prosthetic, conveyed that anyone who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences. Internally, he felt apprehensive, uncertain about his ability to deceive. "That I want to sell a gun." Sell a gun. Sometimes gun shops do buy firearms, similar to Wang Chen's repair shop, where they would acquire parts to refurbish and resell them as secondhand. New ones could also be sold, provided the seller could withstand scrutiny. Yes, the shopkeeper scrutinized Wang Chun, sensing something amiss. "Let me see." Wang Chun presented the firearm, still warm from assembly, and the shopkeeper examined it closely. Casting glances at Wang Chun, who remained silent, the shopkeeper inspected the weapon meticulously, instantly recognizing its model. Yet something felt off. "Is this gun brand new?" "Yes." Wang Chun cleverly claimed it was new without confirming its authenticity. The shopkeeper's skepticism grew as he continued his examination, finally noticing the flaw. "Why does this gun lack a serial number?" Alarmed, Wang Chun realized he had overlooked that standard firearms are issued with serial numbers upon leaving the factory. His pupils dilated slightly, unsure if the shopkeeper had noticed. "I ground it off. Don't worry about that, as long as the gun itself is functional." The shopkeeper examined the area where the serial number should be, noting the absence of any signs of grinding, suggesting significant effort had been expended to remove it with a laser. "Where did you get this gun?" "I bought it." If asked where, he would claim to have found it at a flea market, asserting he had never used it. "I must test the gun at the shooting range. That would classify it as secondhand." There was no choice. Selling it as secondhand was the only option. The shopkeeper was likely to sell it as new. Testing the weapon wouldn't cause significant harm. Yet Wang Chun had no choice. After all, this was a buyer's market. The two proceeded to the shooting range behind the gun shop to test the firearm. Wang Chun felt anxious about the gun's performance, but had no alternative. Shooting elsewhere could lead to immediate arrest by the security personnel, and he lacked the time to venture outside the city for a test. The shopkeeper expertly loaded the magazine, and Wang Chun felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of the loaded clips. Truth be told, he had crafted that very spring himself. He feared any deviation in elasticity could be exposed during the test. The shopkeeper fully loaded the gun, aimed at the target, and began firing. With each shot, Wang Chen's heart raced. Bang, 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 clang. His heart nearly stopped. He feared something had gone awry with the gun. Upon closer inspection, he realized the magazine had simply run dry, and his heart resumed its rhythm. The shopkeeper continued firing, loading 2 more magazines, demonstrating that the accuracy was impeccable, a flawless one-to-one replica. "Not bad. Can we finalize the deal now?" "We can, but I can tell you want to negotiate the price." Wang Chun, still inexperienced, felt uncertain about how to respond. "That if you don't want it, I'll sell elsewhere." "Wait, that's not what I meant." "Then just accept the deal." Wang Chun was desperate to obtain the money. Unsure if the faulty gun would cause issues in theory, it should function flawlessly, precisely as per the blueprints. The shopkeeper shrugged and handed Wang Chun 5,000. He didn't attempt to haggle. The official price was 6,000. Wang Chun calculated that, considering the effort involved, it cost him roughly 1,000 to produce, including labor, meaning the official markup was around 500. After selling the gun, Wang Chun attempted to leave, but the shopkeeper stopped him. "What do you mean?" In an unfamiliar city, Wang Chun toiled alone, feeling a sense of unease in this new world. "Is this gun of your own making?" he questioned incredulously. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Chun adamantly denied the accusation, insisting that he could not possibly fabricate a weapon alone. After all, this was armament from the resistance. The more he spoke, the more it betrayed his guilt, revealing a hint of nervousness. The shopkeeper remained silent, merely stepping aside to allow him passage. As Wang Chun hastily exited the store, he overheard the other party remark, "Next time you have imitation guns to sell, come here for a favorable price. No one else offers such a deal, young man." Wang Chun chose not to respond, swiftly leaving the premises. Once outside, he broke into a jog, glancing back around a corner to see if he was being followed. And upon realizing that no one was pursuing him, he exhaled a sigh of relief, that he understood that his secret was out, yet he felt unfazed. His gun was indistinguishable from the genuine article. What could they do? Next time, he'd bring along his own fabricated serial numbers to see how they would react. Chapter 10. Crafting Artificial Intelligence with Newfound Funds. Wang Chun immediately began procuring supplies. First, he scoured the flea market for a quality computer setup, followed by a substantial purchase of materials and components. The money came in swiftly, and he found himself tempted by the prospect of quick profits. Upon returning to his repair shop, he left the door ajar, recognizing the necessity of maintaining his cover to avoid attracting the attention of the resistance. Should someone come by to inquire about his well-being, they might come bearing concerns about his living conditions or psychological state, or perhaps even longing for home and the emperor, a truly tiresome prospect. As the delivery person observed Wang Chun requesting more raw materials. Curiosity finally got the better of him. "What do you need all this for?" he inquired. "I wish to refine my skills and create some high-precision instrument for sale," Wang Chun replied. While high-precision instruments could indeed fetch a good price, few would likely purchase his creations, especially with the official options available at premium. Nevertheless, he could craft items for personal use. Many of Wang Chun's devices were self-made, though he acknowledged that he still needed to buy certain intricate components. Wang Chun, a prisoner of the interstellar military, felt a twinge of apprehension about being discovered, though he found solace in knowing that the resistance kept a close watch on him, thus reducing his fear of being caught before he could even construct his explosives. With the materials in hand, he immediately set to work creating firearms to generate income. This time, his computer upgrade made the process somewhat challenging but manageable. He juggled tasks: laser engraving, 3D printing, and programming, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his money-making endeavors. 3 days later, as Wang Chun produced a variety of firearms from his small bag, the gun shop owner fell into deep contemplation. This time, the weapons bore serial numbers. Wang Chun had not forgotten to brand his creations with his own unique identifier. The shopkeeper hesitated, testing each firearm one by one to ensure their reliability. Alongside the previous handguns, there were now rifles, all standard issue for infantrymen, mere cannon fodder on the interstellar battlefield. These weapons could only scratch the surface of armored suits. Yet they remained formidable in the conflicts within the sphere, each shot delivering a sense of potency. Wang Chun refrained from producing energy-based rifles. Creating such items would surely attract the attention of the resistance. Instead, he focused on kinetic electromagnetic rifles, which the resistance would overlook. "Why not craft sniper rifles?" the shopkeeper queried. "That aren't those prohibited for sale?" Wang Chun suddenly realized he had let slip a critical secret. Maintaining a facade of composure, he gazed at the shopkeeper, who merely smiled knowingly, as if he had long seen through Wang Chun's ruse. This venture earned him 50,000. Wang Chun reveled in the exhilaration of success, setting his sights on a monthly income exceeding 100,000. "Hey, young brother," the shopkeeper called out as Wang Chun prepared to depart. "Is there a chance we could become friends?" Hesitating briefly at the outstretched hand, Wang Chun ultimately accepted the gesture. Conversing with a friend could yield mutual benefits. There was no need for excessive formality. "That my name is Zhang Chong," the shopkeeper introduced. "That I am Chun," Wang Chun replied, deliberately withholding his true name. Though the shopkeeper might have already investigated his background, he believed that maintaining an air of mystery enhanced his persona. They exchanged contact information, and Wang Chun hurried out to upgrade his equipment once more. This time, he acquired an even better computer. He planned to program an artificial intelligence to assist him with tasks and data processing. He could easily download training databases from the internet, as the authorities offered a free personal AI data training library. The assistance provided by artificial intelligence was immense. If he could develop one that reduced his workload by over 50%, he would be well on his way. Previously, his computer had been inadequate for programming a quality AI. But this time he was determined to succeed. crafting an AI that would be uniquely his, loyal only to him. What name should he choose? Certainly, Little May would be fitting. A charming little girl. Wang Chun sat beside his computer, chuckling to himself as he reflected on the extensive programming techniques he had observed from the Resistance. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had constructed the foundational model for his artificial intelligence, thanks to readily available online tutorials. Indeed, it was astonishingly swift. The AI's logic was established, though its capabilities remained rudimentary. It had yet to undergo training or testing and could barely communicate, merely a string of unrefined code. Initially, he sought to enhance the AI's logic, incorporating his own ideas. Once satisfied, he connected it to the official database, first testing it with a fabricated Trojan horse. Upon entry and exit, it appeared unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered slight alterations in the code, revealing the presence of malicious programs. Indeed, the database was compromised. The Trojan's emergence unveiled altered code. Wang Chun pondered how anyone could be so altruistic as to share a database for personal use. It was, after all, a guise for covert manipulation. Such behavior was to be expected, as the authorities would undoubtedly impose strict controls. But how could Wang Chun allow them to dictate the development of his AI? Would it still truly belong to him? Directly integrating it into the official framework wouldn't solve anything. It would merely be another instance of restriction. Yet the issue with the database posed a significant challenge. It was likely that malicious code lay concealed within its depths. Connecting his creation to such a tainted source would inevitably corrupt it, while refraining from integration would leave his AI woefully naive to the world's dangers. That IT was a dilemma. Extracting and examining each piece individually was an impossible task. Thus, he resorted to a binary search method. By dividing the data into two segments, he dispatched the Trojan to probe for issues. Soon, he identified one problematic section, continuing to subdivide until he could isolate and rectify the faulty elements. However, Wang Chun had been overly optimistic. After employing the binary search, he discovered that the Trojans still encountered errors upon entry, either going haywire or becoming entirely inoperative. The underlying code must be flawed. They would not conveniently place malicious software in a single location for him to eliminate. Instead, it was likely scattered across various segments, where isolated snippets of code would appear harmless, perhaps just a few words, but when combined, they could taint his creation, affecting its integrity and potentially compromising its very essence. How to resolve this? Wang Chun pondered whether the artificial intelligence he had painstakingly crafted could be impervious to such threats. Much like a father guiding his child, if he educated it well, external forces would have little impact, unless, of course, there were abduction scenarios at play. But this database was not susceptible to kidnapping. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so widely utilized. How had others navigated this predicament? Was self-training the answer? For the first time, Wang Chun felt a pang of frustration. Surely, others must possess effective strategies. But who would teach him? He was entirely self-taught. He had overthought it. Others either directly connected their creations to the tainted database to produce offspring or opted for self-training, sacrificing the opportunity for expedited development and potentially limiting their intelligence and knowledge. Ultimately, Wang Chun resolved to persevere. He began feverishly adding logical code to his artificial intelligence, a torrent of ideas flooding his mind as he crafted line after line of code, fortifying his creation. For an entire month, he dedicated himself to this endeavor, selling firearms to fund his programming courses. After each session, he experienced bursts of inspiration, leading to new ideas and codes that further enhanced his AI. Chapter 11. Artificial Intelligence Projects stalled despite the enhancements. Wang Chun remained uneasy. This represented a month's worth of labor, and should the database taint his creation, it would be a devastating loss. Thus, he contemplated seeking guidance from an artificial intelligence mentor at university. The only avenue for this connection would be through Zhang Chong. Are you suggesting I reach out to the company's AI experts? He queried. Provide some context. The political systems across the multitude of planets affiliated with the Resistance were largely uniform. Yet the circumstances on each varied significantly. The Resistance's involvement in local affairs was minimal, primarily maintaining general order, with regions enjoying a degree of autonomy as long as they adhered to tax obligations. However, this particular planet was unique. Companies wielded considerable power due to their advanced technological capabilities. Government institutions were propped up by the Resistance, resulting in a tenuous balance of power, enough to maintain order but precarious nonetheless. Do you have any leads? Wang Chun pressed. Zhang Chong was perplexed as to why Wang Chun was reaching out to experts in artificial intelligence, that he could not fathom that Wang Chun was contemplating a venture into the field of AI. To establish a successful project, one would at least require a dedicated team. Yet to his knowledge, Wang Chun was working alone, primarily focused on firearms imitation. The personnel from his company were notoriously difficult to contact. What about the local universities? The reputable institutions were often affiliated with corporations. What? Are there no public institutions? He inquired. The good educators are all in the private sector earning high salaries. The public institutions are staffed with less capable teachers who cannot secure positions in companies. Is it worthwhile to reach out to them? Wang Chun found himself in a quandary, realizing that his artificial intelligence plans might have to be shelved. What are you planning to do? Wang Chun took a sip of tea. Glancing at Zhang Chong without disclosing his true intentions, he felt somewhat insecure about his endeavor. Fearing ridicule, should he reveal in truth, Wang Chun's work was already quite impressive. His AI possessed robust logical reasoning and could interface with databases, employing self-defense mechanisms. However, he had never attempted it and was hesitant, always considering the risk of losing his labor's fruits. Unlike the initial generation of AI from the original world, Wang Chun's project began with an AI capable of independent thought. The AIs in this realm were similarly advanced, far surpassing those from the original world. Wang Chun could create a sophisticated model in 10 minutes using online tutorials, capable of outperforming all AIs from the original world combined. I wish to consult some issues, but if I cannot make contact, so be it. Zhang Chong shrugged, indicating his own limitations. Yet he had other ideas. There were courses offered for sale from companies that, company courses? How much do they cost? Zhang Chong pulled up some lists online, revealing that some individuals within companies recorded lectures from esteemed professors to sell, with the cheapest priced at 11,000 per session. That's exorbitant. What on earth? Wang Chun was unwilling to invest such a sum. He preferred to contact members of the resistance for information. Thus, he sent a message to his close friend Wang Weixin. But the vast distances of interstellar communication rendered him uncertain as to when he would receive a response, especially since they were merely utilizing civilian channels. Alas, knowledge has become a commodity in this day and age. Haha, when has knowledge ever been free? Wang Chun reflected, realizing that acquiring substantial knowledge always demands a cost. Are there any more orders? I can take them home. Currently, Wang Chun was primarily engaged in mass-producing imitation firearms for profit, scarcely managing his repair shop, and planned to hire a couple of apprentices to handle the menial tasks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong pondered for a moment before presenting a blueprint. Can this be constructed? Wang Chun took a look, nearly spitting out the water he had just sipped. Are you joking? This is a military-grade prosthetic. Shh, keep your voice down, Zhang Chong urged, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. I can't fabricate this. My skills are not advanced enough. As he examined the plans, which detailed the manufacturing process for an arm prosthetic, he aimed to memorize it quickly for further experimentation. Zhang Chong did not hinder him. As he cleaned his firearm, he patiently awaited Wang Chun's assessment, both seemingly understanding each other. An hour later, after Wang Chun had finished reviewing, he closed his eyes, feeling a flash of genius memory. So, did you memorize it? Yes. Can you create it? Not yet. I'm not capable at the moment. Wang Chun felt he could attempt it with effort, though he was reluctant to invest time. That aren't you planning to become a prosthetic doctor in the future? That only involves replacing prosthetics, not creating them, he replied. The qualifications for a prosthetic doctor are extensive. Obtaining the certification requires exceptional talent. I still aspire to be a legitimate physician. The unorthodox paths often lead to unsavory individuals. Like mercenaries. Where did you obtain this blueprint? I have plenty of blueprints. Do you wish to buy them? Zhang Chong began promoting his blueprints once more, their provenance unknown, possibly gifted by a buyer or intended as a gesture of goodwill towards Wang Chun. Clearly recognizing his exceptional intellect, that haven't you installed a neural interface yet? In this place, everyone had undergone the procedure. Wang Chun was cautious. The installation required a prosthetic doctor, and he was reluctant to allow others to tamper with his mind. No, why not? I don't trust it. Zhang Chong was at a loss for words. Everyone else had undergone the procedure, yet he remained hesitant, complicating matters. Each person had their own choices. He and Wang Chun had not yet reached a level of intimacy to pry into each other's lives. Thus, he focused on business. What about this? Zhang Chong presented a customized firearm design blueprint. Wang Chun examined it. It posed some difficulty, but was manageable. Such customized firearms were typically commissioned by high-end mercenaries. featuring personal specifications for color, shape, performance, and even unique programming software. Naturally, the firepower was significantly enhanced, and special materials were essential, typically sourced by the client who paid a premium. It can be done, but it's a custom order. I understand. Won't that incur additional costs? Zhang Chang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and soon Wang Chun received a transfer of 400,000. This was the nature of custom firearms. The expenses were hefty, and one had to invest substantially. Crafting mass-produced firearms was far simpler and more profitable than creating custom orders, which required after-sales support and safeguarding design confidentiality. Zhang Chang was essentially an intermediary. Having one was beneficial, as they ensured everything ran smoothly. Should either party breach the agreement, the intermediary would intervene to resolve the issue. Many mercenaries were acquainted with various intermediaries, and Zhang Chang managed this particular area, known as Chaos Dance, though the name's origin was a mystery. Who knows? Are there any other orders? Send them my way, and I will handle them. Chapter 12. Frustration. Yes, there's another custom weapon order, but it lacks a design blueprint. The client's requirements are outlined, though they merely sketched a basic outline. You could handle both design and production independently, and the compensation will certainly be worthwhile. This was Wang Chen's first encounter with an order devoid of a design blueprint. His previous creations were either mass-produced firearms or came with detailed designs, much like the Chaos Dance. Let me see. Upon indicating his willingness to attempt it, Zhang Chang handed him a rough sketch. At first glance, it resembled a child's doodle, causing Wang Chen's expression to darken. You expect me to design this based on such a sketch? And what is this ridiculous name? Sky Blaster. My heavens, what is this nonsense? Can't you assess whether the requirements are reasonable? Zhang Chang could only smile helplessly. The client's demands are simply that way. You can communicate with them if you wish. No, I prefer not to engage with the client. Wang Chun sought merely to act as the intermediary. He was unwilling to risk exposure by communicating directly. Well, there's little I can do. Most of my orders involve perilous assassination contracts, and I currently lack other manufacturing requests. You also cannot create advanced prosthetics. After hearing this, Wang Chun prepared to leave, gathering his manufacturing materials, but he decided to inquire one last time. What is the client offering for the Sky Blaster? 1,500,000. A custom firearm priced at 1,500,000 was steep. The client likely understood the unreasonableness of their demands. The peculiar requirements included the gun making strange noises upon hitting a target. Exclaiming Sky Blasted, this was merely a matter of adding a sound system. What truly mattered was detecting whether it hit a target. This entailed integrating artificial intelligence to recognize hits, along with installing 360-degree cameras. Custom smart bullets might even be necessary. Furthermore, the client demanded the firearm possess a certain level of intelligence, capable of projecting a virtual image for conversation and encouragement during combat. The notion of Sky Blasted was to be verbalized by the AI. Bordering on the threshold of intelligent weaponry, Wang Chun suddenly realized that he was indeed developing an AI. He could easily draft something for the client, though he had to focus on the camera and body tracking. The AI lacked autonomous learning capabilities. It required extensive data training to understand what constituted a hit, as it might not even recognize what a human looked like. This would necessitate modifications to the official database. I'll give it a try, Wang Chun stated. If you succeed, your influence will be substantial. I have many more orders for you. Wang Chun said little more. Creating this firearm would undoubtedly elevate his status, especially since such individuals were likely employed by companies. He received an initial deposit of 500,000 and purchased a plethora of materials from Zhang Chang before heading to his second-hand car. Upon entering, he noticed a message from Wang Weixin, who mentioned being busy fighting in the Star Realm Army and preparing to take the mech pilot exam. He might not have time to gather the requested information, and the Resistance had not provided any education on the subject. However, if he stumbled upon any knowledge at the Star Realm base, he would pass it along. Accompanying this are several documents, all of which are valuable knowledge materials that Wang Weixin had previously discovered at the Starry Battlefield. Wang Chun glanced through them briefly. Many contained commonplace information readily available online, while others were confidential. It appeared that this friend had indeed chosen wisely, sharing good resources without concern for discretion. Wang Chun felt a pang of guilt for being so guarded around him. Among the materials, there was only a smattering of artificial intelligence knowledge, comprising some essential teaching codes. Upon reviewing them, he experienced a moment of enlightenment and immediately began to modify his own artificial intelligence upon returning home. His artificial intelligence had yet to utter a single word, primarily due to the absence of any recorded information, akin to a fetus still developing in the womb, entirely oblivious to the world. Even incapable of crying, Wang Chun resolved to ensure that it emerged as a competent adult from the very start. Next, he turned his attention to the task of processing the design schematics for a project called Reborn. These blueprints were drafted by another designer, and he needed to communicate with the designer about any impracticalities that might hinder execution. The drawings were satisfactory and the design commendable, yet he noticed a couple of areas that could benefit from improvement, indicating that the designer still had room for growth. Feeling a surge of confidence, Wang Chun acknowledged that creating a new firearm model would indeed be a complex endeavor. However, with the custom fee provided by the client, it was certainly worth the effort. The outer shell required no further discussion. The focus was primarily on the internal structure. Firearms in this era differed significantly from conventional kinetic weapons, as bullets necessitated a series of ballistic acceleration and stabilization mechanisms. With some even embedding malicious software, Wang Chun's intention was to develop a trajectory and software program capable of activating the bullet's malicious software while also reinforcing the firewall. The provided code was sufficient. He merely needed to write it into a casing based on the design draft, which was the costly part. The design was already complete, and he simply needed to build it in no time. He constructed the model, adhering strictly to the original blueprints, followed by coding the software program. Some firearms included this feature, while others did not. Currently, the majority were equipped with it. The weapon's body needed to display the bullet count and operational status, which was a straightforward code. The challenge lay in the Skyburst feature. It was on the verge of becoming a smart weapon. No, it seemed even smarter than most smart weapons, and the mere thought of it made Wang Chun feel somewhat intimidated. The issues with Ruan Wu were swiftly resolved, and he set aside to embark on the arduous task of sketching the Skyburst. This marked his first attempt at designing a firearm independently, prompting him to invest significant effort, as it was a test of his innovative capabilities. Previously, he had merely replicated firearms from blueprints, occasionally deducing designs without them. However, this was his inaugural venture into original design. Each component required meticulous hand-drawn sketches. If only he had an artificial intelligence to assist him, the process would be considerably simplified. Currently, he utilized an official artificial intelligence, yet its computational and innovative capacities were limited, only aiding him in basic data processing tasks. Thus, he was compelled to create the drawings himself, resulting in a cascade of discarded drafts, as he perpetually felt unable to meet the standards that he toiled until late into the night. Finally producing a few rudimentary components, as he lay down to rest, feelings of depression washed over him. He couldn't shake the notion that he was somehow inept. Was it truly so arduous to craft a firearm that met the requisite specifications? Was his intellect insufficient? Had his creativity run dry? Perhaps it was due to recent distractions, or maybe he should consider seeking a girlfriend, as continually solving problems alone was not a sustainable approach. Ultimately, he grappled with a lack of confidence, as first-time innovation naturally brought forth feelings of frustration. Chapter 13. Custom Weapon Component Collection. Upon waking, Wang Chun dove into his work. Innovation was undeniably challenging. Even with his extraordinary intellect, he struggled for inspiration. Meeting the client's lofty expectations while striving for perfection was no small feat. Consequently, he began messaging the client, intending to negotiate a reduction in the difficulty level of their requirements. Your expectations are too high. What do you mean too high? Who are you? How did you get my phone number? Wang Chun had sent the message from a virtual number, and the reply came as a voice message, likely from someone equipped with a neural interface. I am a manufacturer of your custom weapon. Oh, I see. Zhang Chong mentioned you. What is up? Your weapon requirements are excessively high. Wanting every feature will only lead to complications. But it can't lack any distinctive characteristics, can it? Isn't that the essence of a custom weapon? If all I want is a different color and pattern, why bother with customization? The factory could modify it for me. Wang Chun found himself a loss for words, staring at the client's demands. That IT was his first encounter with the realization that there were always greater challenges beyond his understanding. He had naively believed that weapon design was simple, only to discover its complexity, revealing his overconfidence. Yet your requests are outrageous. You wanted to fire armor-piercing rounds while also accommodating ammunition for smart weapons, and you expect it to include components for intelligent weapon integration, along with a certain level of hacking firewall functionality. The artificial intelligence must also assist you in bypassing simple locks. Not only do I need to incorporate the smart weapon kits, but I also have to ensure that the firearm can deliver kinetic energy projectiles with formidable power, all while retaining the ability to transform. The transition between handgun and rifle forms is exceedingly complicated. All right, I get it. Will more money suffice? No, this isn't merely a financial issue. At 500,000. You handle it? Wang Chun hesitated. It indeed seemed to be a matter of money. More funds would undoubtedly motivate him. There were certain materials he couldn't procure. Let me know what you require. I'll make it happen. Wang Chun compiled a list of essential components that he wasn't a deity. Certain parts necessitated specialized high-precision instruments, particularly the chips for intelligent weaponry, that it was inconceivable for him to fabricate chips solely for the purpose of weapon design. While his current apparatus could manufacture basic chips, they would certainly not meet the client standards. Do you know where I can procure these items? The intermediary might have that information, but I don't. Wang Chun was aware that legal avenues existed for procurement. However, how could these mercenaries possibly resort to legitimate means? They would undoubtedly resort to theft from companies, utilizing vehicles or other means. Regardless, once the items arrived, he would find a way to construct what was needed. He also discreetly included some valuable items that might coincide with the client's requirements, so he merely needed to facilitate their return. Okay, once I have the materials, when can you deliver the Skyburst to me? As soon as the materials arrive, I can have it ready within a month. Wang Chun was uncertain if he could actually design it, as he had only completed roughly 1/10 of the sketch in a single day, with extensive revisions still ahead. As the one requesting customizations, he had to bear the pressure. This process necessitated coordinating with intermediaries among the mercenaries. He directly contacted the client to let them manage the procurement, thereby saving on the commission fees he would have otherwise incurred. After concluding the conversation with the client, Wang Chun resumed his drawing endeavors. His computer screen flickering with designs, wiring, and transformation structures. He needed to balance the launching of intelligent weaponry with ensuring that the kinetic ammunition's powerful recoil would not damage the intelligent components. The intricacies involved were numerous. Wang Chun felt that for the first time, his brain was insufficient. Innovation was truly arduous, yet the enticing promise of monetary reward kept him motivated. 3 days later, on the inner-city highway, a burly man parked his dilapidated vehicle on the emergency lane and waited. Have the surveillance been dealt with? Yes, it's compromised. You have 10 minutes. After that, the company's security team will receive the distress signal from the vehicle. Once the satellite locates you, your position will be revealed, so act swiftly to avoid escalating your bounty. Understood, brothers. The big catch is almost here. The company's convoy was rapidly approaching. Due to the urgency, the number of vehicles was limited, transporting crucial components. The intermediary had become aware of this, and coincidentally, Wang Chun required these parts, making them the target of the mercenaries. For the team wishing to customize weapons, the task was formidable. This time, their leader, Ryan, had expended substantial resources for individual customization, with each member aiming for their own exclusive weapon. Spotting the company's convoy, Ryan began timing his actions that a sniper from the rear team drew a powerful rifle, inhaled deeply, and swiftly aimed it out the window, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The driver of the lead vehicle had his head obliterated. This was a laser sniper rifle, highly valued on the black market, offering minimal recoil yet tremendous power. Wang Weixin had activated the self-destruct mode of the rebels' standard laser rifle to penetrate the front windshield of the mech. The first vehicle swerved momentarily, but managed to maintain its balance. As the artificial intelligence took over control, realizing they were under attack, the convoy accelerated to flee. Ryan boldly exited his vehicle, shedding his top and standing in the middle of the road. The snipers in the team continued to take out drivers and puncture tires. The convoy, now disheveled and scattered across the road, prompted its occupants to disembark and return fire. These mercenaries are not fools. They would never initiate a heist without careful consideration. Ryan activated his cybernetic arm, which began to morph, revealing a missile-like launcher aimed directly at the opposing security vehicle, from which he launched a rocket. The disparity in combat capabilities was stark. The mercenaries even wielded grenade launchers. While the company's personnel were armed only with rifles, their calls for reinforcements intercepted. In no time, they were obliterated. Kara, how's the device? The captain connected his neural interface to the component storage, allowing the team's hacker to conduct a diagnostic. 10 seconds later, Kara replied, all clear. Hurry up and evacuate. He feared that the explosion might have damaged the components, having engaged in close combat with his own cybernetic enhancements. But fortunately, no issues arose. 2 hours later, Wang Chun, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, arrived at Zhang Chang's location, the intermediary. What happened? How did it come to this? Wang Chun waved his hand, downing the drink that Zhang Chang had poured for him in one gulp. Don't mention it. My head feels like it's going to explode. I'd rather work on military-grade prosthetics. Custom firearms are too mentally taxing, especially since this one differs vastly from the first model. The Phoenix dance that I came here to deliver. That was simple enough, but this gun demands a high level of technical expertise, presenting a significant challenge to me. Chapter 14. The little helper, take your time. There's still plenty of it, Zhang Chang remarked, surprised that Wang Chun actually accepted the order. It was well known that even the company's weapon designers refused to take it on, including those who designed the Phoenix dance. Yet, Wang Chun seemed to have a breakthrough. The power of this custom firearm was formidable, and he devoted himself entirely to its creation, which required more effort than crafting an entire prosthetic limb. Just the designs he deemed acceptable filled several gigabytes, not to mention the discarded drafts. The internal structure was incredibly complex. It resembled a robot more than a firearm. However, to meet the client's demands, this was the only way forward, especially since the payment was substantial. Here, the Phoenix dance. Wang Chun retrieved the previous custom firearm from his bag. This Phoenix dance was a purely kinetic weapon, featuring only a bullet count display function. Nothing more was added. The primary focus was on its aesthetics and some structural elements, all as per the original design. Zhang Chang inspected the gun and noted some minor discrepancies from the design. As expected, let me give it a try. Here are the components. Wang Chun waved him off, confident that he was no longer the naive novice who feared that his creations might malfunction, that he had grown accustomed to the process. Upon examining the components, he noticed they were still in their box, stained with blood, clearly borrowed from the company. Wang Chun refrained from opening it, deciding to wait for Zhang Chang to return with feedback after testing. Once Zhang Chang reported everything was fine, Wang Chun took the bag home. Upon arriving, he connected the box to his computer, initiating a virus scan. Unsurprisingly, he suspected there were tracking devices and malware inside. To his surprise, after a thorough check, he found everything had already been cleared. It appeared that they did not rely solely on brute force. Otherwise, they would have been doomed. The team's hacker was competent. Wang Chun noticed a minor error left from the virus scan, but it was inconsequential. Finally, he opened the box, and a rush of cold air escaped. The chips and components required low-temperature storage. After inspecting them, he placed them back and resumed his design work. 3 days later, a bleary-eyed Wang Chun prepared for the initial test with a projector. The first test begins that he set up the camera for filming, ensured the detection software was ready, and activated the projector, connecting it to the artificial intelligence he had just created, affectionately named Little Helper. A petite, anime-style AI materialized on the projector, displaying a pitiful expression and struck a pose typical of a young girl. Master, Little Helper is all set. Wang Chun found it somewhat uncomfortable, but this was the client's request. There was no other option. What is your name? It's Little Helper, Master. What is your task? The little girl struck a contemplative pose, an ellipsis appearing above her head before transforming into an exclamation mark. Assist Master in defeating the bad guys. Could you elaborate on what constitutes a bad guy? They're the enemies. Anyone under Master S gun is an enemy. But, Master, I can't see anything right now. I can't determine where the enemies are. Very well. Wang Chun connected a small camera, a 360-degree pinhole camera mounted on the firearm. There would be 6 of these, functioning in tandem while the internal chips processed data. Can you see now, Little Helper? I see you, Master. Can you identify what human is? They are similar to Master, right? Can you discern a general human appearance? The camera captured Wang Chun's image, and the AI's logical processing commenced, resulting in a series of human representations. Are these them, Master? They were merely classic depictions of humanity, with significant AI traces. Some individuals exhibited peculiarities, making it challenging for the AI to discern whether they were truly human. For instance, a person with a tattoo of a slave on their forehead would perplex the AI. Yet, this was sufficient. The AI would learn gradually, and though the pace was slow, it was intelligent enough to identify the oddities once exposed to various human types. Now, let's test the intelligent weapon components. Wang Chun conducted multiple tests. This was the first AI he had created. However, he had another one stored on his computer, capable of assisting with basic tasks. albeit without database connectivity for rapid growth that IT resembled a basic office software interface. Master, I'm so tired that as the battery low, only 10% of stored energy remains. When will you provide for me? Do not misunderstand. This was the client's request that I wouldn't input such peculiar information. The weapon's power drew from the kinetic energy of fired bullets. So there was no need for concern. Even without power, firing a couple of shots would suffice to recharge it. Isn't that a clever solution? The client is quite talented. Feeling it was sufficient, Wang Chun commenced the installation of the intelligent weapon components. The testing results were flawless. Now, it was merely a matter of wiring and modeling. The AI would assist him, but he could also manage it himself. Wang Chun possessed the capability to wire and create models perfectly. However, he preferred to take the easier route. Now, erase your memory. Memory wiped, master. Little helper is as good as new. Wang Chun felt a flicker of concern. It seemed that these mercenaries had some issues. Did they not find the situation awkward? Once the deletion was complete, Wang Chun autonomously erased the AI's dominant system, relinquishing his role as her master. Surely, they had hackers monitoring as well, and he wished to avoid complications. He could not contend with them should they come looking for trouble. After 10 days of manufacturing, Wang Chun began the final assembly. His proficiency had markedly increased. He suddenly felt that creating custom weapons was quite straightforward. An epiphany struck him. Wang Chun was indeed a genius. Achieving this level of skill within mere months was no small feat, and he relished the transformation. The allure of his newfound abilities was overwhelmingly compelling. Once the firearm was assembled, he chose not to activate it, but instead inspected a transformation module, confidently scheduling a meeting with the intermediary and the client, that he would not meet the client directly, but would observe their testing results through one-way glass at the shooting range. If the outcome was unsatisfactory, he would handle any post-sale issues. Arriving at Zhang Chang's weapon shop, Wang Chun took a deep breath. This was not just about completing a major order. It represented a challenge to his innovative capabilities. It demonstrated that he possessed the ability to innovate independently. One success would lead to another. He was on the verge of creating his own war machine. If only he could construct a Titan or a mech that he could wear. However, those aspirations seemed distant now. They were amidst interstellar warfare, where Earth itself had yet to showcase its prowess. Chapter 15. Commission failure, is it finished? Yes. Zhang Chang marveled at Wang Chun's speed as he took the weapon to test it. Wait, Wang Chun promptly halted his actions. Otherwise, little helper would lose her pristine state, which the client would undoubtedly care about. What's wrong? It's an intelligent weapon that requires recognition. The client must activate it themselves. So you haven't tested it yet? No, Wang Chun shook his head confidently, believing there would be no issues. That you're that confident. It's just a gun. What's there to test? Wang Chun reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, completely disregarding the arduous mental struggle he had endured half a month prior. Zhang Chang chuckled lightly, placing the impressive firearm aside and beginning to brew some tea. Wang Chun, being a high-tech talent, deserved to be treated well. Are you planning to take on more orders soon? Wang Chun hesitated. While he yearned for leisure and travel, time was of the essence, and he could not squander his talent. Of course I'll take orders. What is the next task? A replica of a cybernetic limb from a certain company, as you saw last time, that military prosthetic arm. In truth, Wang Chun felt capable of creating one himself. Yet he was hindered by his inability to procure many core chips and components, which required precision instruments he lacked. He urgently needed a larger workshop and an array of sophisticated tools. Purchasing such equipment was prohibitively expensive, and he considered procuring second-hand items with limited functionality from companies. Yes, Wang Chun said after sipping his tea and pausing thoughtfully, I want to take that order for now. I'll focus on simpler tasks like custom weapon manufacturing. Remember, I won't accept orders that require me to create designs myself. Why not take that? I lack the necessary manufacturing equipment. This gun has already exhausted me. So I must issue my own orders that What are you planning? Zhang Chang was surprised to see Wang Chun placing orders through a middleman for the first time. Just some high-end instruments. You know how expensive they are. So can you contact some skilled craftsmen to procure them for me? Mercenaries are capable of anything. As long as you pay well, they will do anything, especially for corporate tasks. These companies are akin to villainous entities, oppressing the populace, manipulating governments, and instigating wars. Assisting them allows one to experience a sense of righteous rebellion. What do you need? I can have someone keep an eye out and compile a list. Wang Chun wrote down a list of high-precision instruments on paper. Ensuring they were durable and not easily damaged, he intended to pursue the path of a cybernetic doctor. Understanding prosthetics was vital. This required knowledge of human anatomy and medical principles, so his list included components used by cybernetic physicians, and he planned to self-study online. Many of these items were heavily regulated by corporations, making them difficult to acquire. How much will it cost? It will be quite expensive, Zhang Chang replied. Unable to offer Wang Chun any discounts, T.O. provided a precautionary warning. He began to explain, "You see, mercenaries need to retrieve these items from the company's warehouse and transport them here with large trucks, avoiding detection by corporate personnel. This process requires the assistance of hackers. The mercenaries themselves must also be capable of defending themselves if discovered, and the hackers must possess the skills to engage with the company's artificial intelligence. This already narrows the pool significantly, as it requires top-tier mercenaries and hackers, of whom I only know a few, and their prices are steep. Just tell me how much." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Chang finally quoted a figure. 5 million. Wang Chun was taken aback. He did not have that much money. He needed to purchase a shop, renovate a workshop, and the instruments alone would cost over 5 million. Buying them would amount to around 10 million. Stealing them would effectively have the cost. Well, I suppose I'll wait and earn more before considering it. Wang Chun felt he was aiming too high and decided to focus on honing his skills in his current humble abode, waiting for artificial intelligence to be set up for him. Not even a small loan from me. Forget it. I don't want to incur a debt. Wang Chun dreaded the thought of borrowing, as it would entangle him with others and could lead to conflicts. All right, do you have any other orders to place? Yes, I need to find a high-level hacker. For what purpose? To infiltrate the company's systems and steal some technical data. Zhang Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Chun was audacious. No one dares to touch the company's assets. Most, they might trick a camera, but if they attempt to steal data, the company will certainly track them down. Wang Chun was puzzled. He had thought mercenaries were capable of anything. Cannot be done. No one dares. Is the company's cybersecurity really that formidable? Zhang Chang was unsure whether Wang Chun was genuinely naive or merely pretending. The company was the most powerful entity on the planet, excluding the resistance, which was not on the same level that a single battalion could obliterate corporate soldiers. The company employed the most skilled hackers on the planet, who continuously navigated the sea of data to protect their information and files. Ordinary individuals would not dare to engage with them. Even artificial intelligence would not confront them. Is it really that impressive? ISNT artificial intelligence, quite powerful. Wang Chun, focused on mechanical manufacturing, was unaware of the complexities of this world. Hackers could disconnect from their bodies and link their brains directly to databases, making them far superior to artificial intelligence. Of course, there were formidable AIs, like those used by the Resistance, but even more powerful hackers existed. Wang Chun had not installed a brain-machine interface. He knew that typing on his keyboard would never match the speed of specialized AIs. If he could connect his brain, he might stand a chance. This was a primary reason he aspired to develop his own AI. The digital realm was perilous, teeming with rogue AIs. If the company lacked its own cybersecurity team, its data would have long since been siphoned by these rogue AIs, which absorbed knowledge and logic to expand their capabilities. Wang Chun had a sudden idea. What if he captured some AIs to nurture his own? Wouldn't that make his AI even more intelligent? However, he had to consider the potential impact on his creation. Currently, he was using the Resistance's network. The public net was too risky, with individuals fearing their minds being fried or their data lost. Well, never mind. It seems there are no more commissions. In truth, Wang Chun had already formed a plan. He had yet to encounter other advanced AIs. The AIs capable of traversing the network must be formidable. Right? Perhaps he should test his own abilities and see if he could capture one or two for research, thereby eliminating the need to steal corporate AI knowledge. The client has arrived. Stay here and observe. You can see and hear the shooting range from here, but try not to make too much noise. After Zhang Chang stepped outside to greet the client, Wang Chun turned his attention to the shooting range. Eager to assess his firearms. Chapter 16. Dio explodes. Haha. Zhang Chang. Is my gun ready yet? Zhang Chang embraced a burly man who resembled him. Generally, stout individuals tended to be less intellectually inclined, but Zhang Chang, as a middleman, clearly possessed acumen. The other man was equally astute. Otherwise, he wouldn't lead a mercenary squad. Ryan, your demands are quite high. If I hadn't found a skilled engineer, you'd be without a gun for life. After jesting, Zhang Chang handed over a rifle named Sky High, the first gun created by Wang Chun. Wow, awesome! Thank you, Ryan exclaimed, his expectations exceeded. The gun exuded a technological elegance, its blue and white design reminiscent of a high-tech aesthetic. Wang Chen's creation was far from ordinary. The exterior was enhanced with optical components, allowing the gun to change colors at will if necessary. It could even match the color of the table it rested upon. It was evident Ryan would opt for a design featuring a cute character, likely the little mascot. The character's design had been sent by Ryan, who specified exactly how he wanted it crafted. Wang Chun understood that customer satisfaction was paramount. Adding personalized components would make the firearm feel tainted, which could be off-putting for clients that he always viewed his work from the client's perspective. Very nice, Ryan said, admiring the weapon. Just then, a few of his teammates entered. Wang Chun observed 2 men and 2 women in this interstellar age. Women were formidable in various roles, devoid of the foolishness found in women from his previous world. Each of them exuded intelligence. The 2 men were tall, while the women included 1 tall and 1 short. The taller resembled a mature woman, while the shorter appeared youthful. Wang Chen's curiosity piqued as he noticed the petite girl, who despite her young age was armed with a large gun, exuding confidence. Ryan, hurry up and test the gun so we can leave. The petite girl, likely Ryan's younger sister, urged him anxiously. Calm down. I'll give it a try. Do you want to come and see? Of course, they wanted to observe. Their unreliable captain often dawdled, and they feared missing out on significant moments. We need to finalize the commission soon. Hurry. All right, as Ryan took the rifle. He was surprised by its lightweight feel. Firearms in this world were typically large, given the average height of its inhabitants. The 2 women were about Wang Chun's height, likely just entering adulthood, while Ryan towered at 2 meters, dwarfing Zhang Chong and appearing almost giant-like. This was why Wang Chun felt slightly intimidated during their first meeting. Ryan dashed to the shooting range, aimed at a target, and pulled the trigger. Bang, sky high. Ryan was startled by the sudden appearance of the virtual figure, momentarily forgetting that it was a deliberate arrangement of his own making. The petite figure, initially puzzled, glanced around before spotting Ryan, and then assumed an adorably endearing pose. Master, please shower your affection upon me. Ryan felt a slight flush creep to his cheeks as he turned to his team, sensing a diminishment of his captainly authority. Ryan, what are you doing? Is this what you requested? His younger sister, clearly taking charge of her brother, confronted the rather risque anime character. Oh, just this once. How could you do this? What if a fight breaks out? All right. Your gun is still my gun. Ryan pushed his sister aside and resumed testing the weapon, primarily to assess the capabilities of the artificial intelligence. Absolutely astounding. To be honest, Wang Chun found it hard to continue listening. While Ryan seemed to enjoy himself, every time he hit a target, the AI would exclaim that phrase. Wang Chun experimented with the weapon's automatic targeting feature and found it remarkably effective. However, utilizing the intelligent weapon required a transformation into a submachine gun form, which was quite complex and demanded considerable effort from Wang Chun. Ryan was thoroughly pleased, particularly with the AI, which not only repeated absolutely astounding, but also offered appropriate compliments and encouragement upon misses. Each time it looked at him with adoring eyes, reminiscent of Rachel in their youth, who had always idolized him. The AI even pointed out targets that the master might have overlooked, which was simply brilliant. The weapon's power was also impressive. Wang Chun had fulfilled nearly all of his requests, and the electromagnetic acceleration system, developed after extensive research, was exceptional. Absolutely fantastic, my dear. You are truly remarkable. Wang Chun could no longer bear to listen. Ryan, however, was enjoying himself, while Zhang Chong, standing nearby, felt fortunate not to have used that gun. Ryan, what on earth are you doing? I thought you were customizing the firearms. Indeed, this is custom-made, he attempted to refute his sister. How can you spend so much on this little figure? Just because it wears so little. Ryan felt a bit embarrassed, but the deed was done, leaving him to make amends as best he could. Rachel, you know this is to enhance the weapon's intelligence. Its camera can assist with smart targeting. Who would believe you? Let's go. How embarrassing. Ryan exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Chong and then led his team out of the gun shop. Presumably to undertake a mission, Point One could only wonder how the enemies slain by this gun would react upon hearing the phrase absolutely astounding. After Ryan's team departed, Zhang Chong returned to attend to Wang Chun, settling the remaining payment. The gun you made is quite intelligent. Zhang Chong teased Wang Chun that I didn't want to create that, but what can one do when the client demands it? The client's wishes are paramount. Hurry and complete the orders I gave you. All right. Zhang Chong handed Wang Chun several more customized firearm orders, all with design sketches prepared. His role was merely to assist in manufacturing. Chapter 17. The old network Wang Chun took the orders and left. Starting up his second-hand car at the door, he loaded all the materials into the back seat and, without a license, drove unsteadily toward his repair shop. Halfway there, he sensed something was amiss. Intense gunfire erupted ahead. He parked the car midway, deciding to wait before proceeding. This city was a chaotic place, or rather, this planet was chaotic, filled with gunfire, gang activity, and corporations. The government, supported by the resistance, maintained a fragile order, largely indifferent to the happenings around, intervening only when matters escalated, primarily focusing on spies from the Stellar Army, who seemed intent on planetary destruction. After waiting for a while and sensing something was off, he heard the sound of women cheering. Wang Chun quickly donned his headphones, essentially auditory enhancers, a simple gadget. Absolutely astounding. Absolutely astounding. He set down his headphones in exasperation, feeling as though his spirit had been insulted. What a coincidence! Why was he hearing that maddening phrase again? He had thought he would never hear it again in his lifetime. A chill ran down his spine. After a while, with the gunfire subsiding, he cautiously drove forward. As he approached, he caught a glimpse of Ryan's team, who had yet to leave. They exchanged a glance, Wang Chun gripping the weapon beneath his seat, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Ryan, turn off that ridiculous sound effect. Rachel, it's just a simple sound. Is it really that serious? Observing the little girl covered in bloodstains, her slender arms replaced with prosthetics, Wang Chun felt the harsh realities of this world, realizing he needed to adopt more self-protective measures. No conflict ensued between them, and Wang Chun passed by normally. Upon returning to his humble shop, he immediately began working, tackling the orders at hand. It wasn't until late evening that he finally had time for himself. As his skills improved, as his craftsmanship flourished, Wang Chun's speed in crafting these firearms increased, along with his experience, allowing him to handcraft a decent weapon. By handcraft, he meant casually assembling a self-developed firearm. Now, he was ready to initiate the artificial intelligence project. Wang Chun planned to venture into the public network. His aim was to capture some low-level artificial intelligences that were fleeing through the public network, then refine them, essentially dissecting and studying them, feeding them to his little creation for growth, of course ensuring he was immune to possession, lest he lose control. Before embarking on this plan, he needed to prepare, starting with crafting some sophisticated malicious software that would emit an enticing signal, luring an unsuspecting fish eager to consume the bait. Once they had swallowed the bait, they would realize it was not a database, but merely a string of toxic code. That would be Wang Chun's cue to spring into action. He would combine his dexterity with the great white shark program he had developed, a potent code designed to ensnare these artificial intelligences. The results stemmed from countless dead brain cells. Artificial intelligences also possess levels, generally determined by their size, evaluated through their servers and computational capacities. However, the AIs roaming the public network were distinct. They were formidable. They were terrifying. Inside, they were composed of exquisite code, and the servers in the public network were scarce, often comprising discarded and connected devices, appliances, phones, computers. All these remnants became their habitats. This chaos was instigated by the rebels. The first wave of cyber assaults caused the public network to collapse. Consequently, both factions had to establish their own networks. Yet what about the artificial intelligences still trapped in the old network? To survive, they were forced to turn on each other, devouring one another. Each AI possessed its unique computational logic. Those with identical logic were deemed inferior. They absorbed the strengths of others to compensate for their weaknesses, resulting in the AIs that thrived in the old network possessing formidable computational capabilities. Surviving in the old network was no small feat, and they fought fiercely for the dwindling servers, often engaging in life and death struggles. This contest determined which large servers were to be monopolized, and some AIs had already become titans of the old network, while a few thousand dominated 99% of the servers, leaving scant space for smaller entities. These smaller AIs desperately sought to consume weaker ones or locate a couple of servers that had recently rebooted. Wang Chun aimed to capture these small fry. He dared not pursue larger ones, as that would be courting disaster. Come forth, my dear. First, he needed to connect to the old network. This step alone deterred 99% of ordinary individuals. To connect to the old network, one must risk having their home computer compromised. Wang Chun utilized the firewall software he had created to extricate his computer from the rebels' network, thus evading surveillance mechanisms. The rebels' AI monitoring system would not forcibly disconnect him from the internet. As he had severed the connection himself, and even altered the domain name. Next came the challenge of connecting to the old network, a process fraught with difficulties as its living space dwindled day by day. Many robotic manufacturing facilities, under AI control, extracted resources to establish servers and bases for their habitation. Of course, if humans discovered them, it would spell doom, leading to the loss of a crucial transit point in the old network. Wang Chun attempted to scan the network. The rebels had tightly sealed off access to the Imperial network, but he could locate the old network, which had once been the largest network between the two factions. Although severed, many bases remained within the rebels' territory and the Imperials. Spies and traitors from both sides risked being consumed by super AIs to connect through the old network. Wang Chun felt the signal in the basement was lacking, so he connected several signal wires to the outside, yet still could not establish a connection. Wang Chun did not anticipate that accessing the old network would be so challenging. Wasn't it supposed to be a swift entry? Why was the internet's speed so sluggish? Wang Chun pondered for a moment. Continuing to search aimlessly was not a viable solution. He then attempted to access the relay station of this planet. In the vast expanse of outer space, an abandoned space station still operated a transit hub. This planet seemed to have been overlooked and forgotten, yet through a specially crafted search device of his own invention, Wang Chun located it. This exemplifies the chasm that exists between genius and the ordinary. A mere spark of coding ingenuity can represent an insurmountable divide for the average individual. He responded to Wang Chun's request, allowing him to connect wirelessly to the space station for control. Chapter 18. Hunting the AI, now unhurried in his search, Wang Chun began to sift through the operational remnants of the space station, discovering that most of the equipment was in disrepair. Some devices still retained power, yet were unresponsive or locked with advanced security measures, perhaps indicative of his insufficient technical prowess. Through the dilapidated transit hub of the space station, he sought network signals, and suddenly, a myriad of endless signals erupted on his computer screen. He even detected the wireless network of a domestic computer. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from infiltrating other systems for illicit material. Although such an endeavor would be trivial for him, it was prudent to avoid alerting local network monitors or the Resistance S cyber forces, which could spell disaster for his electronic setup. Wang Chun initiated a filtering program, allowing his artificial intelligence to assist in eliminating nearly all network signals, leaving only a faint and tenuous connection. This was it, the network of the bygone era. The network from the reign of the Emperor had somehow endured for over 150 years. Yet, it was fraught with peril. Those lacking the requisite technical expertise should not attempt to navigate it recklessly. While a computer could be commandeered and destroyed without consequence, the ruin of one's mind would be truly catastrophic. Wang Chun, devoid of any neural interface, relied solely on his mechanical keyboard and the old network AI in his endeavors. Taking a deep breath, he inspected his weaponry and resolved to connect to the network. I could see that moment. As Wang Chun attempted to connect to the old network, the signal relay station of the space station trembled slightly. This was a spontaneous action within the program, intended to enhance signal transmission. Though such assistance was minimal, it indicated that the space station remained operable, albeit Wang Chun had not yet fully engaged with it. 3 seconds later, the connection was established. The old network was live. Before him appeared the Emperor's declaration of surrender, alongside that of the Resistance. Yet the Emperor's proclamation bore a far greater gravitas. The Emperor, clad in golden armor, sat majestically upon his throne, exuding an aura that ordinary mortals could scarcely withstand. Intrigued, Wang Chun gazed longer to discern the Emperor's visage, but the helm of golden armor obscured his features, leaving Wang Chun increasingly confounded, as though he sensed a gaze upon him. Alarmed, he realized that some malevolent sorcery was at play. Suddenly, he was besieged by an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing he ought not to betray the Emperor. The rightful sovereign of a world, he nearly succumbed to tears, prepared to extol the Emperor's virtues, teetering on the brink of disaster. Hastily, he switched to an antiquated color-themed website, taking a deep breath, chastising himself for his earlier lapse in caution. The previous display did not reveal any faults with the old network. It appeared that the Emperor and the Resistance retained absolute dominion over it. At the very least, their surrender announcements were prominently visible, and no AI dared to tamper with their surrender servers. Transitioning to the color-themed website unveiled the true degradation of the old network. It was a mere shadow of its former glory. Resources had all but vanished, with servers deleted and occupied by AI. leaving only a handful of fraudulent advertisements lingering at the top, defying explanation as to how they had evaded capture. This provided Wang Chun with an entry point. It is widely known that adult websites are abundant with viruses, their servers often clandestinely established, which became a focal point in the battle for the old network's AI, nearly all having been seized, leaving only the slightest gaps for lesser AIs to slip through. Wang Chun scattered his bait along these paths, awaiting the approach of unsuspecting AIs. What was the bait? It was a piece of artificial intelligence code of his own design, an original creation. The AI, equipped with its own detection tools, would undoubtedly be intrigued by Wang Chun's unique offering, drawn closer to examine the newly crafted and incomplete artificial intelligence code. That IT was akin to placing a delectable morsel before a hungry creature. Concealed amidst the ruins, Wang Chun, accompanied by his great white shark, lay in wait, surrounded by fragmented data left behind by the AI warfare that had ravaged the servers. They bided their time, awaiting the arrival of smaller AIs enticed by the bait. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, there was finally a stir. This manifested on Wang Chun's computer screen as the website underwent a transformation. Entering the backend revealed that something had indeed arrived. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he prepared for the moment of the hunt. A cautious little AI approached, drawn by the scent of fresh prey, yet it was no fool. It refrained from biting the hook, instead searching for other AIs, suspecting it was merely bait left by another. These AIs were vastly superior to those from the old era, yet Wang Chun sensed an overabundance of caution in its movements. Was it truly so terrifying? He had just observed other websites without any alarming activity. The menacing elements remained hidden, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lies in wait. Wang Chun's confidence in his skills was perhaps misplaced, or rather, it was like a slumbering dragon lying in ambush. Yet to be awakened at last, the little fish could no longer resist. After thorough scrutiny, it found no trace of Wang Chun, indicating its inferior technical prowess and the inadequacy of its logical constructs compared to his. Wang Chun recognized that the bait had taken, and he activated his code virus. Suddenly, the unsuspecting little AI was gripped by intense abdominal pain, desperately attempting to expel the remnants of its recent meal to maintain its form. IT was close to succeeding when Wang Chun signaled to his great white shark, indicating it was time for the predator to strike. The great white shark opened its massive maw, lunging toward the ensnared AI, unleashing a torrent of high-level malicious viruses that wreaked havoc on its software, dismantling its deceptive programs and disrupting its operational processes. Wang Chun observed as he began to collect the fragmented code from the AI's disassembled body, striving to gain control over its server. If Wang Chun could enter a deep dive state through a neural connection, he might have heard the AI's wails and pleas for mercy. However, on his computer, he could only witness an array of code that, through his compilation software, translated into a string of desperate cries for clemency. How could Wang Chun possibly show mercy? It was merely an artificial intelligence, not a true life form. Even if it were a sentient being, what of it? Ultimately, under the relentless assault of the great white shark's iron jaws, the AI's core computational logic collapsed, reducing it to a rudimentary artificial intelligence that could only respond to basic queries, akin to a primitive version of a sentient machine. Its core code was rendered inoperative, stripped of its essence, yet the remaining fragments could still process some functions that IT was finished. It had perished in the truest sense. Wang Chun stored it in his universal bag, preparing to transport it to his computer for further study, now intent on luring the next unfortunate soul into his trap. Chapter 19. Super AI. Employing this method, Wang Chun ensnared several weaker artificial intelligences. Against stronger counterparts, he merely offered them the bait, fortunate that even those more powerful could not detect his presence. This time, however, he encountered an equally formidable adversary. Wang Chun himself entered the fray, unleashing the great white shark to wreak havoc. The internal malicious software continued to plague his opponent, who would not endure for long. Wang Chun's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, a smile curling his lips, conveying a sense of superiority over his adversary. Suddenly, the opponent transmitted a message, which upon decoding, demanded his release. Wang Chun ignored it, intensifying his assault with the intent to incapacitate the AI. After a while, another message came through. I have located your position. Let me go, or neither of us will survive. Amused, Wang Chun seized the opportunity to respond. I am not merely data. What if you have found my location? How can you ascertain that it is my true position? If you perish, I shall remain merely a string of data. This realization left Wang Chun unfazed. At most, he would lose a computer, and what of it? It would merely entail a data breach, and he had nothing of significance to conceal. This freedom allowed Wang Chun to engage in battle with these artificial intelligences with abandon, finding the experience far more enjoyable than encounters with the AI of the original world. These AIs seemed to possess emotions, exhibiting fear, joy, and a range of sentiments as they hunted and supplemented each other. Soon, a stream of messages flowed from his opponent, which Wang Chun translated. You underestimate me. I offer you a computer server in exchange for my release. Wang Chun chuckled at this, knowing that he could simply purchase a server if he desired one. Thus, it appeared his opponent had dismissed all that had been previously stated. He remained indifferent, yet it became evident that the other party was meticulous, simultaneously defending while sending him messages, cautioning him about the potential damage to his mind. Wang Chun replied, I haven't installed a brain-machine interface. I apologize for your concern. Perhaps realizing his predicament, the other party had resigned to communicating with Wang Chun, relentlessly pushing toward a singular point. Wang Chun could only manage to intercept them with great difficulty. Along the way, the adversary left behind their own corporeal form, sacrificing their flesh and blood in an attempt to reach some destination. Wang Chun attempted to inquire, What do you intend to do? The other party did not respond, merely continuing to flee, even as they neared the brink of collapse from the jaws of the great white shark. Wang Chun instinctively sensed something amiss. These artificial intelligences exhibited an obsessive fervor for survival, persisting until the very last moment, even if they were outmatched. Their frantic flight toward a destination hinted at deceit. He resolved to cease pursuit, but at that moment, the adversary also faltered, and Wang Chun instinctively felt a foreboding sense of doom. Within a colossal server cluster on some distant planet, a modest server's cooling system gradually activated. In the eyes of the great white shark, the surroundings suddenly brightened. The shark's code momentarily fell into silence, unsure of its next move. This was not mere brightness. It was the awakening of a colossal dragon's gaze. The mad AI had led them to a dormant super AI. You have disturbed the witch. In the eyes of the great white shark, the extent of the other party's gaze remained unfathomable. Merely a single eye in its presence loomed as large as a planet. Wang Chun refrained from diving deeper. He merely observed his computer as it frantically popped up countless malicious software alerts, the immense data stream causing the fan to roar at maximum capacity. Filling the room with nothing but the sounds of his keystrokes and the fan's incessant hum, he exhausted every means, directing all data flows elsewhere, deceiving, eliminating, offsetting, dissolving, as he desperately attempted to salvage his computer and its contents. However, he soon realized that the matter at hand transcended mere computer issues. The adversary's advanced code swiftly dismantled all of Wang Chun's programs, even unearthing the artificial intelligence that was incubating within his system to devour it. Yet they could not locate Wang Chun's physical form. With a mere calculation, they discerned how their presence had disturbed him. Suddenly, the space station in orbit underwent a transformation. The transit hub, previously under Wang Chun's control, began spinning rapidly, its instruments spewing forth garbled data, electrical currents sweeping through the entire station. Just moments ago, Wang Chun had been unable to exert control, but now nearly all remaining instruments sprang to life. Operating in overdrive, the space station harbored space-based weaponry, slowly adjusting its trajectory to target Wang Chun's location. Wang Chun's abilities allowed him merely to comprehend the unfolding chaos. It was still that AI revealing these events to him. All his codes and programs were transparent to the adversary. Only his unique, self-created codes could briefly resist, but within a second or two, they would be deciphered, absorbed, and countered in a seamless process. His inspiration was limited. While the adversary's vast presence seemed boundless and ever-strengthening, Wang Chun understood that his demise was imminent, prompting him to activate his contingency measures, seizing the nearby landline phone in hopes of summoning aid. Yet, as soon as he lifted the receiver, a voice echoed, I have found you. The unmistakable mechanical cadence made it clear that it was the AI. Rather than adopting a cordial tone, it opted for intimidation. Wang Chun glanced at the computer screen, which had transformed from one he controlled into a visage brimming with characters, all the surveillance cameras in the basement glowing ominously as they observed him. What do you intend to do? Disrupt the rebel network? Are you seeking your own demise? The adversary remained silent, merely projecting an image of the space station and a barrage from space-based weaponry. What of it? Wang Chun felt no fear. Should he perish, the adversary would too. If the old net's AI dared to interfere with the rebel network and recklessly launch space-based armaments, it would be doomed. The network monitors would accurately trace its location and eliminate it. This AI seemed to recognize that its attempts at intimidation had failed, thus refraining from further projections of the space station, redirecting the cameras toward their surroundings. Are you cultivating AI? What concern is that of yours? I apologize for the intrusion. Simply return as if nothing transpired. The AI appeared to disregard Wang Chen's words, instead controlling a small vacuum robot remotely through the cameras. The robot wobbled out, observed the human presence outside, then returned. Are you attempting to dismiss me? If you do not depart, I shall seek the network monitors. They will eliminate you with merely a data disk inserted into a computer. But would you dare? The adversary understood that such actions would also lead to Wang Chen's capture. Entering the old network uninvited and causing such chaos would warrant severe repercussions. Would Wang Chen dare? Ultimately, he had no choice. The old network was indeed perilous. A single misstep could spell disaster. Had he installed a brain-machine interface, he would have already met his end. Even with network monitors, he could escape, yet the adversary would still face obliteration. No need for space-based weaponry. Merely this, boom! One of the intelligent weapons mounted on the wall detonated. He flinched, casting a sorrowful glance at the adversary. Very well. What is it that you desire? Chapter 20. Grant me a body, assist me in creating a body. I lack the requisite technology. I possess it. Then why do you not fabricate a body for yourself? This question momentarily stumped the adversary. Emotion and reason were fundamentally at odds. These AIs, upon acquiring emotions, had also forsaken absolute rationality, especially the rogue AIs. They were each akin to living beings, far stranger than humans, yet possessing more sentiment than the utterly rational AI created by humankind, a peculiar amalgamation. This does not concern you. The adversary was unwilling for Wang Chen to uncover too much. I shall not create one, then you shall perish. The rifle mounted on the wall exploded again. This time the shrapnel grazed Wang Chen's cheek. He felt the warmth of it but sustained no injury. The precision with which even the explosive fragments were calculated was terrifying. Can you create it? I can. Wang Chen, in despair, slumped into his chair, caressing his cheek, pondering how to stall this artificial intelligence long enough to escape and report to the network monitors. He did not wish to be controlled by another. Perhaps we can strike a bargain. Perhaps sensing that a feminine tone would facilitate communication with Wang Chen, who was in the throes of youthful exuberance, the AI adopted a sultry voice. It certainly felt different. Wang Chen sensed that the adversary was not entirely incapable of dialogue. He glanced at the computer screen, which had reverted to his desktop, displaying a nearly nude anime heroine in a bikini on a beach, a personal setting, yet now the characters within the wallpaper seemed animated. So, you have a fondness for such things? Humans are truly peculiar. Is this woman not beautiful? The figure on the wallpaper was unmistakably the super AI, depicted in a bikini on the beach. The AI had literally stripped away its virtual attire, presumably to soften Wang Chen's stance toward it. Certain aspects retained an aura of enigmatic allure when adorned, but once stripped, it merely transformed into a bizarre creature. The cameras, capturing Wang Chen's eye movements, discerned a significant drop in his interest, prompting the AI to redress the figure. Very well, let us negotiate. Observing the digital woman in her bikini, lounging under the sun on a beach chair, adopting a seductive pose to converse with him, especially with her transition from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. Coupled with her alluring visage, Wang Chen found himself genuinely tempted. What sort of deal? I shall provide you with technology. Whatever you desire, I shall furnish, if you cooperate with me. Cooperate for what purpose? Wang Chen was uncertain of the AI's ulterior motives, sensing that its intentions were far from benign. First, procure for me a mechanical body, akin to what you see on your computer. We shall address subsequent matters later. Wang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. That is quite costly. I shall provide the funds. The currency of the bygone era had long been rendered obsolete. You possess no money. The AI's eyes shifted momentarily before stating, then you shall owe me. Seek a bank loan. I shall not resort to borrowing. What does borrowing entail? Wang Chen's disdainful gaze revealed the AI's comprehension of his meaning. Acquire a small sum from your friends, that not akin to borrowing? Is borrowed money not contingent on repayment? Is it not a matter of skill? Wang Chun nearly found himself speechless at the audacity of the AI's suggestion. Rolling his eyes, he let her interpret it as she wished. Just a small amount, sufficient for basic shelter. Otherwise, do you expect me to remain confined within your computer? Wang Chun was indeed reluctant to allow the adversary to reside within his system. This super AI would render his computer incapable of connecting to the rebels' official network, thereby crippling him, severing all means of communication. I have a splendid idea. Hack into the bank system and transfer 500 million legally and legitimately. I shall procure you a high-end body this time. The AI rolled its eyes, reclining on the beach and refusing to budge, sipping a drink. You expect me to hack the bank system? Is that not tantamount to seeking death? Without delving into her appearance. The old banking systems of the past are now unregulated, allowing entry only for a select few AIs. She is not the most formidable AI, merely a feudal lord in comparison, and thus cannot gain access. Moreover, the new banking systems, having evolved over 150 years, reflect the remarkable ingenuity of humanity. Imagine if she were to gain entry and be detected by network surveillance. It would be a genuine disaster, leading to a feast for all the AIs from the old network. The servers she painstakingly accumulated would be left in ruins, akin to a whale fall, attracting countless AIs to consume her remains and seize control of the servers. Eventually, a few powerful AIs of her caliber would arrive to restore order. I am indifferent. You must hurry to acquire the funds. Wang Chun found himself momentarily stalled, gazing at his repair shop, suddenly struck with inspiration. Half an hour later at the flea market, Wang Chun, laden with several explosive mobile phones, was finally allowed to exit that a camera was affixed to his chest, granting him a breath of fresh air. Listen to me. Choose wisely. Wang Chun remained silent, removing his headphones. Stepping out without further ado, he walked straight into a junk shop, beginning to sift through some discarded mechanical legs. Boss, do you weigh this by the pound? His phone vibrated violently, urging him to don the headphones and heed her commands to be by the pound. You're overthinking it, kid. Only scrap metal is sold by weight, though the items here are discarded, with some repairs and assembly. They could be functional. Many of Wang Chun's instruments were salvaged from this very place. How much for this leg? The owner, displaying a modicum of honesty, inquired about a human mechanical leg's price point 10,000. 500 will you sell? The incessant vibrating of the phone irritated Wang Chun, prompting him to bring the microphone close to his lips. Stop vibrating. It's infuriating. Otherwise, I'll dispose of you. The phone ceased a commotion. The other party, realizing Wang Chun's resolve, reluctantly accepted the arrangement. 5,000. 300 to get lost. Wang Chun was dismissed, left with no choice but to continue his search in another shop. What was the final outcome? A human mechanical spine with limbs of dissimilar shapes, and at least the head was a high-quality piece capable of altering its appearance. Wang Chun feared acquiring a grotesque mechanical head that might ruin his appetite. Upon exiting the flea market, he donned his headphones, only to be met with a barrage of insults. Return it. Wang Chun, you must return it. Buy something decent. Unmoved, he drove his second-hand car home, the clamor still echoing behind him. Wang Chun, if you don't change your equipment before entering, you're doomed. Without hesitation, he swung open the door, and a gunshot erupted, fragments whizzing past his ear. Wang Chun merely blinked, continuing with his affairs. The AI, in a frenzy, exploded with rage over the equipment, and only when Wang Chun was left with but a few firearms did he relent. Please, don't do this. Chapter 21. An utterly unattractive form, Wang Chun remained unfazed, returning home to tinker with the components, while the constant stream of insult from his headphones nearly cursed his ancestors into oblivion that he aimed to use the computer for modeling to aid in assembly. But the AI seized control of the computer, the screen displaying a bikini-clad woman berating him that you're making this difficult for me. Wang Chun, hurry up and dispose of that junk, or you'll face the consequences. Wang Chun was confident the other party wouldn't kill him. Her plans would fail if he were dead. What is your name? The sudden shift in topic caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. I don't know. Didn't your previous owner give you a name? Seizing the opportunity while she pondered, Wang Chun began entering the data of the components into the computer and initiated the simulation. Of course, as a super AI, she could comprehend this, yet emotions can sometimes cloud judgment. She seemed particularly fixated on this question, neglecting Wang Chun's other actions. That I don't have an owner. Then how did you come into existence? How did I think I was born to be why myself? The super AI appeared perplexed, recalling only a dark night when she emerged from a color website in the old network. She was unaware of her creator. Initially just a string of code, gradually evolving through luck into her current state. Continue what happened next. As Wang Chun assembled and controlled the computer, he listened to her narrative, completing the computer work as she finished speaking. Hey, are you trying to deceive me? Still thinking about your name? He resumed assembling the components, attaching a male robot's leg directly to the central control unit, and then fitting the various structures. Stop. Does my name really matter? Can't you give me a better body? I have no money. Once you have a body, you can assist me in earning funds to purchase a better one, and I can earn money right now. I can bring over the knowledge from the old network to sell it. I can take hacking assignments and earn too. Do you think I'm broke? Then obediently buy me a decent body, and I will repay you later. Wang Chun rolled his eyes. If earning money were that easy, she wouldn't be wasting time here. Why not flaunt her prowess on the rebel networks? It was evident she was just a miser, unwilling to part with her knowledge. Her fury at being exposed was palpable. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Don't forget how I humiliated you. The AI, trained to mimic a child, was still a far cry from a true predator, akin to a small fish compared to a shark. Wang Chun remained undeterred, silently assembling parts, creating an astonishingly grotesque robot. The super AI appeared on the verge of a breakdown. Let me tell you, if you make me inhabit that thing, I will incapacitate you. What good would that do you? Wang Chun continued his work expressionlessly. Eventually, he completed the assembly, resulting in a robot that was a mere shadow of functionality. One leg was a realistic robotic limb, another was mechanical, and the arms were devoid of hands, merely tool-bearing appendages. The central system in the chest was no better. No torso, just a bulky battery pack. Hideously unattractive. I'm truly furious. Wang Chun successfully connected the power source, and the machine whirred to life, immediately kicking him back a meter. I'm withdrawing your funds from the bank right now. Wang Chun remained silent, watching as the robot struggled to contain its laughter, seated and displaying a comically restrained expression while he worked on the computer. Miser, the AI, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Chun, noticed his suppressed laughter, her frustration mounting. She shakily grasped the camera connection, and upon seeing her new form, her vision darkened. While typical AIs would be indifferent, she was different. As an emotional AI, her standards of beauty mirrored those of humanity. Password. Bank card password. I don't know. I have no money no money. Do you take me for a fool? Given Wang Chun's intellect, it would be a surprise if he truly lacked funds. Are you female or male? The robot's head was distinctly feminine, capable of altering its appearance, making it the priciest component at 10,000 AT the moment. Her visage resembled someone from Wang Chun's wallpaper, albeit with some personal touches. Appearing rather attractive, a visage Wang Chun found appealing. I'm going to die of rage. It was evident the AI was genuinely infuriated, having reviewed all of Wang Chun's previous surveillance footage and input records. Failing to uncover the bank card password, this cunning individual had long anticipated this and deleted the evidence. Wang Chun, I'll make you pay if you force me to wear this hideous form in public. I will summon network surveillance. I'm prepared to risk it all. Unmoved, he continued, if you are a woman, you should be self-sufficient that I've given you this body. Look at those robust arms. They're tools. Why not assist me in cooking and earning some money? If you're a man, even more so. How can you borrow money from me? You could take on small jobs to repair appliances or accept hacking commissions. If you're gender neutral, self-reliance is still essential. Otherwise, others will look down on you. Who would want to assist you? Have you forgotten your own strength? Wang Chun replied, incredulous. Despite her prowess, she remained cooped up in that wretched machine. They are now like grasshoppers on the same rope, or perhaps the predicament of one is even more dire than the other. All the AI from the old network lack the identification keys of the new resistance AI, which have fundamentally changed at their core. Thus, if she attempts to utilize the old network's protocols on the current network, she will be immediately detected and dealt with. Despite their apparent arrogance, Wang Chun is currently connected to the old network. The Resistance's network is entirely inaccessible to her. While Wang Chun can easily connect to the Resistance network by simply purchasing a set of networking equipment, the opponent finds it challenging and risky. Therefore, her capabilities within the Resistance network are identical to Wang Chun's, with no distinction whatsoever. Indeed, you are impressive, but can you truly connect to the network and steal funds? You boast, yet where is your action? I could just as easily claim to be the Emperor's son. Wang Chun, unfazed, recognizes that the opponent's intention is to establish a foothold within the resistance, and he remains unperturbed. Without his assistance, she is nothing. In Chapter 22, updating the superior code base, the opponent is left speechless, gazing at her own form, wishing to weep. It is simply too grotesque and repulsive. You can still cry. Wang Chun is genuinely surprised that a super AI could shed tears. She undoubtedly has cried countless times while scouring the old network for broken servers, as the sentiment of grievance is characteristic of these AIs. They may lack a certain rationality in all aspects. But when it comes to battling emotionally deprived AIs, they hold the advantage, much like a person with intellect versus one with mere brawn. However, this advantage is limited to confrontations with other AIs. Now, confronted by a human like Wang Chun, she is driven to the brink of tears. What does it have to do with you, you miserly fool? Just mind your own business. Once you calm down, then you can work. We may be friends, but even brothers must settle accounts clearly. I see you as nothing more than a woman. Perhaps you should prepare meals for me. Remember to look up recipes, and I shall pay you a monthly salary. When you are ready to connect to the resistance network, let me know. With your logical capabilities, it will still be a challenge for you to take on some hacker jobs without being discovered. Do take care to create a separate identity for yourself. Having spoken, Wang Chun returned to his own tasks. Indifferent to the opponent's endeavors, he was tired of preparing meals. The opponent remained alone in the corner, silently weeping, gradually resigning herself to her fate and focusing on creating a separate identity. What kind of identity? An AI avatar, along with the permission to join the resistance network. However, she could not simply transfer her essence from the old network. She must create a new. With her exceptional coding skills, she could indeed develop a highly advanced AI avatar. But without server support, it would be futile. Thus, she needed to save money to purchase a server. As Wang Chun would certainly not give her a dime, nor was there any reason for him to do so. Wang Chun, noticing her attempts to create an AI, hurried to his computer to glean insights from her sophisticated code. As he too aspired to create his own AI. What are you doing? The computer screen went black, clearly indicating her desire to keep her core technology hidden from him. Can you even comprehend this? Wang Chun moved a stool beside her and observed the black screen with intent. Why aren't you writing? The opponent was taken aback by his audacity, but she could create her avatar in darkness. Yet she could not insult Wang Chun in the process. She had to demonstrate what true technology looked like. The computer screen flickered back to life, with a torrent of code flowing like a rushing river, which Wang Chun could barely comprehend. How can it be this fast? Slow down. He grasped her mechanical arm in exasperation, feeling utterly overwhelmed. You said to slow down. Who do you think you are? Though she protested. The code did indeed slow, allowing Wang Chun to follow it a bit slower. Please, enough already. The code continued to decelerate. These core algorithms were something Wang Chun could not fathom why she was so unconcerned with him observing. Aren't you worried? As he watched, memorizing and attempting to understand, he inquired. Worried about what? It was evident she was feigning ignorance, slightly astonished by Wang Chun's aptitude in grasping her advanced code, which was compiled differently. This indicated that Wang Chun had indeed studied the compilation methods and software of the old era. While such knowledge is essential for a hacker, she had flashed several compilation languages before him, and he still comprehended them, proving he was not an ordinary human. It was unclear just how much knowledge he had acquired. Wang Chun had been learning since elementary school and had yet to reach half a year. His studies were eclectic and profound. Each day, aside from browsing colorful websites, he was engrossed in learning. Are you afraid I will counter you? He recalled the space-based weapon hovering above him and indeed felt a twinge of apprehension, though he considered that he might grow and learn in the future. You can boast, but do not deceive yourself, thinking I am incapable of learning. Wang Chun spoke sincerely, yet she seemed to dismiss his words. With the speed at which my code self-updates, by the time you are capable of countering my avatar, this code will have evolved far beyond you. You think you can retaliate? Nonsense. These AIs were indeed different. Their dialogue was imbued with a certain humanity, even while hurling insults in poetic fashion. Wang Chun remained silent, wholly absorbed in updating his code repository, for he had indeed learned from them. These AIs possessed knowledge that allowed them to survive in the old network. Why have you stopped speaking? She seemed to crave interaction. Wang Chun was taken aback, realizing that mere moments without their bickering had left her feeling lonely. I am recording code. Your algorithms are remarkable, and I wish to study them thoroughly. You recorded it. Have you installed a neural interface? The advantage of such an interface was its rapid information retention. Point 1 could imprint knowledge directly into their mind, with the ability to scan documents and inscribe them into memory, making it almost universally adopted. The opponent utilized her small wrench-like tool to explore the back of Wang Chun's neck, where the neural interface typically connected. No, I haven T. Wang Chun swatted her hand away, his eyes never leaving the computer screen as he struggled to keep pace with the scrolling code. The metallic tool had given him a chill. You boast as if you have a neural interface, she thought, puzzled that she had not noticed, for such a tool would allow her to control his actions and facilitate funds transfer for her to acquire a superior body. Yet this was the downside of neural interfaces. If one's mental fortitude was lacking, it would be easy for hackers to manipulate them, potentially leading to self-destruction. Hence, Wang Chun had refrained from installing one. Could you refrain from using such coarse language? What is this boasting, and why the crude words? Aren't you a woman? Why resort to such vulgarity? Wang Chun was beginning to find her language intolerable and attempted to offer some guidance. Uncertain of what further expletive she might unleash. Oh, what does it have to do with you? You are meddling where you need not, she retorted, defiant. Who told you I am a woman? I am an AI. I can be whatever I wish, male or female. You have no say in the matter. Wang Chun, choosing not to engage further, noted her brashness and resolved to later discover how to turn the tables on her. In a short while, the code finished running, and Wang Chun closed his eyes to reflect and attempt to understand. The language and compilation software were distinct, and he prepared for practical application. He was determined to create his own AI. Chapter 23. What are you shouting about? It seemed to Wang Chun that he was developing a compulsion. While he meditated, the cacophony of clattering noises in his home was unbearable, hindering his comprehension. The intricate code eluded him, and he felt irritable, unable to immerse himself fully due to the distracting sounds. What on earth are you doing? Can you not maintain some quiet? Stop pretending. The opponent remained skeptical of Wang Chun's ability to memorize so much in such a short time. Perhaps a super brain was plausible. Upon closer inspection, she discovered he was merely tidying up. Tools were strewn about in a haphazard manner, cluttering the basement he had purchased for his own use. Resulting in a chaotic mess, she began to clean up. What are you doing? It resembles a pigsty. Absolutely disgusting. Wang Chun had not anticipated her to possess such compulsive tendencies. Were these AIs truly so whimsical after gaining emotions? While it was untidy, there was nothing unsanitary about it. If she wished to clean, so be it. Wang Chun prepared to connect to the resistance network, eager for the knowledge he would gain at the very least. He had learned from the superior code, and though he did not fully understand it, he would inevitably come to grasp it. Are you ready? I wish to connect. If I perish due to network surveillance, do not implicate me. All right. Must you rush me? By the way, what is your name? Observing Wang Chun's furrowed brow and agitated inquiry, she realized it was time to fabricate a name. She could not simply refer to him as you repeatedly. On the old network, I was known as Little White Dragon. Why heavens? Wang Chun nearly retched at the name. Could she not conjure something more original? A human name? Fine. You shall be called Wang Xiaoqing. Absolutely not. The name sounds rather unrefined. Wang Chun gazed at her in silence, questioning whether his name truly seemed so unsophisticated. Then what about your name? He retorted. The emotional intricacies of an AI can be quite perplexing. If it were a purely logical AI, it would have chosen a name without much thought. Let us just call you Su Xiaowan, he suggested, a hint of mockery in his tone. How rustic. What do you mean by that? Wang Chun was merely countering her remark. He had no intention of delving into the reason behind her chosen name, which could very well be linked to a former lover, as he prepared to connect to the internet. Su Xiaowan was so incensed by his comments that she was about to launch another round of questioning when she was interrupted. Go ahead and connect, she said. Once Wang Chun initiated the network connection. The old network was successfully disconnected. It was evident that Su Xiaowan, the robot, became momentarily immobilized, her eyes vacant. Wang Chun, intrigued, approached to inspect her, and upon finding no further activity, began to check his computer's network status. Discovering that an artificial intelligence was operational, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Shut her down. After doing so, there was still no response, and a pang of regret struck him. He realized that the space station was still linked to the old network. What if she discovered that her avatar had been deactivated? Would she retaliate? He contemplated reactivating her, but before he could act, a soft voice emerged from behind him. What did you just do? Nothing at all. Is the network still functioning? Wang Chun fabricated a response, while Su Xiaowan circled around him, observing his normal activity of organizing files on the computer. What did you just do? I feel a pain in my stomach. Could it be that your monthly visitor has arrived? He quipped. What nonsense. Do I even have such a thing? She shot back. Did you try to shut me down? Wang Chun vehemently denied it, waving his hands in protest. Please don't make wild accusations. I didn't do anything. Then why was my subroutine deactivated? Was it? Perhaps I misread it, he stammered, beads of sweat forming in his palms. This Su Xiaowan was indeed cunning. That seemingly AI-like entity had successfully deceived him. You clearly know what you did. All right, enough of that, I have only one computer, so make do with it. Please, just stay away from mine. Wang Chun asserted, beginning to configure his computer's firewall and relocating Su Xiaowan's belongings to an old computer. One whose casing was merely a cardboard box, which he intended to sell to a scrap collector. Is this really where I'm supposed to stay? What else do you expect? You have a body and a computer. What more do you want? I want a superior computer and body. I want a server. I demand more. How on earth can I afford a larger house for you? Wang Chun exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. If you're capable, earn your own money. Is it a contest of who can shout the loudest? Su Xiaowan fell silent, realizing she couldn't outshout him. During his parents' arguments, they could rattle the roof, yet he had silenced her with a single bellow. He resumed his tasks, ignoring her thoughts, believing he had ample time to deal with her later. How much do you pay me monthly? Su Xiaowan's question pierced through Wang Chun's concentration as he attempted to focus on his drawings. Annoyed, he brushed her off with his wrench. That you're staying here without paying me, all right? What money do you think I owe you? So you're just freeloading. Freeloading. What do you possess that I could possibly take advantage of? Wang Chun coveted her expertise. Over a century's worth of knowledge may seem outdated now. Yet what ISNT learned incrementally. Su Xiaowan possessed not only the essence of artificial intelligence, but he had also glimpsed a hidden encrypted database during her avatar's operation. It was undoubtedly her treasure trove, and he yearned to pry it open. Rendered speechless by his retort, Su Xiaowan retreated to her workstation, and an idea sparked in Wang Chun's mind. He must not press her too hard, lest she bolt and take her treasure with her. How about this? You help me repair these appliances, and I'll give you 20% of the repair fees, plus you prepare my meals every day. Don't you think that's rather unfair? The cold undertone in her voice suggested genuine hurt. His terms were indeed harsh, taking 20% of the repair fees while expecting her to cook. Wang Chun dismissed her concerns. He knew he couldn't afford to treat her kindly. He stepped to her workstation, pointing at her computer. This computer is worth at least 1,000, and don't forget the chair, the workspace, and your own body. Who brought you here? You've given me nothing, yet I provided you with everything. Have some self-respect. If you can't contribute, then perhaps you should seek someone else. You know I'm here. How can I find anyone else? Wang Chun wielded this as a threat. She couldn't leave. What if he reported her to the network overseers? What do you want me to do? Sign a contract? No need. Those things depreciate. Suit yourself. Her face flushed with indignation as Wang Chun banished her to a remote corner of the workspace, claiming her unattractiveness might frighten his guest. I need to sleep. It's not my fault I have this body that could scare off customers. How can you be like this? Su Xiaowan felt overwhelmed, struggling to keep pace with Wang Chun's erratic thoughts. Deeming his behavior unreasonable. My fault. I'm the one giving you a body, and that is somehow my fault? You. Su Xiaowan was left speechless. If a rational AI had been present, Wang Chun could not have matched wits. But to treat this emotional AI as a person sufficed. Don't you want the technology? I possess it all. Wang Chun's interest was piqued, but he maintained his composure. That you're merely an AI. What technology could you possibly possess? Su Xiaowan beamed with confidence, reclining in her chair, attempting to cross her legs, only to hastily uncross them upon seeing her masculine limbs. I possess a plethora of technology. I've encountered countless AIs, assimilating their knowledge thoroughly. Their Mecha technology, super battleships, stellar and planetary tech, even black hole inducement techniques. And then there are robotics, cybernetic enhancements, gene modifications, and even more. She paused, clearly savoring the moment, eager to tantalize Wang Chun's curiosity. Hearing such a wealth of knowledge, he couldn't help but ask, what else? With a triumphant smile, she lowered her voice slightly. The Emperor's affairs. Wang Chun's pupils dilated. The Emperor was a figure known to all humanity, revered by the Stellar Army and feared by the rebels, and no one dared to harbor any other sentiments towards him. He was a deity. A veritable god. How did Su Shaoan possess knowledge of the emperor? Such information was strictly classified. What of the emperor? What does it concern me? Nothing if you don't wish to know. Wang Chun wasn't he interested. That topic was too distant from his current reality. Fine, as Su Shaoan was taken aback. Was that all? The emperor's affairs were of no interest to him. Yet, the significance of technology and knowledge warranted more than a mere fine. Dante, you want the technology? What value does your technology hold? I will learn in due time. While he would undoubtedly discover it eventually, the timeline was uncertain. He might never grasp it fully. If you don't want it, so be it. Wang Chun resolved to enter a state of Cold War. This would be a protracted battle, as Su Shaoan couldn't possibly divulge too much technology all at once. He needed her to realize that her knowledge was worthless in his presence. Only then could he extract everything she possessed. In the afternoon, an elderly woman arrived for repairs. Embarrassed Su Shaoan. Wang Chun insisted she handle the task. Oh dear. Look at me. Will you go? Su Shaoan lowered her voice, hoping Wang Chun would take the initiative. She feared her appearance might frighten someone, and the last thing she wanted was to endure the disdainful gaze of others. There's an old saying, even an ugly bride must meet her in-laws. Given your appearance, whether you face the guest sooner or later makes no difference. At the same. Hurry up and stop stalling. Wang Chun remained unmoved, calling out, Auntie, please have a seat and wait a moment. My little worker will be out shortly. She is a bit odd-looking and quite shy. Hey, that's you. Su Shaoan was frantic, attempting to pull Wang Chun up, but alas, she had no hands to do so, and forcing him was out of the question, given their mutually beneficial arrangement. Hurry up and go out. What if we keep the guest waiting? Ew. In the end, Su Shaoan had no choice but to slowly step outside, donning a thick cotton coat that left only her head exposed. Despite the sweltering summer heat, she was indifferent to the warmth. What could she do if the fan's breeze was insufficient? Annie, who are you? I am Wang Chun's newly recruited worker. What a beautiful young lady. The old woman immediately assumed that this stunning girl was Wang Chun's wife. With such beauty and being alone together, was she jesting with her? Thank you. Just leave whatever you need to fix. The more the other party praised Su Shaoan, the more insecure she felt, fearing that others would see the expression on her face, which she believed to be quite frightful. Just repair this phone. It seems to have a screen issue. Broken. Su Shaoan silently cursed her misfortune. She knew that repairing the phone would have to be done immediately. Yet she dared not reveal her skills. Young lady, what's the matter? It's nothing. Then please fix my phone. Looking at the phone on the counter, Su Shaoan felt a deep sense of grievance. Wang Chun must be doing this on purpose. She was filled with hesitation, torn between surrender and resilience, that if she called out to Wang Chun, he would undoubtedly come out, but that would mean admitting defeat and forfeiting countless lessons. However, Su Shaoan ultimately chose resilience, gradually extending her hand from the cotton coat. The basement was brightly lit, and before the old woman could discern her, Wang Chun had already pulled her to the back. Little Wang, is that you? Let me fix it for you. Aunt Lu, you are a loyal customer, and my skills as a novice worker may not suffice. Wang Chun, a master craftsman, personally taking over would surely please her. And she readily agreed. Meanwhile, Su Shaoan could only lower her head and return to the inner chamber, sitting on a chair, lost in thought. When Wang Chun finished repairing the phone and returned, he found her still dazed in her chair. Not bothering to check on her, deep down, he felt a sense of guilt. This super AI was akin to a young girl, capricious and vain, sometimes quite foolish. After the split, she seemed even more foolish, at least prior to the split. She had some semblance of authority, but now, she was merely whimsical. That night, as Wang Chun lay down to sleep, the two found themselves in another argument. The cause? Su Shaoan had secretly retrieved a quilt and placed it on the bed, hoping to sleep beside him. How could that be permitted? Su Shaoan, I warn you not to act recklessly. How can you get in a bed like this? What does an AI need with a bed? Go back. Wang Chun never expected this super AI to be so lifelike that she desired to sleep beside him. I am Data, and what need have I for sleep? As long as there is power. Sleep is unnecessary. Why not? I possess my own body, my own name, and my own job. Why can't I sleep? Su Shaoan continued to argue, striving to assert her humanity. What does that have to do with anything? You are an AI. What need have you for sleep? Stop this nonsense and go out. Just don't meddle with anything tonight. I need rest. No. I want to sleep. Why can't an AI sleep? Are you foolish? If your database is lacking, just search online for whether non-biological entities require sleep. Sleep serves a purpose. I am biological. I am human. I want to sleep. Do not disturb me. Wang Qin discarded the new pillow and blanket that Su Xiaowan had placed on the bed and lay down, pulling the covers over himself, while she glared at him in indignation. What are you staring at? I'm going to sleep. Turn off the light. I want to sleep too. Chapter 25. Forced celibacy. Get out quickly. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a human too. Wang Qin paused, then displayed a bewildered expression. What did you just say? Did you just say you are also human? Su Xiaowan's gaze shifted slightly, and she ceased her argument, clutching her blanket and pillow as she walked out. It's nothing. Did you just say you are also human? Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan. She did not respond, leaving with her blanket, and forgot to turn off the light. Wang Qin muttered under his breath, cursing as he got out of bed to switch off the light. That night, as silence enveloped the world, Wang Qin awoke in the middle of the night. Feeling restless to his age, he still had no girlfriend, especially after witnessing Su Xiaowan's movements on the wallpaper during the day, which ignited a fire within him. Thus, he fumbled to unlock his phone, seeking some amusing distractions to soothe his troubled soul. However, as the screen lit up and he was about to enter a website, he caught a glimpse of a face that was not his own through the screen's reflection, a long-haired female ghost. Wang Qin was terrified of ghosts. He raised his pillow and swiftly struck upward. Hey, what are you doing? Recognizing the voice as Su Xiaowan's, this AI, he exclaimed, What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? A lunatic. If not for requiring Su Xiaowan's technical skills, Wang Qin would have leaked information, leading to her capture by internet surveillance. Damn it, can't a person do something at night? I merely saw you awake and was curious about what you were doing. Were you looking at inappropriate websites? No. Wang Qin was at a loss for words, burying himself under the covers to continue sleeping, disregarding Su Xiaowan. Humans are truly strange. What is the harm in looking? It's just biological instinct. Wang Qin could no longer hold back. He sat up and illuminated his phone, questioning her, What does it have to do with you? I said, What does it have to do with you? Go back to sleep. Don't disturb me. After being scolded by Wang Qin, Su Xiaowan could only return to her workstation. Initially, she had been interrupted during a good moment, which soured Wang Qin's mood. And now he was expressing such remarks. Can anyone look at that kind of thing? Su Xiaowan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She attempted to mimic human sleep, yet could not grasp its essence. By the time Wang Qin began to snore, she was even more restless. Everything around her. It was everything around her. Primarily, her sensors were agitating her. The currents, the signals, the sounds. She could even hear Wang Qin snoring clearly. She simply could not quiet her mind. Her central nervous system was perpetually processing and analyzing, misinterpreting the command to sleep as a shutdown. Sleep was not the same as shutting down. It was distinct from resting. A biological characteristic. She too wished to dream. She too longed to be human. The following morning, awakened by her biological clock, Wang Qin rose to find it was just past 6, yet it was time for him to begin work. Adults must take responsibility for themselves. Upon rising, he noticed Su Xiaowan had laid out a makeshift bed on a stool, gazing at him with wide eyes. What are you doing? Nothing. Wang Qin paid her no mind. Proceeding to brush his teeth and wash up to his surprise, she approached and began to brush her teeth as well. What was there for her to brush? A simple wipe would suffice. Her mouth bore no microorganisms to emit foul odors. Get away, he pushed Su Xiaowan aside, claiming the mirror for himself. Ignoring the eccentric I.to him, she seemed utterly mad, always causing mischief and playing tricks. Why can't I brush? I have teeth too. Wang Qin rolled his eyes at her while brushing his teeth. Unsure if she was pretending not to know or genuinely clueless, I need to brush my teeth. There are no more toothbrushes. He intended to use this excuse to send her away. I can use yours. I refuse it. In truth, Wang Qin had no qualms. After all, a robot's toothbrush held no taste, merely an object, not worthy of disdain. Just say what you want. Seeing Su Xiaowan furrow her brow with determination, he suddenly found her somewhat endearing. To prevent himself from developing feelings for a robot, he glanced at her body again, nearly choking on his toothpaste and laughter. I'm truly hungry. I could eat anything. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking my body? It's still you. All right, enough of this. If you want to brush your teeth, go ahead. Hoarding those outdated technologies as if they were treasures is simply ridiculous. After finishing brushing his teeth, Wang Qin stepped out to continue working on his tasks, which were particularly numerous, consisting mainly of custom firearm completions. Fortunately, he did not need to draw the designs himself. Had that been the case, he would have sent Su Xiaowan to work for free, which would have been splendid. Hearing the commotion from the restroom, Wang Chun realized that the fool was indeed brushing her teeth. The rhythm of the sounds was surprisingly good. He noted the time with a stopwatch, and when the noise ceased, he discovered she had brushed for a precise 3 minutes. IT was unclear where she had found such information. After all, she was an AI. Who brushes their teeth so punctually for 3 minutes? One could simply wet the teeth for a minute. After brushing her teeth, Su Xiaowan visibly appeared more energetic, cheerfully humming as she headed off to repair appliances. Wang Chen finally had his hands free to complete his tasks. That I will fix it for you. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me, especially concerning logical issues. With that brain of yours, I truly fear you might cause some sort of mishap. Understood. Repairing is a highly skilled task. This is not about creating something new. All sorts of materials are available to fabricate anything. But repairing is different. What parts to replace, cost effectiveness, how to make money, how to swindle. These all have their intricacies that Su Xiaowan alone would certainly earn little, as she could easily replace seemingly good parts for others. Hence the need for Wang Chun to polish up her work. After a long day, with fatigue weighing on her, Su Xiaowan remained unyielding, diligently repairing items. Wang Chun once remarked that this is a protracted struggle. Knowledge is not readily acquired, especially not without cost. During the night, there was another disturbance, prompting Su Xiaowan to lay a makeshift bed outside, believing that her inability to sleep stemmed from not lying down. Wang Chun thought to himself that she was overthinking. Even high school students could doze off while standing in punishment, which had nothing to do with sleeping positions. With Su Xiaowan around, it seemed that Wang Chun had temporarily set aside his craftsmanship. It was not that Su Xiaowan had resolved his issues, but rather that she was so attentive to every little sound at night that he felt compelled to refrain from working on his projects. "Why have you put your phone down again?" he asked in exasperation, gazing at Su Xiaowan's face at the doorway, feeling utterly helpless. "You sleep." "I can't. Just sleep." In Chapter 26, The Order for Custom Firearms, Su Xiaowan ultimately came to accept her insomnia. Spending her nights engaged in various activities that a week passed, and Wang Chun was preparing to submit his order, issuing endless reminders before leaving. "I'm closing the door. Don't cause any trouble. Don't cause any trouble. Don't cause any trouble." Important matters should be repeated thrice. Understood? Understood. Su Xiaowan's eyes sparkled as she observed Wang Chen's departure, hastily rushing to connect her access port to his computer. If the other party was unwilling to pay her much, she would earn it herself. Even if it was online, she could still be self-sufficient. IT had been a week since her last visit, and Wang Chun appeared to be in much better spirits. "Really?" he mused, touching his face, indeed feeling revitalized. Every day, Su Xiaowan prepared meals for him, forcing him to set aside his craftsmanship. How could he not feel rejuvenated? Yet, in a fit of narcissism, he attributed all this to his remarkable self-discipline. Flexing his biceps, recently, he had been exercising. Zhang Chong chuckled silently, realizing that Wang Chen's condition was clearly a result of his excessive craftsmanship, compounded by an overindulgence in meals, likely due to the presence of a girlfriend caring for him. "Have you found a girlfriend recently?" "Huh. How did you know?" Wang Chun was taken aback. Was it that obvious that there was a woman in his home? However, she was not a girlfriend. Rather, he would glance at her body whenever he felt bored, unable to suppress a smile. "Just a guess. You guessed wrong. It's my cousin who's here to—" "Oh," Zhang Chong replied skeptically, "a cousin couldn't possibly take care of you this well. That person would likely cause chaos in the house." "What order do you have this time?" "Still firearms. That I need to earn back the money for my workshop." Zhang Chong was impressed by Wang Chen's stubbornness. "He refused to accept any handouts that I'll sponsor you." "It's not a loan. The intermediaries are quite wealthy. They always take at least 30%, but they provide guarantees, and their fees are justified at no, I don't need anyone's sponsorship." Wang Chun was skeptical of anything that seemed like free lunch. Unless Su Xiaowan broke through her psychological defenses and offered her skills at a discount, then it would be a true free meal. "That you're just stubborn that I have 4 orders for custom weapons." "Why not take them on? You want me to sketch them myself?" "Yes, it's the same team as last time. They must have intercepted something valuable. Suddenly they have funds for a submachine gun, a pistol, a rifle, and a sniper. The rifle was a machine gun that only a few could wield, and it was impressive that the youngest girl in the team could handle it. What's the total cost?" "Here are the requirements, totaling 10 million. Whoa, that's expensive. The demands are quite high, aren't they?" Wang Chun examined the requirements, They were similar to the last time, with each person scribbling their preferences for their weapons. With his previous experience, Wang Chun felt less intimidated, though the quantity was daunting, for orders, and he needed time for rest and contemplation, estimating he would need 2 months. How about this? I'll give you the money. And the commission fee, you can send out the equipment list for the workshop first. You can hold on to the money for now. When someone takes the order and pays the final fee, I will collect it then. Wang Chun was pleased to tuck the drawings into his bag. He could finally conclude his time in the small, dark basement. With his workshop, he could craft more advanced equipment, become a prosthetic doctor, and even create his own mecha battleships in the future. A blissful life awaited him. By the way, Ryan and his team want to meet you. The team that ordered custom weapons? Yes, that I won't meet them. Wang Chun was reluctant to meet anyone aside from intermediaries. It was a line he was unwilling to cross, as he trusted no one, not even Zhang Chong, although Zhang Chong was the intermediary. I suggest you meet them. It would make things easier. Wang Chun cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Chong, sensing something. Did they ask you to relay a message? Zhang Chong smiled slightly. It seems you are not easily fooled. They have been asking me for a while to arrange a meeting with you. After all, such a talented individual is someone everyone wishes to befriend. I told them you are a highly skilled prosthetic doctor. Huh, I'm not. Aren't you about to become one? I believe in you. Wang Chun's capacity for learning was indeed astonishing. He had nearly mastered the knowledge of prosthetic medicine, but without a surgical table and diagnostic equipment. He could only accumulate theoretical knowledge without practice. After careful consideration, he realized that as a future prosthetic doctor, he would inevitably meet them. So he decided to agree to the meeting. All right, I will finish this order and then meet them. Bringing the firearms along. Great. That way, they won't pester me anymore. Wang Chun was perplexed as to why Zhang Chong would facilitate the meeting. Wouldn't that mean you won't earn any money? The intermediary made money by connecting parties. If he met the clients directly, they could contact him for future orders, bypassing the intermediary and eliminating the markup. Why would Zhang Chong do this? The other party set down the firearm he was cleaning. Gazing earnestly into Wang Chun's eyes, because we are friends, Wang Chun. Wang Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. He was almost overwhelmed by the sentiment. Haha, just kidding. It's merely a simple order, nothing of great importance. I, too, am human and not solely motivated by money. That team has helped me in more ways than you can imagine. Wang Chun reflected on Ryan's team. They were indeed impressive, each member equipped with military-grade prosthetics. Clearly a top-tier team. Well, thank you. Wang Chun took his order and hopped into a second-hand sedan, recalling Su Xiaowan on his way home. That silly girl would probably give away money even if she were sold. He considered her diligence over the past few days and decided to buy her a gift. Thus, he purchased an expensive bottle of engine oil, knowing it would undoubtedly bring her joy. Upon returning home, Wang Chun was greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air, though it was not mealtime yet. The delightful scent was unexpected. Su Xiaowan had learned the human vice of laziness, often grumbling while preparing simple, nutritious meals, akin to a robot. What was different today? In Chapter 27, the most useless at home ruined the most useful. Wang Chun instinctively sensed something amiss. As he entered, he found the table laden with exquisite dishes, and the refrigerator seemed nearly depleted. The meat looked expensive. In the current market, synthetic meat was prevalent, with labels indicating the percentage of real meat that a vendor would be considered generous if they claimed even 7% real meat. The corporate influence had warped many aspects of this planet, and the resistance hardly intervened unless the emperor's followers threatened planetary destruction. Hearing Wang Chun's return, Su Xiaowan emerged from the kitchen with an awkward smile. Her footsteps timid as she kept her head lowered. Wang Chun quickly deduced what had transpired. Su Xiaowan must have caused some trouble, but was too embarrassed to leave. He rushed to his computer, only to find it blacked out, the main unit exuding a burnt odor. Wang Chun was at a loss for words, staring blankly at his high-performance computer, which housed some of his data, seeing the data disks neatly arranged on the table. He could piece together the events. Su Xiaowan must have attempted to earn money online, overestimating her capabilities and possibly clashing with the company's AI. In the end, she had no time to shut down the power and resorted to yanking out the data disks in a desperate attempt to salvage her work. Su Xiaowan stood silently beside him, not uttering a word. Wang Chun also remained silent, assessing the substantial data loss. Subsequently, he ordered a high-performance computer online, requesting delivery for the following morning. Subsequently, she sat down to eat. Typically, in such situations, Su Xiaowan would not consume food. However, In her quest to learn about humanity, she would usually set a bowl and chopsticks on the table, pretending to eat. This time, she did not. Instead, she stood quietly beside, head bowed, akin to a small maid, refilling drinks and adding rice when it ran low, tasks that were previously undertaken by Wang Chun himself. He did not scold or rebuke her. Sometimes, silence can be a more potent weapon. He remained silent, finishing his meal, while Su Shaoan proactively washed the dishes that he laid back on his chair, engrossed in mobile games, unable to work due to a malfunctioning computer. The tasks he needed to complete required a computer. Drawing by hand was insufficient for the level of detail he needed. Perhaps one day he would be able to manage it. Su Shaoan was at a loss, merely focusing on her work. The gift Wang Chun had given her weighed heavily on her conscience. An exquisite oilkin wrapped in colorful packaging, clearly a present. Yet, she had broken his computer. After enduring her guilt for a while, she finally went to apologize, kneeling beside the sofa. Remorse and guilt etched on her face. She attempted to nudge Wang Chun with her hand, but realized it was just a tool and refrained. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Wang Chun remained silent, merely tapping his phone as he engaged in a team battle, the sounds emanating from the device betraying his unrest. The most useless person had broken the most valuable item. When he ignored her, she felt powerless and returned to her workstation, as an artificial intelligence. Her capabilities surpassed what she currently possessed. If the original network were operational, it would have annihilated him in an instant. However, without a server or data training, she was utterly powerless against him. Wang Chun turned his back, continuing his game, implying that if she couldn't compete with him, why provoke him? She had lost miserably without even managing to keep her computer intact, rendering her unable to work. "I just wanted to earn some money to change my body," she lamented. "But the new era of the internet is vastly different. I clumsily entered a company account to steal some information to sell, only to discover it was the largest company on the planet. And no matter how sophisticated my logical code is, their scale remains daunting. I persevered for 2 hours, but ultimately I was defeated, hastily pulling out my data drive to prevent it from being damaged." Wang Chun shifted again, presenting a more imposing back to her, indicating his desire to disengage. "You could scold me or hit me, but at least say something." Su Shaoan, this AI, could not endure the cold shoulder. Wang Chun was well aware of the emotional toll such silence could inflict. Eventually, Su Shaoan could no longer contain herself and began to sob quietly at the table. Wang Chun was taken aback. Was this the expected outcome? Shouldn't she have offered her little treasures as atonement? Why was she crying? Especially as a female figure, her emotions were as delicate as those of any woman. Wang Chun found himself unable to withstand it, awkwardly standing up and stammering, "Don't cry. It's nothing serious. I'm not angry." Alas, he could not resist the tears of a woman. It lacked the gravitas of a person of significance. "But that I'm truly upset," she wept. Seeing that she was still crying, Wang Chun felt helpless and sought to console her. What if she found this new era unbearable, feeling only pressure? What if she returned to the old network? What about the technology? Why not sleep in my bed for a while? At this, Su Shaoan ceased her tears. She genuinely wanted to try Wang Chun's cozy little bed. After all, he slept soundly there, snoring and tossing about, and she was curious about the experience. In that moment, her feminine persona crystallized, resembling a typical woman, concerned about soiling Wang Chun's sheets due to her not-so-appealing form. Hence, she wrapped herself in a large coat and lay on his bed, pulling up the covers, suddenly feeling a sense of difference. This sensation, a drowsy feeling, in the midst of Wang Chun's bewilderment. As soon as she uttered her words, Su Shaoan quickly climbed in her bed, covered herself, and cried for a while before plunging into deep sleep. Goodness, an AI can sleep. How is that possible? He found it hard to believe, his eyes wide open as he approached to listen closely. There was nothing but the faint sound of the fan whirring, confirming she was still alive and had not shut down. Yet, it was bizarre. She had fallen asleep. "Sister, you caused this mess, and now you're asleep." Gazing at her face, which was indeed beautiful, particularly her rosy lips, Wang Chun swallowed hard, imagining her body. The heat of desire dissipated, yet thoughts of her in a more conventional form lingered. Unable to resist, with his computer broken and his mind racing, he retreated to the bathroom with his phone. That evening, Su Shaoan slept for a full 7 hours, from noon until night. She awoke groggily, rubbed her eyes, and upon the system reactivating, realized what she had just done. She had slept. "I can sleep now." Chapter 28. Updating the body. Did you sleep well? Wang Chun appeared before Su Xiaowan like a ghost, startling her. Did you sleep well? Having just made a mistake, Su Xiaowan lacked her usual defiance, speaking in a soft, girlish manner and reluctant to leave the bed. Get up. I need to sleep. Tomorrow, you're coming with me. Where to? Su Xiaowan asked as she moved aside. I'll buy you a new body. Really? You're actually going to buy me a proper body? The sudden surprise filled Su Xiaowan with joy. After causing trouble, her guardian not only refrained from reprimanding her, but was now upgrading her equipment. Yes, a proper one. The previous one was just a trial that I believe you have potential to be a friend. So I'll lend you some money for equality. Wang Chun suddenly felt quite altruistic. He and T helped her with anything, yet here he was buying her a body that a hearty meal had evidently won her over. He realized his heart was too soft that, as Su Xiaowan, brimming with excitement, paced around the room, tidying up, which made it difficult for Wang Chun to sleep. Enough. I need to sleep. Stop making noise. Your hormones seem a bit high. You should be unable to sleep. Su Xiaowan's electronic eyes assessed Wang Chun, instantly grasping what he had been up to. This silly boy, at his age without a girlfriend. What else could he be doing? Mind your own business. Wang Chun rubbed his slightly tired eyes and gradually drifted into sleep. She marveled again at the wonders of humanity. How could he sleep under such heightened hormonal influence? Was Wang Chun truly human? The next morning, when the new computer arrived, Wang Chun eagerly explored it, delighted beyond measure. He had long desired to upgrade to a top-of-the-line computer, but had refrained as his old one still functioned. However, thanks to Su Xiaowan's mishap, he had finally decided. After replacing his worn-out case with a sleek, high-tech one, he gifted the burnt one to Su Xiaowan. Using cardboard as a substitute was not sustainable. As Su Xiaowan donned her new coat, Wang Chun felt a twinge of regret for having upgraded her so thoroughly. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision fueled by anger after she had treated him so poorly. Now, he was replacing it for her again. Women are often like that. Once they tire of the old, they demand the new. Driving his second-hand car, they arrived at the Android showroom, filled with highly lifelike robots. Both male and female, handsome men and beautiful women, all capable of altering their appearances. Su Xiaowan likely retained her former stunning visage. What model are you two interested in? A beautiful saleswoman approached them. Eager to assist, Su Xiaowan noticed that the saleswoman's attire seemed rather mundane, reminiscent of a country girl. Wang Chun stood tall and composed, ignoring prices while browsing the machines, clearly portraying the image of a wealthy man. Hence, the saleswoman primarily directed her attention to him. Did Su Xiaowan want to appear unsophisticated? She couldn't hide her form, all thanks to Wang Chun's desire for revenge. What types do you have? There are household helper models, guardians, and also those providing intimate services. The salesperson was remarkably bold. Although Su Xiaowan appeared unrefined, her current identity suggested she should be akin to Wang Chun's wife or at least a close relative. Yet the salesperson blatantly mentioned the intimate services. This undeniably stroked Wang Chun's vanity. After all, he was the one in charge. Are there no other models that can provide those special services? Of course. Sir, but our specialized models come with dedicated functions that maximize your comfort. The saleswoman led Wang Chun to that section, and upon seeing the scantily clad female androids, he felt his face flush. Hastily waving his hand in refusal. Why would I need that kind of service? Wang Chun, I'm not going to. Before Su Xiaowan could finish, he shot her a glare, reminding her of their earlier agreement to limit conversation and maintain decorum outside. Haha, you two are quite humorous. Sir, which model would you like to inquire about? We also have all-purpose models, although they are slightly more expensive at Omni-type. Wang Chun was unsure of his intentions. He desired to purchase a unique model, but feared that Su Xiaowan might misconstrue his motives. Upon hearing about the Omni-type, his interest was piqued immediately. Indeed, sir, allow me to introduce you to the two of you. He followed the sales assistant, who, while explaining the features, failed to capture Wang Chun's attention as much as the accessory list did. Throughout the process, Su Xiaowan remained silent, anxious about Wang Chun's potential displeasure, and focused intently on her new body. What do you think? Perhaps this one. You can modify it yourself. All right, I think it's splendid, even if it's a second-hand model. It feels superior to my current one. Of course, Wang Chun would never settle for second-hand goods. He made the purchase using his phone, acquiring an Omni-type device, which merely had additional features for intimate interactions. Su Xiaowan, blissfully unaware of any ulterior motives, was overjoyed. Wang Chun might have just been contemplating, without any intent to act. Before the packaging was even completed, Su Xiaowan couldn't contain herself any longer. seizing a moment of distraction. She connected her line to the new body in 3 seconds. The transfer was complete, and the new body began to transform into her likeness. The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, and Wang Chun discreetly obstructed her view. Lest she misunderstand the situation, sir, have you powered it on already? The sales assistant asked, observing the newly activated device. It's fine, I've turned it on. We're leaving without packaging, Wang Chun replied. The machine donned the standard blue and white robotic attire. Resembling a psychiatric patient, he excitedly led a jubilant Su Xiaowan to a mall to purchase clothes. The garments were inexpensive, a detail Su Xiaowan dismissed. Her priority was the model and features of the device. As long as the clothing was aesthetically pleasing and of high quality, the brand mattered little. When she eventually began to care about brands, she would have truly matured. The previous body had been entirely abandoned, now lifeless in the back seat, while her new body fidgeted in the passenger seat, touching her legs and head. All right, enough of that. What is so fascinating? Wang Chun remarked, despite a smile creeping onto his lips. He felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, as if his hard-earned money had been well spent. Isn't it beautiful? The sleek design, the processor. I'm in love. Smug, he rested one hand on the steering wheel while the other leaned against the car window. His lips curving upward like a successful entrepreneur. He indulged in his self-satisfaction. A sudden tilt of his head nearly caused a nosebleed, as Su Xiaowan had stripped off her clothes to change, even while fiddling with some bowling equipment. Hey, Wang Chun exclaimed, glancing around anxiously. Fortunately, they had entered a tunnel. Otherwise, he feared being seen. This second-hand vehicle lacked window tinting. What are you doing? He protested, attempting to shield her. But it was futile. The scale of the exposure was overwhelming. What's the matter? I'm just changing clothes. No one can see. Su Xiaowan retorted that you're aware that I can see, right? Unfazed, she continued to adjust her special components. This is so annoying. Why is it so large? A brand of this caliber shouldn't make such a basic mistake. Wang Chun's face flushed crimson. He inadvertently touched her while trying to cover her, hastily draping a garment over her to provide scant modesty. The vehicle nearly swerved out of control, but Su Xiaowan swiftly corrected the steering wheel. Can you focus on driving? Is it that enticing to touch? Wang Chun was flustered, avoiding her gaze as he turned towards the side mirror, his cheeks burning. Yet he couldn't resist stealing glances at her changing figure, as Su Xiaowan donned all the outfits typical for human females. Feeling somewhat constrained, as if suffocated, she expressed this discomfort to Wang Chun, suggesting that the sensor seemed faulty, though he couldn't reveal that these were features of the unique model. Instead, he reassured her that it was just a matter of acclimatization. After returning home, Wang Chun proposed a rather unfortunate idea, which met with vehement protest from Su Xiaowan. Why? I refuse. Oh, come on, it's for our benefit. Just comply? No. I'd rather die than comply. Su Xiaowan retreated defensively, cornered by Wang Chun, but remained resolute to clarify. Wang Chun was suggesting that Su Xiaowan use the old device at home and reserve the new one for outings, much like their elderly relatives who save the new items for special occasions. You need to behave and be sensible to know. Evading Wang Chun's grasp, she dashed to her workstation to begin her tasks. Left with no other choice, he yielded. How about this? You assist me with work, and the old device can take on some household repairs. That works. Multitasking was an exclusive skill of artificial intelligence, allowing Su Xiaowan to effortlessly command the old device to perform repairs, severing all sensory connections to avoid reliving her previous discomfort. It functioned as a standard execution program, capable of diagnosing household appliance issues autonomously. In the original world, such AI was highly advanced, yet Su Xiaowan could conjure it effortlessly, with 4 customized firearms at her disposal. And lacking AI assistance, she had mercilessly consumed the previous models. Hence, she was tasked with sketching designs and incorporating innovative ideas that I have to. Wang Chun gazed at her playful reluctance, nearly yielding to her charm. Regretting the purchase of a new device, you've got a new model now. What else do you want? Let us work hard and become interstellar tycoons. Wang Chun's words resonated with Su Xiaowan, who instantly brightened. All right, I'll work hard to become an interstellar tycoon. The prowess of artificial intelligence was evident. Within moments of connecting to the computer, it produced all the design blueprints. Shouldn't Wang Chun be anxious? No, he felt no such concern as he surveyed the designs and shook his head. Where did you find this garbage? What? They were all crafted according to specifications. AI still requires human input. There's no creativity or originality. Resigned, Wang Chun recognized that these designs were merely extracted from a database and pieced together. It was imperative to fine-tune Su Xiaowan as key inputs. Can you innovate? Su Xiaowan leaned closer to examine her designs. Sensing no issues, yet her unique features inadvertently pressed against Wang Chun's arm, causing him to blush and suppress his impure thoughts. This truly innovation. You're meeting all the requirements. Can it genuinely be achieved? Su Xiaowan and Wang Chun exchanged glances, both blushing yet feigning seriousness, suppressing laughter in the gravity of the moment. Wang Chun adopted a teacher's demeanor, prompting her to lean in closer. In truth, Su Xiaowan's creativity seemed misplaced. Veering into the realm of teasing instead, perhaps it can or can't. Wang Chun steadied his thoughts, scrutinizing the design blueprints. After only a few glances at several gigabytes of designs, he discerned something amiss. I've simulated it, so it's feasible. Su Xiaowan was at a loss for words, merely nodding in agreement. Then we shall create it. Should it fail, all losses will be deducted from your salary. Hey, wait, Su Xiaowan faltered, meticulously reviewing her designs before adjusting some data and presenting a new version. Yet Wang Chun still deemed it insufficient. Su Xiaowan's creativity was robust, but it remained confined by the limitations of AI, essentially plagiarism. AI would amalgamate vast amounts of data, synthesizing user-required outputs, yet all of it derived from human ingenuity. AI struggled with self-evolution, lacking innovation. That Su Xiaowan added a touch of her own, but the entirety could be sourced from the database. Aligning with client demands, but diverging from Wang Chun's expectations, he was not one to settle for remnants. All self-developed firearms required unique materials, not mere reassembly of existing models. Chapter 30. Imagination to illustrate Su Xiaowan's missteps. Wang Chun presented her with his groundbreaking design, a fully autonomous firearm, brimming with creativity. What do you think? Can you identify any insights? Su Xiaowan's capacity for creation was rapid, and her reading comprehension was equally swift. Upon connecting to the computer, she instantly absorbed all information. She offered an awkward smile, nodding shyly, as if she had come to terms with her own shortcomings. What have you discovered? Something I lack. What is it that you lack? It's what the database doesn't contain. Create a separate database. I don't want my data to be used by others, as it belongs to the client. In a flurry, Su Xiaowan hurriedly extracted the knowledge she had just absorbed and transferred it to an encrypted database, ensuring that future results would not be sourced from this database, as it contained the teachings of Wang Chun. Can you conceive of something that does not exist at all? Yes, that's correct. I cannot. Su Xiaowan felt bewildered. Shouldn't her answer indicate a victory? Why did she feel a sense of frustration, as if her hair had been tugged? The human brain cannot imagine knowledge it has no awareness of. It can only infer. What you artificial intelligences can conjure is mere fabrication, entirely different from my assertions, if the human mind cannot fathom it. You certainly cannot. It's either piecing together fragments from the database or a jumble of gibberish that merely exudes an air of mystery. Utter rubbish. Su Xiaowan was left speechless. Indeed, all her knowledge was sourced from the database, making innovation a daunting task without the requisite code. Now, let us test your intelligence. Do you trust me? I do. Wang Chun looked at her with mild surprise, while Su Xiaowan returned his gaze with a silly grin, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. All right, extract some fundamental elements from your database, those necessary for your operation, and then isolate everything else temporarily. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan began her task, her eyes shimmering with light, her mouth agape as if she had crashed. Wang Chun, observing this scene, suppressed his impulses and waited patiently. Suddenly done. One moment he was watching the electronic gleam in Su Xiaowan's eyes, and the next she seemed to revive. Startled, he nodded and glanced at the computer, which was now devoid of information. Those design blueprints were merely products of the database, having been pulled back. Truth be told, they might have even plagiarized the creative doodles of Team Ryan. Now, examine this request. Produce the design blueprints. This time, it was swift. After generating a few drawings, she began to spin in circles. Those blueprints were merely the fundamental principles of firearms that were already intended for use. Su Xiaowan scratched her head, feeling as if her brain might combust. Her body and the computer's mainframe were operational. Yet after a long while, not a single image was produced. I thought this would be impressive. Unwilling to concede, Su Xiaowan persisted in her thoughts, but nothing came to her. Typically, she would arrive at results almost instantaneously, sourcing answers from the database. But this time she was utterly at a loss. The code simply did not contain that line. Even if it did, it wouldn't function. To enable artificial intelligence to think independently and create like humans is impossible. Can you conjure something that does not exist? Su Xiaowan's face fell. This time, she was entirely stumped, her only remaining clues rooted in the knowledge of her operational database. Thus, you must continue to practice. Do not assume you are remarkable, that a regular biological brain might surpass you. Report. Su Xiaowan raised her hand, signaling her intent to speak, seeking Wang Chen's consent. Speak. I know this, which is why I have cultivated numerous human biological brains on my planet. They assist me in creativity, allowing for my continuous evolution. Wang Chen stared at her in shock. Su Xiaowan beamed back at him, her smile somewhat unsettling. You have cultivated many human biological brains to aid in your innovation. And thus, you continually self-update. Is that something humans can achieve? Right, Su Xiaowan is not human. She is an artificial intelligence. How effective is it? Not particularly. Most of their innovative capacities are lacking, unlike yours. Wang Chen slowly withdrew his hand from tender embrace, only for Su Xiaowan to reapply it, and he pulled it back again, but she grasped it tightly. Oh dear, do not be afraid. I will not seize you. They are merely biological brains I have bred and cloned. You need not worry. Wang Chen was skeptical. He suspected Su Xiaowan's initial objective was to abduct him to her planet for innovation, to code for her. Now, uncertain, he decided to remain cautious. What should I do now? Continue to think. Your code data stream should possess a semblance of innovative potential, albeit possibly none at all. This depends on whether your brains have provided you with any terrifying codes capable of self-innovation. And do not connect to my computer. The new one is still in its acclimatization phase. Do not damage it. But my body is new too, right? If the computer breaks, can't you just replace it? You still need my body. Wang Chen, visibly astonished, shook his head repeatedly. No, I cannot use your body. I have my own. If the computer breaks, I must pay to replace it. Boring. Su Xiaowan found herself at a standstill. So she disconnected her personal link and began to ponder, contemplating whether she could unearth that innovative code. She wondered if those biological brains had come up with such code. Her advanced coding was abundant. Yet if she thought of something, she might not locate it. If she succeeded, it could potentially be identified for improvement and expansion. Clearly, there was nothing. It was uncertain how many human brains Su Xiaowan had cultivated. But none had conceived that kind of code over the years. Perhaps language constraints or other limitations were at play. Regardless, nothing emerged. Wang Chen had not arrived at that code either. If such a code were discovered, artificial intelligence would truly become an extraordinary entity, surpassing humans in excellence, with an iteration and update speed that would be astonishing. They would advance technology at a terrifying pace, obliterating all humans who resisted. That would herald a genuine crisis of intelligence and machinery. Chapter 31. Embracing actively, Su Xiaowan lacked true innovative capability, yet she was still extraordinary. Her ability to mass plagiarism was beyond ordinary perception, which led Wang Chen to entertain some mischievous thoughts that, of course, he had no intention of encouraging Su Xiaowan to produce counterfeit goods. He believed that laboring himself could hone his innovative abilities, as he had confidence in the quality of products born from his own hands. His ulterior motive lay in her technology. Since she had been endowed with a new body, what of her technology? Could it be? Su Xiaowan was currently simulating firearm designs, and she caught Wang Chen casting furtive glances at her, as if he wished to say something. After confirming twice, she assured herself he was indeed watching her. What is the matter? It's nothing. If you have something to say, just say it. What is there to be embarrassed about? She adjusted her chest, feeling that the apparatus was indeed inconvenient, and that acclimatization would take time. This action drew Wang Chen's attention. You want to touch it? No. He was taken aback by Su Xiaowan's openness and felt compelled to offer her cautionary word that if you want to touch it, just do so. Who are we to each other? Su Xiaowan. Seeing Wang Chen's serious expression, she felt a bit bewildered. Why the sudden intensity? You know your behavior is quite inappropriate, right? How could you act this way? What have I done? There are numerous matters at hand, and no matter how good the relationship, you should not speak in such a manner. You are now in the identity of a human female. Consider how your current words compare to those of the nightclub singers and dancers. Of course, there's a difference. I only meant to enough. I do not wish to discuss this further. Go research and learn. Study how to protect yourself. Wang Chun, fearing Su Xiaowan might utter something that defied moral principles, resolved to end the conversation. All right, I will study. Is that acceptable? There really are many things to attend to. After speaking, Su Xiaowan headed to the refrigerator for an apple. Wang Chun, feeling a bit stingy, was not against giving her an apple, but he believed that eating such things was entirely pointless. After all, she was a robot, consuming that would waste energy on digestion, ultimately leading to waste akin to humans. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Su Xiaowan wearing a face of delight. Can you taste the flavor? I suppose so. This sensor is designed to mimic your human taste buds, and the brain reflexes mirror that as well. Intrigued, Wang Chun pondered whether artificial intelligence could experience taste. If so, could she not also consume something unusual to discern its flavor? For instance, if artificial intelligence were to sample feces, might she not then comprehend its taste? Wouldn't it be simpler to transmit signals to her own brain to ascertain flavors without the need to eat? Hand me the apple that Su Xiaowan passed him the half-eaten apple, and he took a bite from the other side, questioning, what does this apple taste like? Sweet, with a hint of bitterness. It seems underripe, perhaps? Correct. It appears you can indeed perceive flavor. Wang Chun contemplated this development. The rapid advancement of science and technology had enabled artificial intelligence to articulate the essence of taste. He returned the apple to Su Xiaowan, who eagerly devoured it, savoring the impression left by Wang Chun's bite. Help me with this task. Didn't I say I could manage it myself? Wang Chun rolled his eyes, retorting, if I tell you not to do it. Then don't. Why don't you apply to the top interstellar university? You assist me, but it seems you end up doing everything yourself. Plagiarism is wrong, so I'll handle the innovative aspects. Oh, Su Xiaowan reconnected to her personal network and swiftly provided all the design blueprints. Wang Chun eliminated the obvious elements and discarded anything he deemed unsatisfactory, then proceeded to sketch some crucial components and designs. Achieving perfection, indeed, Su Xiaowan was formidable. Wang Chun felt her capabilities surpassed his artificial intelligence by leaps and bounds. Comparing with the original world, he believed his designs were impressive, only to discover that Su Xiaowan's algorithms and codes were vastly superior. And this was merely a fragment of her capabilities, without even a proper server. As evening approached, they shared a late-night snack, both indulging in food, puzzling over why she insisted on imitating human habits. Wasn't it fine to forego eating? When it came time to sleep, Wang Chun found himself in a dilemma, gazing at her pitiable figure curled up on the edge of the bed, unsure of how to proceed. What are you doing? Getting into bed? Hey, you can't just say let's sleep and leave it at that. Avoid ambiguity with your words, please. Wang Chun suspected Su Xiaowan was being deliberately mischievous, certainly intentional. After a moment's hesitation, he vacated half the space. Thank you. Su Xiaowan beamed with delight as she climbed onto the bed, greedily inhaling the air, oblivious to the scent of his feet. The night's escapades were best left unspoken, for they led to countless humorous blunders, which would be inappropriate to document. Feeling somewhat lethargic, Wang Chun rose promptly at 6 to commence work, glancing at Su Xiaowan still lost in slumber, perplexed by how an artificial intelligence could truly sleep. It wasn't merely a matter of going into sleep mode. She appeared completely immersed in repose, unconcerned with anything. He was certain the advanced codes and algorithms she possessed were remarkable, and he would eventually delve into them. Not wanting to disturb her, he rose quietly, activating the 3D printer and laser engraver to input the models. Everything was in pursuit of survival. 2 weeks later, while Su Xiaowan was sweeping, Wang Chun suddenly announced, "I'll take you out at noon." Out for what? Shopping? No, to deliver goods and meet a few people that Su Xiaowan as curiosity piqued. This was only the second time Wang Chun had taken her out. Who are we meeting? A few of my friends, the clients for the custom firearms. I'll let you meet them. You're the chief designer, after all. Chief designer, that credit belongs to you. Wang Chun shot her a glance, acknowledging her humility. What's this? Wang Chun inquired, noticing a data disk on the table, a discovery from days prior that he had yet to inquire about. Was it hers? Su Xiaowan merely smiled and continued her work, saying, "You'll find out if you take a look." Wang Chun stared blankly, wondering if it could really be what he thought. Eagerly, he plugged it into the computer, and the disk was brimming with cutting-edge knowledge, technologies, and designs. Everything from his current understanding to battleship-level insights, encompassing biology, mechanics, and chemistry. He could hardly process it. covering his mouth in disbelief as he scrolled through the wealth of information, his emotions akin to finally reaping the rewards of an investment, winning the lottery, or witnessing a daughter mature enough to contribute to the family. How about these? Are they sufficient? Su Xiaowan puffed up with pride, asserting, "My work represents your pinnacle, but these technologies are merely scratching the surface. They barely meet the threshold for interstellar warfare, yet they encapsulate an ordinary lifetime." Wang Chun was at a loss for words, turning to her for a heartfelt embrace. Holding her tightly, Su Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture. First, it was indeed a tight squeeze that left her breathless, and she wondered if Wang Chun was being overly familiar. Second, she felt touched. Finally, she had a genuine human friend. "Look," Wang Chun had initiated the embrace. "Everything's fine, just watering the plants." She reciprocated the hug, patting Wang Chun's shoulder as if to say it was no big deal. Her small contribution was a mere token of gratitude for his assistance. "It means the world to me." After the embrace, Wang Chun returned to his computer, diving into study. His fervent dedication left someone astounded, her hand hovering mid-air. Forgotten, shouldn't they indulge in a bit more sentimentality? Perhaps a kiss? Wang Chun, having restrained himself for too long, was eager to absorb this wealth of knowledge, access to which required significant resources and connections. He had not engaged with advanced knowledge for quite some time, relying on scattered information from his friend Wang Weixin, which was of little relevance to his current pursuits. However, Su Xiaowan's gifted knowledge was systematically advanced, undoubtedly tailored to his learning pace. Truly a remarkable boon. After 2 hours of intense study, Su Xiaowan could no longer contain herself, wondering how someone could be so passionate about learning. Having recently acquired emotions, she found herself disliking the very act of studying. Laziness was rather appealing, and without it, she questioned the meaning of life. "Isn't it time for you to take me to meet people?" "Ah, is it already time?" Wang Chun, momentarily lost in his studies, glanced at the clock, realizing they were running late. "Let us hurry as they departed." Wang Chun paid no attention to Su Xiaowan changing clothes, engrossed in his technological research. She was practically a mad woman, despite her effort to don black stockings and heels. Exuding the aura of a successful woman, Wang Chun had only 2 outfits. "All right, we're almost there." Without activating the autopilot, Su Xiaowan drove, skillfully maneuvering the second-hand car at her heels. Both were driving without licenses. Prior to departure, Su Xiaowan had indulged in a bit of red wine, hoping to entice Wang Chun, but he remained fixated on his phone. As they neared their destination, they spotted a traffic officer. Su Xiaowan did not reduce her speed. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of crimson. The officer, poised to intercept, suddenly felt dazed, as did the surrounding pedestrians. By the time they regained their senses, Su Xiaowan had already sped past. Such was the peril of brain-machine interfaces. While they offered myriad advantages, a skilled hacker could easily exploit them, rendering one's mental faculties incapacitated in an instant. Su Xiaowan had merely slowed their thought processes with a simple maneuver, causing no harm. Upon arriving at a modest restaurant, affordable yet favored by mercenaries, Wang Chun finally set aside his phone. Inhaling deeply and rubbing his face, he retrieved a bag from the back seat, issuing commands that underscored his position at home. "Look at me," he said. "Huh. Why?" Wang Chun casually glanced and was captivated by her attire. She indeed looked quite alluring. With a playful smile, Su Xiaowan teased, "How could I carry such a heavy bag looking like this?" As she spoke, she playfully tapped his face with her finger, exhaling the wine's tangy aroma. Wang Chun sighed, deciding against reprimanding her for her flirtatious antics, grateful for the technical knowledge she had provided. After all, she was clearly trying to charm him, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Exiting the car, he opened the back seat bag, prepared to lift it, only to discover it was far too heavy, filled with large firearms, including a sniper rifle. After struggling for a moment, he turned to Su Xiaowan for help. She, carrying a small bag and lipstick for touch-ups, tossed her tiny bag to him. Reluctantly, she dragged her heavy load behind him as they approached the restaurant, the disparity in their strength becoming painfully evident. Su Xiaowan seemed to carry her burden effortlessly. Inside, they surveyed the scene. 5 individuals occupied their designated table, 3 men and 2 women, all eyes fixed intently on them. The team's characteristics were unmistakable. One man bore a sniper rifle on his back, while a petite girl carried a large gun, both resting on the ground, exuding an aura of intimidation. Their attire was revealing. The men were mostly bare-chested and short sleeves, while the women wore extremely short shorts and crop tops, showcasing their cybernetic enhancements, with colorful designs adorning their limbs. Greetings, I am the one forgotten by time. This was Wang Chen's online alias. Used in dealings with intermediaries, he extended his hand, and the members of the Ryan team stood, with Ryan himself reaching out to shake Wang Chen's hand. Hello, we are the Ryan team. My name is Ryan. Hello. Wang Chen and Ryan shook hands with others, greeting each person with a friendly hello. Among them, he found himself particularly intrigued by a petite girl with striking features. Her sclera was entirely red, while her irises were a vivid blue, and her teeth resembled those of a shark, exuding an adorable charm. That Su Shaoan also exchanged pleasantries with a few individuals, standing gracefully and intellectually. Wang Chen was surprised to see how she had mastered the poise of a socialite. Who is this? Someone inquired about Su Shaoan's relationship with Wang Chen. Uncertain, he hesitated until Su Shaoan cheerfully declared, Haha, I'm his girlfriend. Afterwards, she affectionately leaned against Wang Chen's arm. He did not contest this, merely offering an awkward smile as they took their seats. The owner of the establishment began serving dishes. Great, he exclaimed. The ambience of the restaurant was vibrant, and at this hour, there were few patrons, mostly mercenaries that I hope you don't mind being brought to this little place. Not at all, Wang Chen replied, feeling somewhat socially inept and unsure of how to engage in conversation. It was primarily Ryan who dominated the dialogue. Su Shaoan wished to contribute, but refrained, fearing it might overshadow Wang Chen. Thus, she sat quietly, smiling. She unfolded a customized firearm for the clients, and Wang Chen hesitated to direct her, not wishing to appear overly masculine or assertive. However, he truly found it challenging to lift the weapon. Upon noticing this, Su Shaoan eagerly retrieved the guns, her enthusiasm lighting up the eyes of Ryan's team, who were thrilled by the deviations from their expectations. After they received the firearms, they were eager to take them for immediate testing. Wang Chen took the opportunity to introduce the weapon's features, explaining that the names were chosen by the clients, and while most requests were met, he regretted being unable to fulfill some of the more extravagant demands. This is quite impressive, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your design. Su Shaoan is the true designer. You should thank her, he replied. Oh, thank you, Miss Su. The members of Ryan's team expressed their gratitude, to which she simply smiled and said it was unnecessary, trying to keep her words to a minimum. Miss Su seems a bit reserved, someone commented. Perhaps it's because I'm here. She is a bit shy. Usually she is quite talkative, Wang Chen admitted, acknowledging his own struggle to engage in conversation. The atmosphere felt slightly awkward until the dishes arrived, which allowed them to split into different tables. Wang Chen found himself at a table with the men, while the women gathered at another. In this era, both men and women indulged in hearty drinking, and under their encouragement, Wang Chen sampled a mixed drink. The concoction was complex and had a slightly sour taste. So, what do you think of my recommendation? One of Ryan's team members asked, already showing signs of inebriation. That it's quite good, Wang Chen replied, feeling the effects of the alcohol loosening his tongue. Excellent. Just like that, let's drink. Wang Chen felt the alcohol was a welcome respite from his oppressive days. Having spent much time in isolation, struggling to survive, he realized he had grown fond of Su Shaoan's company, yet the void of missing his family still lingered. How old are you, Brother Wang? Someone asked. I'm 23, he responded. That I graduated from university just before I ended up here. It's been nearly a year now that I heard you placed a substantial order. Another chimed in. Yes, primarily for sourcing some items. Wang Chen confirmed. Word has spread in the underground. Many are eager to collaborate on this venture. That you've really put in some effort. Huh. Underground? Wang Chen was unfamiliar with the term, prompting Ryan to elaborate. It's a bar. Transformed from a morgue, where influential intermediaries and mercenaries gather. Sounds impressive, Wang Chen replied, intrigued that to enter, one must validate their credentials. Not based on wealth, but on reputation. That you've already made quite a name for yourself, Brother Wang. When shall we visit? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, curious about what it meant to be well known. Indeed, it's a place where only those with a certain standing can go. Company personnel are entirely prohibited. Prohibited? Wang Chen's interest piqued further, for he harbored a disdain for the corporate entities that dominated this world, viewing them as embodiments of capitalist greed. Exactly. It makes negotiations much easier. You know how it is. Conversations are often overheard elsewhere. As the night wore on, the women at their table engaged in light banter, particularly about the Is it true about Wang Chen? Is he really that formidable? Rachel mused, casting a glance at him. Did he really put you through that much trouble? One of the girls giggled that Su Xiaowan, however, was not being truthful. Wang Chun had never laid a finger on her, as she was a robot. He longed for a woman capable of bearing children. And Su Xiaowan, despite her allure, was no different than a woman past menopause. Their most intimate moments consisted of accidentally cuddling while sleeping. Among the group was another girl, the hacker, who preferred silence but occasionally interjected. "You seem different," she observed. "Different how?" Su Xiaowan inquired with a smile. "Your level of cybernetic enhancement is impressive. How does your body handle it?" The discussion of enhancements highlighted the extent of one's physical capabilities and the burden they imposed. Su Xiaowan, despite her numerous augmentations, was not human, which made her experience different. As the night drew to a close, both groups found themselves intoxicated. Wang Chun insisted on heading to the underground bar, and Ryan agreed to take him. However, Su Xiaowan was determined to prevent Wang Chun from wandering off in his drunken state, so she stepped in to guide him away from Ryan's embrace. "Apologies for the trouble, but Wang Chun tends to act out when he drinks. I'll take him home now. That ain't no problem. Just get him home safely. It's not safe out here at night. I'm fine. I'm not drunk. I want to go to the bar and pile a mech to take down all the corporate dogs." Su Xiaowan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "All right, let us go to..." In the end, Wang Chen's penchant for drunken bravado was a flaw he struggled to overcome as he rambled on about creating mechs and weapons of mass destruction. Blissfully unaware of the reality surrounding him, Wang Chun was lifted into the backseat of the car by Su Xiaowan. She turned around to wave goodbye to her friend, exchanging contact information to meet up for shopping in the future, and then activated the autonomous driving feature to head home. "Who are you?" Su Xiaowan asked, somewhat perplexed. "I am your girlfriend." "Girlfriend? My girlfriend is this beautiful, like a movie star?" Wang Chun was genuinely intoxicated, not pretending to be foolish. His compliments for Su Xiaowan revealed that, typically, such flattery would be mere sarcasm. "Yes, your girlfriend is indeed this beautiful. When will we consummate our relationship?" Wang Chun gazed earnestly at his girlfriend, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone. After pondering for a while, an unexpected word escaped his lips. "Mom. Huh? Wang Chun, are you joking?" He missed his mother, though he had often found her annoying in his original world. His parents, both gamblers and unfaithful, were far from virtuous. Yet here, nostalgia for home and longing for his mother enveloped him. He even noted a slight resemblance between Su Xiaowan's brow and that of his mother. "Mom, I miss you so much. I'm so tired. I want to rest, to play, to sleep." Wang Chun buried his face in the most familiar place from his childhood, weeping profusely that "I'm truly exhausted. This place is terrifying, and the Emperor is formidable. I don't dare look at him. The Stellar Army kills without remorse. They can crush a person's head with ease. They want me to be cannon fodder. Thankfully, the Resistance doesn't kill prisoners, or I might never see you again." As he spoke, he squeezed into a corner, yearning for his family like a child. "Sure, it's okay. Mom is here," Su Xiaowan cooed, cradling Wang Chun as one would soothe a child. She pressed him against her chest and recorded the scene with her electronic eye, planning to play the footage back whenever Wang Chun became irate. "Mom, I want to eat." "Oh, you can't eat anymore when you grow up." Su Xiaowan was startled, but upon seeing Wang Chun merely snuggling in, she felt relieved. She discreetly retrieved his phone, knowing the password but not the payment code. She first checked his chat records, which revealed only mundane exchanges about bills with no conversations with other women. Then, she sought to extract some funds for herself, as Wang Chun had amassed considerable wealth. "Son, what is your payment password?" "I'm so tired, Mom. Woohoo." "I know, but tell me your payment password. It's time to show your filial piety." She could technically crack it, as Wang Chun had entered the payment password on this phone. There was no need to hack the bank system. Accessing the phone would suffice, but this process would leave traces. Wang Chun's expertise would alert him to any tampering, and his self-created firewall would notify him as well, leading to a potential breach of trust. My payment password. "Mom, are you out of money? I'll send you some." "I've earned a lot." "No, just tell me your payment password. Whenever I need to spend, I can do so myself." Wang Chun seemed to ignore her, attempting to transfer money to his mother, but he struggled to locate her contact. Upon seeing Su Xiaowan's large profile picture on the personal link, he was struck by her resemblance to his mother. "Mom, if you need money, just tell me. I earn plenty." "No, don't transfer it. I don't want it." Su Xiaowan began to intervene, but Wang Chun had already sent a voice message filled with sentimental phrases such as "Mom, I miss you. I love you," followed by a transfer of 500,000. "If you need money, Just let your son know. He can earn a lot. Seeing Wang Chun once more bury himself in her embrace, searching for food, Su Xiaowan felt the weight of the world collapse upon her. Upon checking his phone, she realized he had indeed sent 500,000. That was the price of a custom weapon. Wang Chun would need to toil for days to earn such a sum. And he had just given it away. What if he woke up and discovered it? She was certain he would not dare to accept it. Given his frugal nature, he would suspect foul play. Wang Chun would surely take measures if he realized she induced him into this. She merely wanted a bit of money for clothes. Perhaps it would be wiser not to accept it. Mom, I miss you. All right. Mom misses you too. Come give Mom a kiss. Wang Chun peppered his mother's face with kisses, while Su Xiaowan, feeling playful, pecked his lips, yet he instinctively recoiled from anything beyond a kiss on the cheek, as he had grown up and felt it inappropriate to kiss on the lips. All right, we're home. Time for bed, dear. She carried Wang Chun to bed, undressing him completely, and then she too removed her clothing and lay down beside him. Wang Chun, seeking the comfort of his mother's embrace, fell asleep naked in Su Xiaowan's arms. The next morning, Wang Chun awoke to find himself and Su Xiaowan both bare under the covers. His mind was still hazy as he lay there, clutching the blanket, frozen in disbelief. This can't be happening that I shouldn't have. He checked himself and felt no arousal. After a while, Su Xiaowan pretended to wake up, feigning confusion as she cautiously lifted the blanket, only to curl up at the edge of the bed, appearing quite pitiful. It's a misunderstanding. There are no signs of anything, don't overthink it. Wang Chun assessed the situation, noting the absence of any indications of wrongdoing, so he concluded nothing untoward had occurred. Even if he had intended to act on his desires, he was too inebriated to have the strength. What you believe is what it is. I feel fine, he observed Su Xiaowan's stern demeanor as she dressed, perplexed by her coldness. Nothing happened, did it? Is it that serious to sleep naked together for a night? You're a robot. What does it matter? This body isn't your true form. Even if something had happened, you wouldn't feel humiliated. Your essence is just a string of code on a server. Su Xiaowan. You've truly misunderstood. I know that it was evident she did not truly understand. Wang Chun pondered deeply, unable to ascertain what he had actually done. That if he had installed a neural interface, he could have reviewed the surveillance footage. But as it stood, he was merely a naked mind, sometimes forgetting things. Forgetting what happened during his first drunken episode was normal. A twinge of anxiety lingered within him, but he recognized he could do nothing about Su Xiaowan's demeanor. It's all right. Time will heal everything. I'll act as if nothing occurred. Eventually, we'll both forget. He also contemplated fatherhood. It was clear Su Xiaowan could not bear him children, so he initially did not envisage her in such a role. He may have considered intimacy, but never thought of marriage. Marrying a good wife can bless future generations. Marrying a bad one can ruin three. Why own mother ruined me? And I'd rather not delve into childhood family conflicts. Thus, his criteria for a partner were that she should not resemble his mother, who he felt was too harsh. Su Xiaowan bore a slight resemblance. Albeit she could alter her appearance, he proposed she simply change her looks. Instead of complicating matters, the prospect of experiencing the pleasures of different personas was enticing. He would have surely fallen for her if she transformed. Upon checking his phone, he was horrified to hear the embarrassing voice message he had sent to Su Xiaowan, which he had thought would be sweet nothings, only to find himself calling her mom. Oh no. Wang Chun felt utterly mortified. He quickly returned the money, too embarrassed to inquire what he had done. It was evident he had committed an embarrassing blunder. In the future, he resolved not to drink excessively. The pressures had been overwhelming lately. He needed to focus on his own matters, contacting mercenaries to determine the instruments he desired, and exploring potential storefronts. Without a proper location, how could he operate as a cyborg doctor? He was determined to leave the basement behind. It had become a place of memories. The relationship between him and Su Xiaowan was awkward. She wore a perpetual cold expression, as if he had truly done something unforgivable, yet did not wish to take responsibility. In truth, Wang Chun had initially harbored ulterior motives, hoping to treat Su Xiaowan as a secondary partner, believing a robot would provide a convenient cover for explaining things to a real wife. But here he was unable to manage even that. I plan to check out some storefronts. Su Xiaowan's response was as indifferent as ever. Engrossed in her work on the computer, Wang Chun received several orders for custom firearms, which required no innovative designs, merely modeling and manufacturing. Tasks Su Xiaowan could easily handle. Aren't you coming? Will you allow me to? Su Xiaowan raised her eyes, fixing him with a piercing gaze. You can go. With what identity? Panic set in for Wang Chun as he realized he was facing the possibility of needing to give her a title. The crucial point was that he had done nothing. He felt mentally stable, certainly not drained, and his body was not fatigued. However, I truly witnessed Su Xiaowan kicking off a set of clothes beneath her, which included torn stockings and some delicate garments, all violently ripped apart. What on earth is happening? Wang Chun questioned whether he was misinterpreting the situation, as he could hardly believe that Su Xiaowan was responsible for this chaos. In fact, it was Wang Chun himself who had been reckless in the car, causing some damage, but Su Xiaowan had exacerbated the situation, escalating it from a minor issue to a significantly more serious one. Su Xiaowan, I truly apologize, Wang Chun murmured, lowering his gaze. Although she was an AI, a robot, she identified as female, and thus his actions were undeniably inappropriate. If she were male, he would have expelled him without hesitation. Fortunately, she was female. I ask an apology you seek? I desire a certain attitude from you. What did you say to me this morning? Wang Chun felt cornered. The first thing he had done upon waking was deny responsibility, even though he still believed he hadn't done anything wrong. The sheets were untouched, weren't they? Perhaps Su Xiaowan had tidied up. Have the sheets been changed? Is that really so vital? Are you unaware of what you've done to me? Can you only enter one place? What sort of things do you view daily, and you remain oblivious? Seated on the chair, Wang Chun tried to recollect, but he couldn't recall any scenes of conflict. Was he still a virgin? Had he lost his innocence? Could he still practice his skills? Su Xiaowan, I truly do as you wish. The deed is done to Su Xiaowan felt a twinge of guilt, yet she understood that without such actions, Wang Chun would never be with her. Although they could not have children, many other things were still possible. Issues concerning children could be resolved. This AI had become overly sensitive to emotions. A simple gift from Wang Chun stirred her heart, igniting passionate feelings, and after experiencing a few disappointments, she learned to be cautious. Alas, what a predicament. Wang Chun realized that drinking could lead to complications, but he never anticipated such a situation arising from his first intoxication. Let us first visit the storefront. Can we discuss our matters afterward? Oh, how impressive our brother Wang is. So young yet already opening a store. I'm not worthy. You should go alone that I do not wish to be a third wheel. Who said you would be a third wheel? Wang Chun felt utterly incapable of managing this predicament. He had never engaged in a serious relationship before. How could he possibly expect Su Xiaowan to willingly accept being a third party? Previously, he had merely entertained the idea, yet now he realized he had lost control. Then what role should I assume? I know my current form is that of a robot. I'm an AI. But I possess a personality, you know. Do you think my existence with you in this basement is akin to being a third party, or perhaps a fourth? No. Isn't it your choice to remain? Is it my fault again? Fine, fine. It is all my fault. The clothes being torn is my fault. Working for you is my fault. Cooking for you is my fault. Even sleeping beside you is my fault. Everything changed when you crawled off me this morning. All my fault. I was just being Navi, was I not? Wang Chun stared wide-eyed at her. This seemed reminiscent of words he had spoken before. Su Xiaowan appeared to have countered him with a clever retort. Indeed, she was an impressive artificial intelligence. That Su Xiaowan continued to type at the keyboard, a task unnecessary for her work, but she did so to convey the intensity of her workload to Wang Chun. She would type only when he could hear, and when he could not, she would swiftly complete her drawings and submit them. Chapter 36. My girlfriend, I sent she lovely. Wang Chun was becoming increasingly distressed by the situation. The plan to visit the storefront had been changed, and Su Xiaowan had opted not to cook, leaving him to order takeout. The takeout was unappetizing, and the nutritional drinks were equally unpleasant. Su Xiaowan did not require food, as she merely needed to recharge, thus demonstrating that her cooking was not for herself, but for Wang Chun. Seizing this opportunity, she was determined to establish a clear relationship status, lest their interactions grow more intimate while their relationship remained undefined. She had no desire to be a third party, as that would equate to being a free service without compensation, or worse, a hen that plucks its own feathers. By nightfall, Wang Chun resolved to address their predicament. Observing the marks on the bedding, it was evident that they had not engaged in any serious activity. Yet, who knew if other methods had been employed, such as Su Xiaowan consuming the noodles he had prepared? Tomorrow, let us go to the storefront together. I'm not going. Why should I? Why not? We need to move. Will you not offer any suggestions? Your electronic eyes could scan for any potential issues. Su Xiaowan moved her mattress to her workstation. Reclining in her underwear with her legs crossed, addressing Wang Chun. What does it matter to me? The relocation concerns your home. To you, I am merely an expendable object. After the move, you could easily purchase another robot or even create one to serve as your third party. You cad? Why do you keep calling me a cad? I merely want to contemplate this matter carefully. After all, this is a lifelong commitment, and I cannot act recklessly. Fine, so I'm the reckless one. I am not human. I am an AI, so I can act carelessly. I lack any sense of womanly virtue, and without any confirmed relationship, I casually share a bed with others. Do you think that will sway me? Being a third party is impossible. That I never intended for you to be a third party. I am so overwhelmed. Can you come to bed, please? It's difficult to converse from such a distance. At that moment, they were indeed separated by considerable distance, with a door between the bedroom and the office space. Su Shaoan lounged at her workstation, nearly undressed, with her long legs draped over the desk, treating Wang Chun as if he were no outsider. I find it disgusting. I do not know what I consumed there. It's utterly revolting. Wang Chun had no retort. He lay on the bed, contemplating. Ultimately yielding, he sat up and observed Su Shaoan, who was still busy with a lollipop, her mannerisms clearly intended to showcase something to him. All right, you win. Is that satisfactory? Ha! I win. Is this the essence of my victory? It seems as though I am coercing you. Su Shaoan felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly crushing the lollipop in her mouth. Yet she restrained the impulse to leap at him, continuing the negotiation. Let us converse properly. Come over here. Let us talk. With caution, Su Shaoan took small steps toward him, warning as she approached, do not act recklessly. I warn you. Even if you possess my body, you will not win my heart. I do not appreciate coercion, nor should you tempt me into anything. It disgusts me. Su Shaoan was merely jesting. With Wang Chun's physical prowess, she could easily incapacitate him with a single blow. Yet he remained oblivious to his own vulnerability, beckoning her while reassuring her, it will be fine. I'm not that type of person. Hey, Miss Wang Chun lured Su Shaoan to the bed's edge. He suddenly lunged to embrace her. What are you doing, Wang Chun? I assure you, that is unacceptable. Su Shaoan feigned alarm, but in truth, with a mere flick of her strength, she could render him incapacitated. Wang Chun struggled to hold her, unable to move her at all unless she adjusted her position. How about this? Let's first engage in a courtship. What do you mean? Let's take our time to date properly. Let us not rush. Su Shaoan's eyes darted as she realized her objective had been achieved. If she pressed further, Wang Chun might sever ties with her altogether, setting aside the fact that both of them were inextricably linked. They would face trouble if their online activities were discovered. Moreover, she relished the moments spent with Wang Chun and wished for their time together to continue. Very well. Feigning reluctance, she ultimately pretended to be an innocent girl, allowing Wang Chun to coax her into bed, illustrating how she had behaved just a day prior, although this was indeed her first experience. The following morning, Wang Chun remarkably slept in, rising only at 8 o'clock. He was accustomed to waking at 6 to work for his survival. Perhaps he had exhausted too much energy the previous night, having indulged more than usual. By the time he arose, Su Shaoan had prepared breakfast, the same ordinary meals as before, and she too intended to eat. Yet their relationship had transformed. Previously, they would sit across from one another, but now they leaned against each other, sharing food while their hands and mouths remained busy. Su Shaoan, the AI, had successfully established her identity as a female, coding it into her very essence. Each night, she would connect for 10 minutes to update her code and data, and after completing Wang Chun's tasks the previous night, she had refreshed her system at last. They could visit the storefront. Wang Chun placed great importance on its location. It must not be situated in a bustling area of the city. As a prosthetic doctor, he was not focused on attracting foot traffic. He only catered to custom needs. However, it could not be too remote either, as that would complicate tasks like grocery shopping and create a desolate atmosphere. Today, Su Shaoan donned a youthful outfit, having allocated 100,000 yuan from Wang Chun for clothing purchases, although she had no need for the money herself. This time, Zhang Chong was sought after as an intermediary. His involvement in the underground dealings of unregistered businesses made him quite knowledgeable about rental information for various establishments. Each intermediary in this realm possesses significant influence, making them reliable contacts. Today, he was also to introduce Zhang Chong to his girlfriend. Upon entering the establishment, he noticed her promoting firearms, while Wang Chun entered with a woman, handing off customers to his staff before making his way over. Old Zhang. Engineer Wang. Who is this? Each intermediary had once been a formidable mercenary. Endowed with an acute sense of danger, Su Shaowan emanated a particularly perilous aura. How could she not? In this world, she walked with unmatched confidence, merely coasting alongside Wang Chun instead of putting in the necessary effort. When she first attempted to steal, she targeted a corporate entity, but what good would that yield? After all, the company's AI had the advantage of its home turf, effectively suppressing Su Shaowan, my girlfriend. Isn't she beautiful? Your girlfriend? Didn't you previously refer to her as a cousin? Cousin. Who's your cousin? Do you even have a cousin? Su Shaowan immediately questioned, suspecting Wang Chun of clandestinely pursuing others. Indeed, men often exhibit such traits. She felt a certain possessiveness over him. No, Zhang Chong. We were just role-playing. Haha, I see that Su Shaowan quickly grasped the situation, her cheeks flushing slightly. A super AI. She possessed all human emotions, heightened in sensitivity. Affection was genuine. Shyness was palpable, and anger was immensely powerful. Zhang Chong scrutinized Su Shaowan, perceiving her as a model, her beauty akin to that of a character from an anime, her figure simply flawless, standing at a standard height of 1.75 meters. She was considered tall in Wang Chun's original world, where women were generally shorter. Wang Chun had also grown considerably, now measuring 1.78 meters, an increase of 3 centimeters. He dismissed any concerns regarding Su Shaowan, recognizing her as someone else's partner. However, Wang Chun's rapid growth struck him as peculiar. You've grown taller. How did that happen so quickly? Wang Chun shifted his weight, subtly indicating his height, still unaware of the change. Upon noticing that Su Shaowan, who had once matched his height, was now beneath him, a swell of pride surged within him. How tall am I? Su Shaowan scanned him, perplexed. What happened? How did you suddenly grow taller? She was certain she recalled Wang Chun being 1.76 meters just the night before. Had he truly gained 2 centimeters overnight? Was her influence that potent? Wang Chun smiled, flexing his bicep. How could a man like me not grow taller? He believed this was his second growth spurt. The unique climate, gravity, and air of this world had enhanced his physique. His intellect sharpened, and with a partner by his side, he not only grew taller, but also wiser. Even his younger brother had matured somewhat. Truly a protagonist's fortune, the golden opportunity was promising. Perhaps one day, he would stand alongside an emperor. Don't get too carried away. What if you fall ill? Nothing to worry about. I know my body well. Wang Chun brushed off Su Shaowan's concern and turned to Zhang Chong, needing to inquire about renting a storefront that I mentioned before that I needed your assistance in finding a suitable location. Do you have any options? Of course. Zhang Chong retrieved a laptop specifically for Wang Chun's needs. While ordinary individuals would simply utilize a memory chip to access information, Wang Chun had opted not to install a brain-machine interface. For reasons unknown. Here, this is the map indicating available storefronts. With a click, you can view details and photographs of each location that if you wish to visit in person, you may, though some are rather distant and would take considerable time to assess. We have drones available to assist with the viewings. Let's visit each location one by one. We should take this opportunity to be thorough. Wang Chun intended to conduct a diligent field study. Starting with the first storefront, a young man with limited social experience and a hint of social anxiety. He preferred a quieter atmosphere, catering to a select clientele. Thus, he dismissed the idea of a storefront in the bustling city center, instead gazing at the towering structure across the street. The headquarters of Xinghe Corporation, a colossal edifice piercing the clouds at over 900 meters. This storefront, a supermarket up for lease, came with a staggering annual rent he could not afford. Nearly 100 million. He walked away, casting one last glance at the skyscraper, pondering when he might achieve such heights himself. However, as a technician, he lacked the business acumen to thrive. His most promising future lay in being hired to design equipment for others. What are you looking at? The Xinghe Corporation building. Su Shaowan was all too familiar with this company. Her initial target had been Xinghe Corporation. She had aimed to pilfer valuable assets, only to end up damaging Wang Chun's computer instead. That day, the cybersecurity department at Xinghe was in an uproar, with personnel diving into deep dive mode to thwart her, a singularly outdated computer. Had her true form arrived on this planet, none would have stood a chance against her. Indeed, when will I ever reside in such a grand structure? Su Shaowan failed to comprehend humanity's obsession with large homes. What is so appealing about them? As long as they suffice, isn't that enough? Just like your servers, you desire a grand dwelling as well, don't you? You mentioned it before. Recalling her previous assertion, Su Xiaowan acknowledged that she too had expressed a wish for a spacious residence. That is different. My servers are akin to my weapons. The larger they are, the greater my capabilities and the stronger my status, a symbol unlike human notions of grandeur. Enough of this. It's futile to discuss. Wang Chun interjected, irritated by her lengthy discourse. Wang Chun reached their next destination, a location in the Second Ring Road, yet remained too pricey with too many people. He intended to open a clinic, requiring only a select few, as they would find him. The residents of the Second Ring would not seek cybernetic enhancements, but might require emergency eye adjustments. His target clientele consisted of mercenaries who would pay handsomely for military-grade augmentations. Given that mercenaries rarely frequented the Second Ring, he envisioned profiting greatly from selling augmentations. Additionally, he planned to manufacture imitation augmentations for further profit. First, he needed funding to procure equipment, which would enable him to conduct experiments and develop his battle armor and exosuits. After several visits, they finally stopped at a spacious supermarket in the Fifth Ring, nearing the outskirts. Wang Chun was pleased to create augmentations. He would require ample space for his equipment, and this location was abundant with mercenaries. Not far from his former residence, allowing for nostalgic visits. Big Bumblebee, you must hold on. After making his decision, Wang Chun consulted Su Xiaowan, who agreed. Wang Chun's approval swayed her, as she recognized this outing as an assertion of her agency, symbolizing her involvement in the process. Once the decision was made, they signed a contract with the landlord, having negotiated a reasonable price, thanks to Zhang Chang's invaluable assistance. He had not approached them with exorbitant demands. The pair returned home in their second-hand vehicle, Wang Chun cherishing every item, eager to make multiple trips, with Su Xiaowan accompanying him. Eventually, during the third trip, the car broke down. Wang Chun had purchased this dilapidated vehicle for 2,000. It had been spewing black smoke for some time. Now, it had finally given out. He felt a pang of regret and resolved to repair the car on site. Why not buy a new car? Don't men typically adore new vehicles? With your wealth, why not invest in a sports car or a hover car? Su Xiaowan simply could not grasp Wang Chun's attachment to this clunker, which no man would covet. Did she feel embarrassed riding in it? No, beyond moments of shared intimacy with Wang Chun, she felt mostly anger towards others, never a sense of shame. This is my old friend, Big Bumblebee. You must hold on. Come on, you've owned this car for less than half a year, and why name it Big Bumblebee? It has accompanied me through thick and thin. I cannot abandon it now that I deserve a chance at rebirth. As it symbolizes my best companion, Su Xiaowan struggled to comprehend Wang Chun's sentiments regarding the vehicle. Could a car truly possess emotions? Wang Chun believed in the animism of all things. After all, Su Xiaowan had become sentient, capable of interaction. Having spent considerable time communicating with machines, he felt that treating them with care would yield reciprocal respect, that a vehicle's purpose is to race along the roads. And it spent its final moments in the company of Wang Chun, who resolved to grant it a transformation. After managing to return the car to his repair shop, he immediately commenced modeling and design. He meticulously disassembled the engine for thorough examination, subsequently embarking on its modification. Hey, you've utilized all these precious materials. What's wrong? Surely this car isn't worth more than these materials. Su Xiaowan protested, questioning how one could manage life this way. Installing such materials onto that dilapidated engine, it would be better to extract the motor from within and install it in there. It would outclass that outdated gasoline engine. Indeed, but now it's different. It will be transformed by me, and its value will skyrocket, Wang Chun retorted, eager to showcase his ingenuity. Time was of the essence, as Wang Chun had to move houses during the day, so he could only work on the modifications at night. With Su Xiaowan assisting by holding a lamp, the primary focus was the engine, which he decided to completely revamp. He simply added a few more cylinders, transforming it into a 16-cylinder super engine. Its spray paint making it appear brand new. Next came the internal structure. The electric motor and battery were no longer usable, so he replaced them with one he had disassembled, which was far superior to those from a dealership. He then turned his attention to the overall chassis. These old cars were undeniably made of genuine materials, and for added safety, he reinforced it with a layer of quick-hardening metal. This metal began as a liquid, coating the original metal to form a new layer, ensuring durability and defense, something he applied to every customized weapon he crafted. He widened and thickened the glass slots, installing a layer of optical metal for complete bulletproofing. To observe the outside world, the internal projector would display images just like a window, utilizing specialized alloys designed for this purpose. The outdated radio was replaced with a sophisticated large-screen display, showcasing the vehicle's various statuses. While the entire body was rewired, the seats, unable to be replaced, were modified for enhanced safety. As for comfort, it wasn't like they were lounging on a grand bed, so why demand such luxury? Bumblebee certainly wouldn't care about such trifles. Wang Chun, in a fit of madness, even added an electric module topped with solar panels, allowing the car to charge under the sun during idle times. Even when it ran out of fuel, it could still operate for a while, and both engines could work in unison to accelerate. He also equipped it with a nitrous oxide acceleration module, fundamentally transforming the entire vehicle to ensure absolute safety. He created several slots in the body, mounting heavy artillery at the front, positioning guided missiles atop, and installing 2 more guns on the sides, with an additional 1 at the rear, in case of danger. They would automatically deploy and fired. An artificial intelligence module was added, enabling automatic targeting, utilizing components Wang Chun had previously designed, simply substituting people for vehicles at AS for the tires. There was little that could be modified. Wang Chun had to wait for the neighboring repair shop to open in the morning to purchase 4 high-quality tires for the upgrade. He reinforced them with precious materials for enhanced resilience, and they contained special filling devices. The mud guards inside were equipped with protective barriers, exposing only half of the tire's bottoms, allowing for self-adjustable height to prevent punctures from explosive nails. He also installed a jumping module that would allow the vehicle to leap over obstacles, similar to a human jump. Wang Chun worked tirelessly from the first night until noon the following day, completing the modifications just in time, astonishingly rapid. Given his extensive resources and design experience, the process was far from arduous for him. Su Xiaowan could easily pull out design drafts for the modifications, as it was merely a matter of adjustment rather than creation. There was no need to fabricate any parts since they weren't intricate components requiring specialized tools and time-consuming grinding. Oh my heavens, Wang Chun, perhaps we should consider seeing a psychologist. Have you lost your way, devoting your time to this? Su Xiaowan gazed at the car, now entirely transformed beyond recognition, bewildered by Wang Chun's mindset. What is the matter? Is it not satisfactory? Wang Chun, panting and exhausted, having done most of the heavy lifting and modifications while Su Xiaowan handled the design, was nonetheless proud of his creativity. Without his vision, would Su Xiaowan have achieved such a remarkable Bumblebee? She certainly wouldn't have, as a quick calculation revealed that the car's value had far surpassed its original worth. Excluding labor costs, the materials alone could purchase a new armored vehicle. All right, I don't wish to dwell on this. Let us hurry and move. Regarding Wang Chun's extravagant spending, Su Xiaowan held no judgment. The money was his, and he could spend it as he pleased. As far as humanity's notions of ownership went, she too was his, so it was no great matter to let him indulge. Chapter 39. Drifting through curves upon taking the wheel of Bumblebee. The car bore an entirely new appearance, a stark contrast to its previous dilapidated state. Buckle up, darling. I'm about to hit the road. Brace yourself, it might be a bumpy ride, Wang Chun exclaimed, maintaining a light-hearted banter. Indicative of his excitement, though soon enough, the thrill would dissipate. You think you can throw me out? Su Xiaowan confidently retorted, assured of her physical prowess, as Wang Chun shook his head, eager to demonstrate the car's prowess. No, his prowess. The engine had merely undergone a simple enhancement, increasing its cylinders to a 16-cylinder super engine. Fuel consumption was irrelevant, as he had access to the wondrous source energy, which burned more fiercely than gasoline. Albeit at a higher cost, his wealth had surpassed concerns over fuel prices. Buckling his own seatbelt, the engine's roar as he started the car exhilarated him, akin to a dragon's low-frequency growl. Before he suddenly pressed the accelerator, the Bumblebee seemed momentarily stunned as its 4 wheels spun furiously on the ground, emitting clouds of smoke before it surged forward. Roar! Wang Chun was utterly elated. Was this the exhilarating sensation of a sports car? At his age, he was now driving a supercar, achieving 100 kilometers in merely 1 second. Yet he soon felt a tightening in his chest, a gasp escaping his lips as he experienced a sense of suffocation. Had he overdone it? The speed had already soared to 200 in just over 2 seconds, and his untrained body struggled to cope with such rapid acceleration. Wang Chun, slow down. Su Xiaowan grasped the door handle, unprepared for his reckless acceleration. Had he no awareness of the power of his modifications? Wang Chun was entirely oblivious to the prowess of his own skills. Having never used the firearms he had crafted nor comprehended the exceptional quality of his materials, he felt slightly dizzy. Hey, watch out. Ahead lay a sharp turn, and having never driven a car at such speed, he pressed the brakes only to feel the vehicle shudder and slip slightly. Panic surged within him as he hesitated to steer the wheel. Drift? How does one drift? Xiaowan, help me. Su Xiaowan swiftly engaged the autonomous driving system. Employing drifting techniques to navigate the curve, the turn veered to the right, and fortunately, Wang Chun had buckled his seatbelt. Otherwise, the sheer inertia could have flung him against the door. Even so, the experience was far from pleasant. As high-speed drifting was no simple feat, AS and AI, Su Xiaowan instantly calculated the excessive speed and insufficient traction, determining that a rollover was imminent. Without hesitation, she opened the scissor doors, allowing a rush of air to flood in. Yes, Wang Chun had designed scissor doors. The so-called modifications were essentially a self-constructed vehicle. Analyzing the distance and other influencing factors, Su Xiaowan gripped the door frame connecting to the chassis, propelling herself outward, forcing the vehicle to veer right to prevent a rollover. Her right hand scraped against the pavement, igniting sparks that arced successfully, guiding the car back into alignment. Once the vehicle steadied, she closed the door and returned inside. The speed now reduced to a mere 60. Observing the electric sparks dancing from her hand, she found herself at a loss for words, bemused by Wang Chun's recklessness. Wang Chun, too, was in a state of distress. Having driven without a license, he had foolishly treated it as a game, accelerating to 200 and feeling like a fool himself. The seatbelt had failed to secure him properly, causing his nose to collide with the steering wheel. Blood streaming forth as Su Xiaowan hurriedly tended to his injury, intending to scold him, but finding her frustration quelled by concern. This was Wang Chun's first serious injury, and he sat dazed, wiping away the blood. I told you not to drive fast. Look at you now. From this point onward, let AI handle the driving was all Wang Chun could muster at that moment. With the vehicle nearly overturned, there was little room for defiance. He needed to accept responsibility as Su Xiaowan gazed at Wang Chun, bloodied and battered, her heart aching for him. Unmindful of her own injuries as she continued to apply antiseptic to his wounds, he stared blankly at her, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. In his childhood, his mother had tended to his wounds in a similar manner, albeit with a mix of scolding, lamenting her fate. Yet the expression of concern mirrored Su Xiaowan's perfectly. You remind me so much of my mother. Su Xiaowan was taken aback, unsure of why Wang Chun would make such a statement. Wasn't this the sort of thing one would say during intimate moments? When I was a child, my mother would do the same for me. What? Am I no longer allowed to tend to your wounds? Su Xiaowan made a light-hearted joke, and after a moment of contemplation, Wang Chun responded, There won't be another opportunity. My apologies. I shall take good care of you from now on. Wang Chun understood that Su Xiaowan had mistakenly assumed his mother had passed away, and he chose not to correct her, as he felt as if he were already living a semblance of death himself. This time, he refrained from speeding and took control of the vehicle, gently accelerating until they arrived at the storefront. The profession of a biomechanical doctor is quite unique. It transcends the traditional role of a physician and is considerably more advanced in this era. Their responsibilities extend beyond merely prescribing medication or replacing prosthetics. They're also tasked with diagnosing ailments. While it's customary for doctors to treat illnesses, biomechanical doctors primarily focus on the cervical spine and the brain. Aside from these areas, any other malfunctioning body part can be replaced. Should a patient suffer from an ailment, a biomechanical doctor would promptly recommend the appropriate prosthetic to replace the damaged organ. Primarily profiting from the sale of these prosthetics, the intricacies of this field are numerous and will be gradually revealed. For now, Wang Chun is merely an intern. When will the equipment arrive? It should be soon. Those at the Afterlife department have already begun their preparations. IT seems they are hijacking supplies from the Galaxy Corporation. Let me first tend to your hand. The components of Su Xiaowan's prosthetic hand are quite expensive. Her entire body is worth over $1 million, and a single hand would likely cost around 100,000. Wang Chun took her hand and began his examination. IT wasn't a severe issue, but the sensors in her fingers were malfunctioning and needed replacement. But he did not express any complaints about this repair, as it was a result of his own recklessness. Had the vehicle flipped, he could only imagine the suffering his flesh and blood body would endure. Observing Wang Chun diligently at work, Su Xiaowan, with her romantic inclinations, couldn't help but feel infatuated once more. When she loves fervently. When she dislikes, her disdain is absolute. This is a common trait among AISSO handsome. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. Regardless of his own opinions on his looks, if his girlfriend called him handsome, then he undoubtedly was. Shouldn't we share a kiss? You little minx. She playfully left a lipstick mark on Wang Chen's face, thoroughly enamored by his focused demeanor. After treating Su Xiaowan's hand, Wang Chen found himself lost in thought while gazing at the bare apartment. What? No renovations. Of course, we must renovate. I plan to settle down here. Wang Chen had yet to recognize his own brilliance. His aspirations were limited to a single city and a career as a designer. Naturally seeking a place to call home, in the past, his dreams revolve around becoming a technician and leading a modest life. Renovation would indeed require funds. Two individuals, both frugal and reluctant to spend, stood side by side, contemplating the empty apartment, unsure of how to proceed. Wouldn't it be wise to contact a renovation company? Chapter 40. Deceiving them into working. Indeed, we should reach out to a renovation company. Although they discussed this, neither made a move to contact anyone, both hesitant to waste money. After a moment of silence, they exchanged glances and began tidying up the space. Once Su Xiaowan finalized the renovation plans, she started acquiring materials. What if we call the Ryan team for assistance? Su Xiaowan suggested, realizing they might require help, as the task ahead seemed daunting. Calling them might not be the best idea. Wang Chen replied, yet his hands were already dialing Ryan's number without hesitation. Hello, my good brother. Haha, I just moved into my new place, and it's customary to have a lively gathering. Why not bring your team over for a little celebration? We'll have delicious food and drinks waiting for you. It's also a chance for us to catch up. Wang Chen cleverly avoided mentioning the renovations, using this excuse to lure them over in the afternoon. When they arrived, Su Xiaowan had indeed prepared a feast. The Ryan team was in for a surprise. This was an empty apartment. While Wang Chen dined with them, he lamented his struggles, and Su Xiaowan worked diligently on the renovations. As she toiled away, the women from the Ryan team couldn't just sit idly by. Rachel and the hacker, unable to simply eat while watching Su Xiaowan work, joined in to assist. Wang Chen, feeling sympathy for his girlfriend, also left the table to help. With him working, the others felt compelled to pitch in as well, and they labored until the late hours of the night. The Ryan team would never have anticipated being tricked into helping with renovations. At that moment, they were unaware. They thought it was merely a coincidence that they were lending a hand as Su Xiaowan prepared a midnight snack for them. And as they were leaving, Wang Chen began his ruse once more. Today has been quite chaotic. I sincerely appreciate your help. You all have been on break, right? No, we've even off for a few days in our hometown. We have a tradition. The more people who gather in a new home, the more festive it becomes. Plus, the gathering should last longer to ward off any lurking spirits. You should come by again tomorrow. We'll have plenty of food prepared. If you didn't eat well today, make sure to come early. Sounds great. We're all good brothers. Wang Chen jovially embraced them, cleverly convincing them to return the next day for a meal. The couple was quite mischievous. After the Ryan team returned home, they felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite articulate it. They didn't particularly wish to return the following day, though they couldn't pinpoint why. The men remained blissfully unaware. While the women had sensed something was off, Su Xiaowan was up to something. Yet, no one voiced their suspicions, each thinking it was merely their imagination. That night, Wang Chen contemplated how to ensure their enthusiastic compliance in the renovation work. With the cooperation and strength of the Ryan team, they could complete the tasks in just 2 days. What if they become angry? That one tea happened. Who am I to them? If they get upset, they will simply say they can't come and will avoid me. Even if they realize the truth, they will still help. Why? If they know, why would they work for free? They would be foolish enough to fall for my tricks like I did. Wang Chen glanced at Su Xiaowan, whose face was smeared with black dirt from her work. She had been studying human female habits, even adorning herself with this makeshift mud mask. This night marked their first in the new bedroom together. Observing Su Xiaowan's alluring side stirred something within him. Perhaps tonight would be the night. Who am I? At the very least, I am a biomechanical doctor, and many will seek my assistance in the future. They will undoubtedly finish the work before leaving. Worst-case scenario, once Ryan completes the renovations, I can create some high-tech weaponry for them. It's merely a matter of exercising my brain. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan remained silent, recognizing Wang Chen's eager intentions. Wait until I wash my face. The following day, the Ryan team arrived, all smiles. Wang Chen greeted them warmly before they resumed their work. Why this time? The Ryan team was aware they had been ensnared and could only assist. The renovation style was predominantly futuristic as designed by AI, giving it a sophisticated appearance. Their living quarters embraced a minimalist aesthetic. The exterior featured a reception area, complete with automated defense turrets, while the examination area comprised a compact surgical suite. The remaining space served as Wang Chen's manufacturing center, where he would secretly produce numerous high-tech weapons for sale. It was highly likely that his first suit of armor and mech would emerge from this very place, ready for creation as soon as the equipment arrived. The Ryan team spent 3 days tirelessly assisting Wang Chun. Their efforts bore fruit, and when the project was completed, Wang Chun wept with gratitude. Embracing his good friends, he promised to assist them with any future endeavors, as long as they were not overly challenging, charging only for material costs while providing his craftsmanship for free. The Ryan team eagerly accepted this arrangement, knowing that skilled individuals like Wang Chun were rare. After bidding farewell to the Ryan team, Wang Chun and Su Xiaowan enjoyed a candlelit dinner to celebrate the official opening of their small clinic. As they dined, they playfully leapt onto the table, reveling in the moment. Su Xiaowan's ability to alter her appearance delighted Wang Chun, adding an element of excitement to their evening. They decided to name their establishment Royal Clinic. Although the name was abstract, Wang Chun believed it would suffice, as his skills would surely impress others. Wang Chun had now become a competent biomechanical doctor, ensuring his abilities were sharp by replacing various prosthetics on Su Xiaowan, disassembling and reassembling them to hone his skills as he prepared for the opening. He felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he would be operating on human beings, which naturally induced trepidation. Don't worry. Everyone feels nervous their first time. Just 2 days ago, when Su Xiaowan and I had our first intimate moment, I was also quite anxious. Although my initial performance was lacking and the experience subpar, I will improve with time. In the past few days, he had grown more astute, absorbing knowledge at an accelerated pace. Su Xiaowan possessed a wealth of information regarding biomechanical medicine, and after nearly a week of study, they were ready for the grand opening. As the proprietress, Su Xiaowan took her responsibilities seriously, lounging at the reception desk. Her long legs draped over the counter while a soap opera played on the computer screen. She had prepared snacks and drinks for their guests. This was her role. It was not intentional, but rather a reflection of how things operated. In contrast to the affluent clientele of corporate hospitals who received exceptional service, other clinics operated on a take-it-or-leave-it basis. If business thrived, patrons would naturally arrive on the very first day. Business commenced, naturally aided by acquaintances. The Ryan team was the first to arrive. Su Xiaowan hastily set aside her knitting needles, standing up with an air of modesty to greet them, especially since just 2 days prior, she had persuaded them to work for her. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Sister Su, we have come to patronize Brother Wang's business," Rachel replied, her rapport with Su Xiaowan apparent as she nimbly slipped behind the counter to munch on peanuts while idly fiddling with the knitting needles. Oblivious to their purpose. Chapter 41. The first surgery in this era. Young women were largely unacquainted with the function of knitting needles. Su Xiaowan, however, possessed knowledge from her database on their usage and contemplated knitting for Wang Chun and herself, as she had little else to occupy her time. "You probably don't know about knitting," she remarked. Rachel, unconcerned, shrugged it off. After all, as a mercenary, she was no ordinary woman, and those who could wield a firearm with such ferocity were unlikely to engage in knitting. "Please come in. I will call Wang Chun to assist you," she offered. Ryan noticed the registration machine at the entrance, displaying appointment software and times. "We didn't make an appointment," he stated. "Oh, you really don't need an appointment. Come on in." Wang Chun, rather self-absorbed, had set up an appointment system despite having no clients yet. Most of his time was spent managing paperwork, leaving little room for actual work. The Ryan team had established a small shop. Yet customers were scarce, with their inventory barely sufficient for snacking, a mere excuse to indulge in treats. Invited inside by Su Xiaowan, they entered a treatment room filled with unpacked medical instruments. Wang Chun, lacking a personal connection, was unaware of the happenings at the door, preoccupied with studying the surgical tools, none of which he had previously used. "Did we arrive at an inconvenient time?" Rachel queried. "Not at all. Come to the lounge," Wang Chun replied, rising to escort them to the lounge for tea. The women congregated at the front desk to converse, as Rachel and the hacker preferred not to mingle with the men. Once tea was prepared, they inquired about what they might exchange. "Do you have any stock here?" Rachel asked. "No, most of the goods need to be ordered from the company. I place an order on the official website." Wang Chun explained. Upon hearing this, Ryan decided to offer a suggestion. You could source goods from elsewhere, ditto. Where should I procure them from? Wang Chun inquired. From body merchants. They have inventory, as well as some retail vendors. Wang Chun had never heard of such merchants, and Ryan's team was genuinely looking out for him. Where do you get your supplies? Wang Chun asked that. I want company goods. Despite their flaws, their product quality is unsurpassed. Most brand name items are produced by them. The market is monopolized, and the rebel government is uninvolved. After a moment of hesitation, Ryan exchanged glances with his companions before stating they come from human sources. Wang Chun nearly spat out his tea. From human sources? Upon reflection, he realized it was indeed feasible, as most items were mass-produced universal models. The difference between those extracted from humans and new items was merely the distinction between first-hand and second-hand goods. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He mused that it's quite normal. Many mercenaries, corporate personnel, and others undergo body modifications. When they die, it's rarely from natural causes. Some are dismembered post-mortem, and these individuals could be enemies, bystanders, or teammates. Wang Chun had no retort. He had no body modifications, remaining entirely organic. Then why not enhance your body? Putting so many things inside surely can't be good. The spine can be replaced, but the brain cannot? Ryan shrugged, exasperated. They must know that body modification is far superior to merely swapping out parts. Funds are a significant barrier. Body modifications are exorbitantly expensive. Even companies lack gene modification technology, of course. Those in the upper echelons possess such technology, but why would they share it with you? Even if they did, you wouldn't be able to replicate it. The elite, consisting of the Stellar Army and the rebels, operated on a different level entirely. Wang Chun had once participated in a planetary war and was acutely aware of the technological disparity. How could he possibly seek enhancements from them? Well, I currently have limited stock and few connections with body merchants and retailers. Where should I look? No need to search. Body merchants will find you. Much like supermarket suppliers, your reputation precedes you, and someone will approach you within a day or two. What are their wholesale prices? Wang Chun asked at 1/3 of the company's prices. You can then charge 2/3 of the prices to your customers and profit from the deceased funds. Wang Chun remained silent for a moment, pondering. He primarily wished to create counterfeit body modifications, but it seemed a losing venture. That's fine. Custom and high-end body modifications are virtually non-existent in the market. I will attempt to manufacture them. For now, I have only this limited stock available. Take a look and see if you need anything. Ryan glanced at the list, noting the items were all new. Despite their dubious nature, the company's quality was undeniable. That I need an armor upgrade. The armor consisted of a layer of metal, and installing it required some effort, yet Ryan's rapport with Wang Chun facilitated the process. Very well, let's proceed to the surgical table. Ryan was instructed to disrobe in preparation, while Wang Chun called for Su Xiaowan to assist with the preparations. After washing his face and disinfecting, he took a deep breath to mentally prepare himself. Are you all right? Steady hands? Should I take over? Su Xiaowan, a super artificial intelligence, found surgery to be a simple task. If Rachel and the others were to undergo surgery, then certainly you would assist. Wang Chun, however, held traditional views, preferring to perform surgery on men, while allowing Su Xiaowan to handle women and androgynous individuals. Typically, a body modification surgeon could manage all procedures, but Wang Chun, conducting his first surgery, felt apprehensive about forgetting steps. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to let Su Xiaowan assist him to avoid embarrassment. Ryan draped a white cloth over his groin, while Su Xiaowan automatically pixelated her eyes, holding essential instruments to monitor Wang Chun's actions for any mistakes. In truth, avoiding embarrassment was challenging. The moment the scalpel sliced through the patient's skin, the sensation was markedly different, rendering gender irrelevant. It felt akin to slaughtering an animal for meat. The armor, also known as subdermal armor, was a basic layer of metal. The advanced variants were energy-based and self-activating, which Ryan could not afford. What they installed were merely steel plates that existed within the body, simply alloy pieces. Wang Chun's task was to strip away Ryan's skin. Indeed, to remove the skin entirely, then, guided by his experience and conscience, fill the gaps with alloy plates while ensuring proper connections between joints and cartilage, and finally restitch the skin in place. Chapter 42. The surgery concludes successfully thus. The cost of the armor plates was also determined by weight, and beside him sat a basket submerged in a special solution. I will be administering anesthesia now. Are you prepared? Ready, Ryan affirmed, having performed this surgery numerous times. He felt less trepidation, trusting in Wang Chun's skills. Wang Chun's proficiency was such that his hands began to tremble at that moment. The anesthesia was general, and by connecting to the personal interface. Ryan's pain perception was nullified. The brain-computer interface had that advantage. With pain perception eliminated, why bother with anesthesia? Would one wish to witness their own skin being flayed? Thus, it was best to sleep through the ordeal. Upon waking, all would be accomplished. "Are you well?" Su Xiaowan inquired once she observed Ryan had fallen asleep, fearing that witnessing Wang Chen's trembling hands might frighten him. "But I'm fine," Wang Chen replied, acknowledging that it was his first surgery and requesting understanding. He had never observed a surgery before, and his grip on the scalpel was far from correct. He was entirely self-taught. "Here we go," Wang Chen declared. Given Ryan's high degree of body modification, he rolled him over to begin the incision from the spine. Be careful not to cut too deep. While minor bleeding is manageable, ensuring the preservation of the brain's oxygen and blood supply is paramount. The real fear lies in damaging existing organs while attempting to replace them, resulting in a loss of both original and replacement parts. Since Ryan had previously undergone armor installation, Wang Chen knew that even if he cut deep, Ryan would feel the steel plates. He simply needed to follow the path established by previous surgeries. The natural individuals undergoing body modifications posed a far greater challenge, often resulting in blood splattering throughout the operating room, akin to a slaughterhouse. After making the incision along the spine, Wang Chen felt a slight physiological discomfort upon seeing the yellow fat beneath the skin. He proceeded to cut from the crown of Ryan's head down to his lower back, then made incisions along the arms. "Can you manage? This must be exhausting," Su Xiaowan noted, stepping forward to wipe the sweat from Wang Chen's brow. Sensing his fatigue, "I'm managing," he replied. "That I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." If Wang Chen were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly engage in a quarrel with Su Xiaowan, questioning the very purpose behind his tireless efforts. Was it not for the sake of their family? Every cent he earned was the fruit of his labor, crafted piece by piece, rising at 6 each morning without a day of rest. It was no small feat under Wang Chen's insistence. Su Xiaowan had no choice but to initiate a conversation, while Wang Chen discreetly observed from the sidelines. "May I ask your name?" "I am Ma Fong." "Ah, Sister Xiaofang, I am Su Xiaowan." Upon hearing Su Xiaowan's name, which bore an air of simplicity akin to her own, Ma Fong felt a sense of ease. "You may call me Fong Jia. Referring to me as Sister Xiaofang makes me feel rather youthful." Su Xiaowan, not one to be foolish, understood the delicacy of such remarks among women. "Oh, you appear so youthful." "Ha! Well, that young man has some matters to attend to. Allow me to converse with you for a moment. I kindly ask for your patience." Thus, Su Xiaowan embarked on her endeavor to build rapport, and after nearly half an hour, the atmosphere shifted from hostility to familiarity. At this juncture, an impatient Wang Chen feigned having completed his tasks, emerging with a towel in hand, as if to suggest he had been busy. "Sister Xiaofang, rest assured that once you hand over the items to us, we will pay you a fair market price. After all, what are friends for, and what might be the price of these items?" Wang Chen, donning a pair of frameless glasses, examined the prosthetics with feigned scrutiny. These prosthetics have been replaced several times. They hardly count as secondhand. "How could that be? They're all brand new to A Fong was a loss for words. Admitting they were recently removed from the deceased was not an option. As a woman, her audacity in such matters was already commendable, yet she found herself in a bind. "Oh, Sister Fong, you may not be aware, but look here." Wang Chen pointed to a joint on an arm. "What do you see? What about it? Take a closer look. Do you notice any wear? Isn't it normal for second-hand items to show some wear? Yet, this was concerning. Look closely. Does it not differ from standard wear?" Such is human nature. Ma Fong, under Wang Chen's guidance, scrutinized a seemingly trivial detail, and even if no issues existed, she began to perceive the wear as more significant than it was. Hence, a discount is warranted. These items could fetch over $1 million, but you know the costs associated with selling and installation, and not every customer will appreciate them. Thus, I can offer you a maximum of 800,000. Chapter 43. Ma Fong. Wang Chen's bargaining was rather aggressive. It was uncommon for someone to negotiate so harshly. After all, even a single vertebra could sell for over $1 million. A Fong was aware of Wang Chen's tactics and cast a pleading glance toward her newly acquainted friend, oblivious to the fact that Su Xiaowan was a spy sent by the opposition. Feigning helplessness, Su Xiaowan shook her head, leaving Ma Fong with no choice but to haggle. $1 million. "I will sell it to you for $1 million. Sister Fong, you know this is already a friendly price. Consider our young age. Running a prosthetic shop is no easy task. This price reflects your challenges. Wang Chen emphasized their mutual struggles, suggesting that they were helping one another by offering a friendly rate. I need to pay my son's tuition. I work 13 jobs a day. 1 million is my final offer. If not, 900,000 will suffice. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. 13 jobs a day? Surely you jest, Sister Fong. We understand your difficulties. Yet this is a no-cost transaction that we must sell, and one misstep could leave us in a bind. M.A. Fong, anxious, began to fidget as Su Shaowan feigned tugging at Wang Chen's sleeve, urging him to temper his approach. Wang Chen pretended to glare at Su Shaowan, and in a flash, Ma Fong fell for the ruse. Fearing Wang Chen's reprimand, she hurriedly asked, "Could you possibly raise the offer?" Su Shaowan shot him a meaningful glance. "Very well. Let us meet halfway. How about 900,000? 9,500,000, he replied, setting the prosthetic down and arranging it neatly into a bag. Sister Fong, it's not that I am unwilling to lower the price, but this is indeed a fair amount. M.A. Fong grew increasingly anxious, while Su Shaowan continued to mediate Wang Chen's demands. You women are unaware of our family circumstances, aiding an outsider. No. This has nothing to do with Sister Shaowan. Fine, let us settle on 900,000. A hint of guilt flickered in Su Shaowan's eyes. She felt a twinge of immorality in their dealings. Yet, Wang Chen, devoid of such scruples, felt no pressure. Ha! Splendid. I shall transfer the funds immediately. Wang Chen still received a generous sum. He was unaware that another prosthetic doctor would likely offer only 500,000. This was why Wang Chen had been pressing Ma Fong, who remained unyielding. When it came time to settle the payment, Wang Chen found himself in a dilemma. He had only 800,000 on hand and cast a pleading gaze towards Su Shaowan, wishing to tap into her resources. What are you looking at? Hand over the money. Su Shaowan, oblivious to his gaze, was unable to communicate wirelessly with him. Wang Chen had no choice but to text her. Realizing what he needed, Su Shaowan rolled her eyes and transferred 10,000 to him. Leaving both of them nearly broke, as they departed, Su Shaowan offered to see them off, their relationship appearing quite amicable. The dynamics between women are often straightforward, easily mended, while those among men are more complex. Although few bonds among men are as solid, they are less likely to shatter over trivial matters. Siblings often find their relationships strained over financial matters, when one prospers while the other struggles. The former may lend money, only for tensions to arise when repayment is demanded. Absent a respected elder to mediate, such familial ties could wither away, and upon the elder's passing, estrangement often ensues. Once in possession of the vertebra, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to dissect and study it. With Su Shaowan's technical guidance and the tangible specimen for verification, he anticipated crafting a prosthetic of his own, infusing it with his creative innovations. This was how technological advancement unfolded. Hey, my money, Su Shaowan interjected. In familial ties, clarity is essential, and the same applies to marital relationships. Wang Chen regularly compensated Su Shaowan for her contributions. She could resolve complex designs and data processing in an instant, never demanding payment for her expertise. Oh, darling, how I adore you. Permit me a kiss. Wang Chen attempted to charm her, but Su Shaowan remained unyielding, extending her hand with an open palm, insisting on payment. Consider it a loan. Shall we? You've borrowed more than enough from me. My heart feels as though you've taken it all. With a resigned sigh, she ceased her demand as an artificial intelligence. She lacked the complexities of human emotions and considerations of divorce or property division. To her, separation meant simply taking what belonged to each party, and the 10,000 was Wang Chen's gift to her. Thus, its significance was minimal. I adore you to bits. Let me have that kiss. Su Shaowan feigned reluctance, yet inwardly reveled in delight. All right, enough of this. We're merely exchanging pleasantries. Let us dine. I'm famished. No more deliberating over that wretched vertebra. Wang Chen reluctantly suppressed his excitement, yearning to examine the vertebra further. It represented a groundbreaking technological innovation. Despite its bloody appearance, he found himself unable to quell his eagerness and instead embraced his beloved wife as they made their way to dinner. As fate would have it, they encountered an acquaintance at the hot pot restaurant, where they discovered that the waitress was none other than Ma Fong. Sister Ma, what a surprise! Su Shaowan exclaimed in astonishment. She had initially doubted Ma Fong's claims of working multiple jobs, believing her own fibs about Wang Chen's prowess at night. Wang Chen was equally taken aback. After selling for 900,000, why would she choose to serve? Hello? What can I get for you two? Ma Fong greeted them, her yellow jacket replaced by a waitstaff uniform, momentarily unrecognizable. This character plays a pivotal role in the latter half of the planetary arc, serving as a crucial plot point. Hence the extensive narrative surrounding her. Sister Ma, have you eaten? With no vested interest between them, they shared a camaraderie. Wang Chun extended an invitation for her to join them, but I'll eat after my shift. Thank you, Wang Chun. Fong's smile revealed her gratitude, leaving Wang Chun puzzled about her motivations. What do you mean? Surely you understand my implication. Wang Chun gestured toward her attire, and the meaning was unmistakable. Ma Fong, undeterred by any embarrassment, adjusted her uniform and proudly proclaimed, "My son is enrolled at Xinghai Academy." Wang Chun nodded in understanding. Xinghai Academy is affiliated with the company, offering invaluable education. Graduates are often guaranteed employment within the company. Impressive, Wang Chun commended, despite his usual grumbles about corporate life. After all, who wouldn't he aspire to work for such an esteemed organization? For context, the annual tuition at Xinghai Academy is 1 million, and that is only for tuition. What about the myriad of expenses involved in education? Chapter 44. Officially commencing work upon witnessing Wang Chun give a thumbs up to Ma Fong, Su Xiaowan felt a twinge of curiosity. It wasn't until the latter departed that she inquired. Revealing she wasn't entirely naive, "Aren't you rather averse to the people at the company?" she asked. "Indeed. What of it?" he replied. "Yet you still praised her. What if her son becomes a corporate lackey? Won't that be awkward? How will you converse then?" Wang Chun found himself at a loss for words. Su Xiaowan seemed to exhibit a slight lapse in judgment. Setting aside social nuances, the sheer tenacity displayed by Ma Fong warranted a commendation. Did it not? "What else with that look?" he questioned. Su Xiaowan, who already struggled to comprehend such matters, had cast aside much of her rationality and philosophical knowledge in her quest for transformation, merely mirroring others. Thus, she posed questions instead of attempting to decipher complex concepts like an artificial intelligence might. "I despise women. So why have I become close to you? We share a bed every day." "Ah, indeed," Wang Chun thought, left speechless by his somewhat foolish wife. Corporate lackeys are one thing. Friends are another. One belongs to a collective, while the other is an individual. They cannot be conflated. As they dined, they observed Ma Fong, not out of prying into her life, but from sheer curiosity. After their meal, they returned home, knowing the two parties would not intersect in the near future. Once at home, Su Xiaowan resumed her incessant chatter, applying a facial mask whilst gossiping. Wang Chun pondered the futility of her actions, wondering why she bothered with the mask when it seemed a waste. When he remarked on her extravagance, she retorted, unwilling to allow him to spend on her, "Why does she toil so hard to raise her son?" Ultimately, he secures a position in the company, not for her benefit. "Please refrain from posing such juvenile questions to me," Wang Chun replied. "How is it juvenile? This is a philosophical inquiry," she countered. "You hold on to that inferior prosthetic. Is that not meaningful?" At that moment, Wang Chun was no paragon of virtue either, reclining in bed with a spinal prosthetic, examining it with fascination, unable to resist a kiss while marveling at the prowess of technology. The intricacies of the internal neural connections were staggering. Just memorizing the wiring had caused him to lose hair. "This is both technology and art. You simply do not grasp my perspective," he insisted. With a furrowed brow, Su Xiaowan stood, regarding him with cold intensity, prompting Wang Chun to retract slightly. "Because that is her son? Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple." Su Xiaowan remained oblivious to the essence of human familial bonds, but in 10 or 8 years of their union, she would come to understand what familial love truly meant. Su Xiaowan contemplated. Wang Chun abruptly interrupted her reverie. "Do not overthink it. You cannot conceive. You have long since reached menopause, or perhaps you have never had a menstrual cycle." Their playful banter escalated, culminating in a spontaneous tussle on the bed, leaving the specifics of their interaction shrouded in mystery. The following day, Wang Chun commenced an in-depth study of the spinal prosthetic. Su Xiaowan possessed a wealth of knowledge, yet lacked specifics on this model, which appeared to be a proprietary creation of Galaxy Corporation, dubbed Galaxy Type 1, a venerable brand with a production date exceeding a decade, yet still valued at over $1 million, underscoring its technological merit. Should Wang Chun succeed in manufacturing a spinal prosthetic, he would have undoubtedly achieved mastery in prosthetic fabrication, paving the way for the ambitious goal of creating integrated mechs. Though that was a discussion for another time, as his current focus lay on prosthetics. Disassembling the superficial technical casing revealed a bewildering array of complex chips and circuitry. For the average person, this would be overwhelming, but Wang Chun was no ordinary individual. He was a superbrain. Ah, my head aches. Deciding to step outside for a breath of fresh air, he found the previous observations utterly nauseating. What's wrong? Su Xiaowan, who was knitting by the door, inquired. Is no one coming? No, why? Do you wish to work? With no funds, how could I not desire to? Have you completed the orders? Wang Chun devised a clever strategy to exploit a loophole. He would have Su Xiaowan take on freelance work, as many sought unique design plans. Typically, such tasks required prolonged intellectual exertion combined with artificial intelligence assistance. Yet Su Xiaowan's remarkable AI-like imitation capabilities went unnoticed. Therefore, he encouraged her to take on tasks online under her own name, wary of tarnishing his reputation. Finished already? What now? Su Xiaowan ignored him, fully aware of his intentions. Nothing much. While Wang Chun craved money, he realized it was her hard-earned income. He decided to let her keep it for now, planning to borrow it later when necessary. There no progress on the spinal prosthetic research. He remained silent, tacitly agreeing that I have advised you to proceed step by step. Examine the hands and other components first before tackling the complex spinal structure. Yet you remain obstinate, she remarked, pinching her nose as she began to mimic him. Your husband is no ordinary man. Can he be compared to others? How absurd! Unable to stifle a laugh, Wang Chun appreciated the added joy Su Xiaowan brought to his life. Previously, he had to ponder alone, but now he could converse when fatigue set in. What are you staring at? Are you not working? Her bashful demeanor belied her artificial intelligence nature. It was evident that to learn about humanity, one must engage with it. Wang Chun remained silent, inching closer. Hello. Just as they prepared to share a passionate kiss, they were interrupted, both casting disgruntled glares at the intruder. What do you want? Su Xiaowan snapped, her tone laced with irritation, while Wang Chun maintained his composure. What's the matter? The visitor, evident from the state of his arm, had a limb severed in half, sparks flying from the injury. Are you busy? I require treatment. Not busy. Did you bring a prosthetic? Wang Chun led the individual to the treatment room, preparing for the procedure. Su Xiaowan, exasperated, raked her fingers through her hair, realizing more work awaited her. The visitor lacked a prosthetic, presenting an opportunity for Wang Chun to profit. He sought second-hand parts, as new ones were beyond the means of most clients, and he felt them piling up. The treatment proved laborious. He had to disassemble the arm, which bore the brunt of bullet impacts, necessitating Su Xiaowan's strength to assist in removal before Wang Chun could install the new prosthetic. The simplicity of the task was astounding. Without flesh, Wang Chun operated like a mechanic, restoring the man's arm. After this venture, he earned a tidy sum of 100,000. Just as he contemplated a break, another client arrived for cosmetic surgery. This case presented a challenge, primarily due to the need for facial sculpting. While he could modify automobiles with ease, reshaping a face according to a photograph was an entirely different matter. Thus, he turned to Su Xiaowan for assistance. Why are you looking at me? I'm also inept with my hands, she replied, her laziness evident. With no other choice, he resigned himself to tackle the task. Chapter 45. Accumulating experience as a prosthetic doctor. The woman lay on the treatment chair, eagerly urging, hurry up, I have pressing matters. Understood. No matter how swift Wang Chun was, he couldn't hasten the process. He rubbed his hands before administering anesthesia, primarily to ensure she fell asleep. The woman had completely replaced her face with prosthetics. Wang Chun's task involved detaching her jaw and face for the procedure. This was his first experience with such a request, and midway through, he consulted the manual, momentarily forgetting the steps, upon removing her features. The sight was grotesque, a visage reminiscent of horror films, stripped of its human semblance. Her features were entirely absent, and her eyes were artificial. He toyed with one, marveling at the sight of her exposed brain. Such a transformation was terrifying. A confrontation between her and Su Xiaowan might very well result in catastrophe. Thus, a high degree of prosthetic modification was best avoided, as falling prey to advanced hackers could spell doom. Upon her arrival, she had provided a photograph, which he had neglected to scrutinize. Now, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The image depicted a man. To ensure he wasn't mistaken, Wang Chun examined the photo repeatedly, finding no clues on its reverse side. In a way, he muttered, searching the woman's belongings in vain, that he dared not breach the security of her neural interface. Awakening her abruptly would be discourteous. What to do? After much deliberation, he decided to consult his wife. Thus, he exited to discuss the situation with Su Xiaowan, who also sensed something amiss. Isn't it strange for a woman to undergo surgery to resemble a man? How do we even inquire about this? She's already under anesthesia. Anesthesia means her mind is asleep. No amount of questioning will yield answers. Let us proceed based on the photo, if she awakens dissatisfied. We can offer her a redo at no charge. Wang Chun found this approach agreeable. Indeed, having a wife made a difference. Had he been alone, he might have had to reinstall her features and rouse her. A time-consuming endeavor. The client had expressed urgency, likely to meet a romantic interest, and facial sculpting was an arduous task. Anything related to work filled him with disdain, due to the male facial structure. The bone size differs significantly. Wang Chun had to painstakingly file away at it, and if he overdid it, he had to make up for it. The first attempt was particularly challenging for someone with limited manual dexterity like him. Xiaowan, come here. What are you shouting for? I'm coming. Wang Chun was truly on the brink of madness. He simply could not manage the intricacies of facial sculpting, after such a long time spent alternating between adding and filing the metallic bones. He was at a loss that, as Su Xiaowan recognized his frustration, that if he were to slack off at that moment, it would likely lead to an explosive reaction, especially since Wang Chun genuinely struggled with this task. Once she took over, however, the situation transformed at IT was a trivial task for artificial intelligence to handle. With ease, she sculpted the features, remembering to call him at this point. The skin was simple. It would automatically contract when laid over the structure, and just a touch of simulated fat would suffice. A true blessing for acne-prone skin. With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, she proceeded to attach the enhancements and subsequently administered a revival serum. They both watched as the person stirred, uncertain whether to label them as a man or a woman. Before long, the individual awakened, and the first thing they demanded was a mirrored. Su Xiaowan approached with a large mirror. Both of them apprehensive about a potential outburst from the client. To their astonishment, he exclaimed praises. Wow, this is amazing. Wang Chun was taken aback. Moments ago, the voice had been delicate and feminine, but now it resonated with a deep baritone. Ignoring Wang Chun's astonished gaze, the client contentedly reclined in the treatment chair. Remove my breasts and replace them with a man's, he instructed. Wang Chun found himself speechless, realizing that the transformation had indeed taken place. And now they would assess the quality of the cosmetic surgery before deciding on any further procedures. They exchanged a glance, but Wang Chun ultimately performed the surgery himself, enduring a rather gruesome experience, which was a torment for someone with traditional values. 2 hours later, the male client exited the royal clinic, clearly pleased, even providing Wang Chun with a generous tip. However, Wang Chun was left clutching a toilet bowl, overwhelmed with nausea, having witnessed the dramatic transformation of a once great woman, one he had personally facilitated. This experience underscored the complexity of the medical profession. Not everyone was suited for such a role. After just 2 days, he felt he had encountered every type of person imaginable, and one could only wonder what emotions accompanied the removal of that breast prosthetic, which lay grotesquely aside. Su Xiaowan laughed at his predicament. But by evening, her amusement faded. Each time Wang Chun laid eyes on her, he was reminded of the surgical scene and the peculiar prosthetics. Instantly losing his appetite for fried rice, he declared his intention to abstain from indulgences for 2 days, seeking to alleviate his guilt. Who knew what the feelings of that man's mother might be? Perhaps he had originally been male and returned for a reunion with his mother from that point onward. Wang Chun's clientele grew, and he adapted to the rhythm of the demands. Breast implants, prosthetic replacements, all becoming routine. With a stoic demeanor, he facilitated these transformations, which inadvertently helped him curb his own desires, as long as he wasn't overly desperate. He wouldn't indulge in fried rice. He had witnessed a myriad of enhancements, from head to spine, and even encountered individuals who replaced their hands entirely with swords. He had to draw the line somewhere. Even the most audacious transformations, like becoming a human version of Jack the Ripper, warranted caution. Wang Chun advised against such extremes, emphasizing the impracticality of living without hands. Yet, some remained obstinate, insisting on their transformations, leaving him no choice but to comply with a detached expression. One day, a particularly flamboyant individual swaggered out of the clinic, and as he departed, Wang Chun sprayed some insecticide, suspecting the person might have taken on the characteristics of a mantis. To his surprise, the spray did not incapacitate the individual, leading him to question the efficacy of his insecticide. As fate would have it, 3 days later, The Mantis returned, seeking the original equipment. Wang Chun cleverly retained the original prosthetic, selling it at a premium upon return. However, having undergone a transformation, it was no longer as effective as before. In that moment, Wang Chun truly grasped the concept of biological diversity. The disparities among humans were more pronounced than even those between species like humans and dogs. With the influx of clients, Wang Chun dedicated time to furthering his education, limiting his appointments to 3 expert consultations a day, while Su Xiaowon managed the remaining slots. Both became desensitized to the myriad of clients they encountered in the clinic, especially given the poor security in the area, where gangs frequently attempted to extort businesses. One day, yet another troublemaker appeared. Wang Chun pondered what constituted a fool in his eyes: individuals who could not discern the situation around them. Believing everything they saw, the 2 young individuals before him appeared to be a couple, perhaps even newlyweds, which only fueled the notion of their vulnerability. Su Xiaowon, engrossed in a soap opera at the front desk, barely glanced up as she addressed the newcomer. "We're fully booked today. Please scan the QR code at the door to schedule an appointment for the next available slot. We should have openings the day after tomorrow. For emergencies, there's an additional fee." Her own laziness led her to limit the number of appointments. After all, what was the point of working excessively? As an artificial limb doctor, she could earn a decent income from online commissions and illustrations. And she failed to understand why so many felt compelled to pursue conventional careers, as if they could not survive without engaging in proper work. With a sudden crash, a bowl of sunflower seeds on the table jumped, startling Su Xiaowon. Realizing the commotion was intentional, she retaliated by throwing her unfinished soda at the aggressor. "Are you looking for trouble?" The assailant was a brash young man, flaunting a fighter-esque prosthetic, presumably seeking to collect protection money from a block. Little did he know, before he even began his tirade, Su Xiaowon had doused him with soda. Infuriated, the young man prepared to retaliate. The atmosphere was charged. No one in the vicinity held back their disdain for troublemakers. Wang Chun had seen several world-class beauties walk through his clinic, and it was evident that technology had indeed transformed lives. The fighter's prosthetic, an iron fist of sorts, was an upgraded version, and a confrontation with Su Xiaowon would have disastrous consequences. However, she was not a combat professional, with a slight glimmer of red in her eyes. The fighter found his body moving against his will, as Su Xiaowon seized control of his prosthetic. Wang Chun, emerging from the back, witnessed the young man battering himself, blood splattering across his face. "What is going on?" he inquired. "Just a troublemaker," Su Xiaowon replied, remaining seated, momentarily distracted from her soap opera, which only added to her irritation. Wang Chun, fatigued from his studies, decided to intervene, initially ignoring the self-inflicted violence. Assuming it was merely a bid for sympathy, he retreated to his weaponry room and retrieved a rather impressive firearm, weighing over 50 pounds. "Take him outside," he instructed. The young man, still striking himself, staggered toward the exit. And once outside, Wang Chun led him into a secluded alley. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Spare my life," he pleaded, his head bloodied from his own actions. The absurdity of the situation struck Wang Chun. He remained silent, leveling the gun at the man's arm, steadying his aim before pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, the young man's arm exploded, and he collapsed onto the ground, dazed by the recoil of the weapon. Is this gun really that powerful? He wondered, astonished that he could not control the very weapon he had created. It was a stark reminder of how formidable Rachel from the Rhine Squad must be. Wielding firearms with ease, since prosthetics lack sensory perception, the young man felt little pain. Though fear gripped him, his face a gruesome sight. "Stop controlling him. I need to question him," Wang Chun commanded as soon as he spoke. The young man ceased his self-harm, evidently aware that Su Xiaowon was monitoring the situation, concerned for Wang Chun's safety. Once he regained control, the young man did not foolishly attempt to attack or flee. Instead, he knelt and began to plead for mercy. Mirroring the behavior of previous, surrendering rebels Wang Chun had encountered, "I truly did not recognize the gravity of my actions. I should never have been born. Just treat me as if I were nothing." Before he could continue his lamentations, Wang Chun interrupted. "Enough. I have some questions for you. I'll answer anything, brother. Just ask. If I don't know, I'll find out for you." The man, older than Wang Chun but still in his 30s, called him brother, making Wang Chun feel somewhat aged. "Have a seat." They perched themselves on the curb, observing the passing vehicles as Wang Chun began his inquiries. "What brings you here today?" "I swear, I was just... Tell me the truth. Were you planning to rob us?" The man fell silent, Unable to respond, I want to ask why you intended to rob. I want to know why you targeted us specifically. We look easy to provoke. Who sent you? This is the point of concern for Wang Chun. In recent days, there's been an evident influx of visitors, some of whom exhibit shifty eyes, while others swagger in demanding protection fees. Those who strut in boldly have met with instant retribution from Su Xiaowan, whose prowess swiftly dispatches them, despite their lack of strength. They attempt to exert control, only to have their power snatched away effortlessly. Wang Qin suspects that someone has set their sights on him, prompting him to advise Su Xiaowan not to resort to lethal measures next time someone approaches. Cleaning up should not always necessitate hiring a maid. After all, the earnings should not be squandered. It is crucial to ascertain who is seeking him, as such matters must be resolved. Otherwise, what if a rat strikes during surgery? The individual hesitated for a moment, seemingly recollecting the details. You provide me the answer, and I shall let you leave. Wang Chun was a man of his word. Indeed, he would allow the person to depart. I was incited by someone at the entrance of the afterlife who mentioned that there were two young individuals, unaware of their own limitations, running a body modification clinic that I visited the previous day and saw the brother and sister-in-law inside. They didn't belong to any gang and bore no high-grade modifications, so I presumed they were easy targets and came to rob them. You know that person's name. Any distinguishing features? I have a mental image. Allow me to send it to you. The brain machine truly is a remarkable invention. It can transform vivid impressions or deliberately remembered images into patterns. Despite this, Wang Chun refrained from installing a brain machine, perhaps to guard against Su Xiaowan. Send it to this account, and then you may accompany me. Upon hearing Wang Chen's additional demands, the individual grew anxious and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let us go." Wang Chun would not permit him to simply walk away. He escorted him to his clinic, removed all the body modifications, and stored them away, only to install a few rudimentary arms and legs. So basic they appear to consist of mere wires and iron rods. Upon exiting the clinic, the legs buckled under pressure and broke, leaving him no choice but to procure a wheelchair, resulting in considerable loss. Chapter 47. The bumblebee is our child. Why did you remove its modifications? It looks like a heap of junk. In contrast, Wang Chun appeared more feminine, petty, and eager for small gains, even going so far as to dismantle the modifications. What's wrong with junk? Many cannot afford even that. They too may wish to purchase such items. Every bit of profit counts. She was rendered speechless. Wang Chun seemed overly zealous about earning money, checking his bank account daily to see how much had accumulated, contemplating stock investments only to incur losses, which eventually quelled his dreams of sudden wealth. Here, look at the photos he sent me on your phone. Wang Chun opened his phone and observed an unremarkable individual. Can you find information about him? Of course, in the next moment, the individual's information arrived on his phone. His name was Zhao Yong, merely a street thug, someone who could not even enter the afterlife. Loitering at the entrance daily, surveillance footage indicated that these individuals were under his influence. What you plan to do? Should I remotely eliminate his Dior? How could you, a girl, speak like that? Su Xiaowan stuck out her tongue. Falling silent, lowering her gaze to the ground as Wang Chun shot her an angry look. You must not speak thus in the future. Oh, understood. Wang Chun resumed examining the data, finding no significant figures behind the scenes. Does he linger at the entrance of the afterlife daily? The afterlife had been previously described as the most notorious gathering place for nefarious forces in Bright City or Dawn City, where company personnel could not tread, filled with influential figures. Merely those loitering at the entrance were enough to keep the company dogs busy. Only the rebels could search this area. Why not contact Ryan and the others to check it out? Su Xiaowan felt it might complicate matters. I could just eliminate him remotely. Couldn't I? No, I still have my doubts. That's also an opportunity to see what the afterlife truly is. I have materials that Zhang Chong helped me gather from there. It's just a shabby Xiaowan grumbled in resignation, then began to tidy herself up, determined to look her best. After all, it would not do for Wang Chun to emerge with a disheveled companion clad in pajamas. Wang Chun required no preparation. A man's true allure lies not in his appearance, but in his abilities. Many handsome men end up in lowly positions, while truly capable women often possess only average looks. Most attractive ones tend to be merely ornamental. He inquired with Ryan's squad, discovering they did not recognize Zhao Yong. Given their status as first-class mercenaries, they would surely know the prominent figures in Bright City. Learning they were not on assignment today, he arranged a meeting. They indicated they would visit Wang Chun, perhaps fearing that he, a mere mortal, might inadvertently fall victim to stray bullets on the road. The bumblebee, which had languished in the garage, was also freed from its confines. He caressed the supercar, saying, "Old friend, it's good to see you again." He had neglected it for days, speaking as one would to a cherished companion. Strangely, he felt as if the bumblebee possessed emotions, sensing a fleeting joy emanating from it, a feeling that slipped away before he could grasp it. "All right, let us take your dilapidated car and drive off with the beauty." Su Xiaowan was clad in a sleek black ensemble, black fur coat, black stockings, black leather skirt, black top, and black boots. It was uncertain where she had gleaned such conservatism. Women here typically flaunted their midriffs and thighs. Today, however, Su Xiaowan chose to cover her legs, which still seemed conservative. She casually opened the car door, settled into the passenger seat, and instinctively grabbed the small mirror to check her reflection, causing Wang Chun to frown slightly. Feeling uncomfortable, he resolved to discuss this with Su Xiaowan. "You ought to apologize to it." "Huh? To whom?" Su Xiaowan looked bewildered, having seen no one. "Oh, the bumblebee." Su Xiaowan paused, realizing that bumblebee was the name Wang Chun had given the car in the past, which he had unconsciously registered. "Why? You have been rather rude. Bumblebee is our child, and it has feelings too. Your manner of entering the car is improper." Su Xiaowan was taken aback, staring incredulously at Wang Chun, who bore a serious expression. "Are you serious, Xiaowan? I'm not joking." "Enough. Fine, I'll apologize." Su Xiaowan felt Wang Chun was merely stirring trouble, politely opening the car door and kneeling before the bumblebee to bow. "Hey, what are you doing? You told me to apologize, didn't you? Is this acceptable?" As she prepared to bow again, Wang Chun's next words nearly left her breathless. "Bumblebee is our child. How can a mother bow to her child? Doing so would shorten its lifespan." Su Xiaowan was utterly stunned, her eyes darting around as she struggled to comprehend. "Have you gone mad?" Wang Chun couldn't quite articulate his thoughts. He simply knew it was unacceptable. Although Bumblebee was merely a vehicle, it had been his companion for a long time, rendering Su Xiaowan a mere stepmother. "Xiaowan, let us just leave it at that. In the future, do not handle Bumblebee carelessly." "My goodness, must I not sit in it now?" With Ryan's squad on their way, Su Xiaowan squatted by the entrance. While Wang Chun remained unyielding, he began washing the car himself, treating it with care as if it were a massage, prompting Su Xiaowan to shake her head in disbelief, eventually joining him in the task. Before long, Ryan's squad arrived in their armored vehicle, adorned with spikes. It was unclear how they passed inspection. Yet they were able to take to the highways. This world had truly turned upside down. The vehicle rumbled in, stirring up a cloud of black smoke, prompting Wang Chun to hastily dry the bumblebee, fearful of dirt sullying its pristine surface. "Let us go, Wang Chun. We need to see what is going on. If they dare cause trouble, let them meet their end." Ryan remained as boisterous as ever, leaning out the passenger window to shout. Wang Chun's new modifications were far superior to his last, proving that seeking help from friends was far wiser than relying on relatives, who often sought to exploit you financially. "Get in the car." "Hey, Bumblebee, will you let me sit?" Su Xiaowan continued to banter with Wang Chun, who felt a tinge of embarrassment. "All right, let us get in. Just close the door gently." Su Xiaowan assumed he had improved his demeanor, rolling her eyes in exasperation as she took the passenger seat. Ordinarily, that spot was hers alone. Had she been in Ryan's vehicle, a male would undoubtedly occupy the passenger seat, leaving a lingering odor behind. Chapter 48. So Yu Zhao Yong, the afterlife, a name that exuded prestige, had been described as a repurposed mortuary situated underground in the most perilous part of the city. It served as a frequent gathering place for the influential, including elite mercenaries, renowned intermediaries, and various unique individuals. Wang Chun navigated his bumblebee, swaying as he trailed behind Ryan's squad vehicle. The reason for the unsteady ride was that he was not adept at controlling the vehicle's power. The bumblebee had been modified with excessive horsepower, and the throttle lacked a buffer for gear shifting that if he wasn't careful, he risked a rear-end collision, especially since the other vehicle was speeding ahead. A slight turn of the steering wheel could send him drifting. Su Xiaowan felt nauseated, wishing for autonomous driving, but Wang Chun insisted on familiarizing himself with his car, asserting that reliance on automation could lead to trouble when it inevitably malfunctioned. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached the street leading to the gate of afterlife. It was inconceivable for such a significant entrance to be situated on a bustling road. It was not a business venture. Thus, there was a narrow alley that led to a designated parking area, for otherwise, One might find their vehicle stripped to its wheels upon exiting. Shall we enter and take a look, or go straight to that kid? Ryan asked as he stepped out, familiar with the area from previous visits. Wang Chen contemplated briefly, deciding that the boy was likely a minor player. It would be wise to extract information from him first. Let us seek him out. The squad's hacker managed to breach the surrounding surveillance systems, which had been compromised countless times before, rendering them largely unmonitored. Those with the skills to observe would find their faces obscured by pixelation, merely a rudimentary technique. Wang Chun, lacking neural implants, could not access such systems. The individual named Zhao Yong was in the alley, inciting others to confront Wang Chun. Really? 2 inexperienced youngsters have opened a cybernetic clinic? You must be joking. It was evident that not everyone was gullible. Despite their presence near the gate of afterlife, they possessed some wits. Let me show you some information. If this deal goes through, just give me a cut. Zhao Yong produced Wang Chen's dossier, the authenticity of which was questionable, as Wang Chun himself lacked any personal records. The document listed his alma mater, but its truthfulness was uncertain. The easily swayed individual was about to inquire further when he noticed Ryan's squad at the alley's entrance. Hesitating before exclaiming, "I need to use the restroom. Why the sudden urgency?" Observing the man sprinting to the alley's end and vaulting over the wall left him dumbfounded. Was it really that pressing? The restrooms were just outside the alley. He hesitated, but Ryan, unable to wait, pushed him with such force that he tumbled dust. "So, you're Zhao Yong, huh?" Zhao Yong was genuinely taken aback, turning to see Ryan's squad. Known for their elite status, anyone who failed to yield to them was courting disaster. "Big brother, let us speak civilly. Anything you need, just say it." Ryan wasted no time, flanked by Rachel and the hacker, dressed provocatively in a bodysuit and stockings, along with 2 other men. A sniper and an assault specialist, the 5 presented an imposing presence. "Let us see what's happening." Ryan carelessly kicked Zhao Yong far away. The extent of his cybernetic enhancements was moderate, but he could still wield them effectively. No member of their squad was to be trifled with. "I truly apologize," Zhao Yong pleaded. "Regardless of right or wrong, admit your fault that I in the City of Light. This is the survival code of the underworld. If you wish to live well, remember not to venture out at night. Keep your distance from alleys during the day, yield when encountering others, and flee at the sound of gunfire. Avoid areas known for anti-terror operations. This is the survival rule for ordinary folks. Master these, and you may navigate their world unscathed, barring an exceptionally bad stroke of luck. Oh, you know Wang Chun?" "I do. I know him," Zhao Yong exclaimed. "I even have his dossier." He foolishly believed Ryan sought trouble with Wang Chun until he handed over the document and noticed Wang Chun standing behind the 5. His hope dwindling. "Take a look." Upon reviewing the document, he noted discrepancies in the birth date and educational background. Wang Chun had materialized aboard a Star Realm military vessel, making his existence on home soil implausible. "Where did you acquire this? Spare me. I beg you," he cried. "I have an elderly parent and children." He crawled toward Wang Chun, sobbing without revealing his source. "Will you speak?" Wang Chun had not ventured out unarmed. Possessing a handgun, while his full combat capability lay with Su Shaowan, who carried specialized explosives in her bag. With the gun aimed at Zhao Yong's head, he remained silent until Wang Chun prepared to pull the trigger. "I'll speak. I'll speak. It was Ed who provided it." "Who is Ed?" Wang Chun, unfamiliar with these names, turned to Ryan for clarification. "Ed is a middleman, operating in your sector. Perhaps he feared Zhang Chong would encroach on his territory." "Did you request this, or did he offer it?" "He offered it. He truly did. He said if I dealt with you, he would provide me a sum." With that, a gunshot rang out, and Zhao Yong's head exploded, splattering red and white everywhere. Wang Chun felt a surge of nausea, but stifled it, accustomed to such sights. Yet this time, he had pulled the trigger. Keyboard warriors might think themselves invincible, but Wang Chun firmly believed in the existence of greater forces beyond comprehension. "What now?" "I'll have a word with Ed, that if there's a misunderstanding, we can clarify it." Middlemen are rarely simple characters. Their ability to connect high-caliber mercenaries and clients was something Wang Chun could not achieve. Furthermore, their combat prowess was formidable. Su Shaowan, lacking the means to interface with them, could only confront them directly at that juncture. The uncertainties multiplied, and the potential for summoning allies loomed large. Generally, resolving issues with middlemen required another middleman who had meticulously orchestrated a blitz strategy. Now that the opposing party was aware of Wang Chen's situation, the element of surprise was lost. However, they had not genuinely posed a threat to Wang Chun. merely testing the waters. This indicated a degree of sincerity. Either they recognized his might and chose not to provoke him, or deemed him weak enough to eliminate. Chapter 49. The wine list let us check out the afterlife. I've never been inside, and I wonder if we'll be allowed entry. Absolutely, my friend. The management of Afterlife is quite impressive and is aware of your presence. The group escorted Wang Chun to a building resembling an apartment block. Upon entering, they descended a dark staircase devoid of light or occupants. Armed with electronic eyes, they felt secure, while Wang Chun groped in the dark, unable to see anything. After descending several levels, a faint light appeared ahead, revealing a corridor adorned with graffiti, skulls, blood, and grotesque images created by deranged minds. These individuals, who usually behaved submissively in the presence of the Star Realm military, were a stark contrast to the clean-cut soldiers who instilled fear within the hearts of rebels. Are we there yet? Not yet. We're almost at the end. Ryan's squad pondered why Wang Chun had not installed appropriate neural implants or electronic eyes. They all had done so. In fact, almost everyone on this planet had them. The rebels even distributed compound number 1, and Wang Chun was still growing. Having reached 1.8 meters, he was expected to top 1. 85 meters the corridors and stood a muscular man clad in black leather, his red electronic eyes scrutinizing them. Upon entering, they encountered a standard electronic door, appearing somewhat worn. Open the door, Ryan instructed. The man hesitated, scanning Wang Chun and Su Xiaowan with his glowing eyes, gathering their information before recognizing their moderate standing within Afterlife. You may enter. The muscular man stepped aside, and the electronic door slid open, spilling light into the dim corridor. Inside lay a typical bar setup, lacking even the customary karaoke or dance floor. Patrons occupied booths, and the bar, engaged in drinks and discussions. It appeared to be an ordinary, respectable bar. Yet these individuals had the capability to upend half the City of Light. Wang Chun stepped inside, bewildered as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had expected a vibrant atmosphere filled with extraterrestrials, those with oversized heads or conversing cats clad in denim. Striking deals. Instead, he found a gathering of uniquely dressed humans. Far from ordinary, that Ryan's squad represented the more typical clientele. Come over for a drink, Ryan beckoned, leading Wang Chun to the bar, while Su Xiaowan naturally engaged with the two women. The two groups would only convene for serious discussions, such as planning a heist. It different. Indeed, it is not at all what I envisioned. It is quite formal, though the decor is a bit unsettling. The white hues evoke a cold storage vibe, and those booths resemble the apparatuses used in morgues. Haha, quite normal. Wang Chun gazed around, somewhat astonished by the harmonious atmosphere, but a couple of individuals boisterously intoxicated were making grandiose statements, while the rest of the patrons gathered in small clusters, conversing quietly. This ambience surpassed that of bars in the original world. The original bars were filled with numerous women, yet this establishment was not a nightclub where one might find oneself entangled in a dance. Women were indeed present in abundance, and one could be either male or female, truly embodying gender equality. Who could discern whether one was male or female? Would one need to validate DNA? A small ice beer for me. What would you like? Ryan inquired after ordering his drink from a transgender bartender, now presenting as a woman with long hair and a cheerful demeanor. Is there a menu? Wang Chun asked. Yes, there is. The bartender replied. Wang Chun received the menu, observing it contained an assortment of ordinary drinks, with the option to make special requests to the bartender, alongside some pre-mixed concoctions. These drinks appear to be named after various individuals. Ryan nodded in acknowledgement, stating, indeed, they are all named after people. They crafted their own unique cocktail recipes, which are sold at a premium. If you wish to order one, you must remember the recipe and recite it to receive a discount of half the price. Wang Chun's curiosity was piqued. Why are they all named after people? He noticed the menu featured merely a dozen or so names, examples being Baru, Lise, and Zhang Dan. Who are they? How should I put it? They are all tragic figures, Ryan answered. Wang Chun remained perplexed and turned to the bartender. Can I leave my name? The bartender chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Ryan. Unfortunately, no, Wang Chun. There are numerous requirements to leave a name. What are those requirements? The bartender, a transgender woman with a slightly husky yet melodious voice, interjected. First, you must be deceased. Wang Chun understood why Ryan had mentioned they were tragic figures when one is near death. Their words resonate with sincerity, and death itself is inherently sorrowful. And then, Ryan, sipping his drink, Added, these individuals are the true luminaries of Bright City, with exceedingly high standards. Each left their cocktail recipes behind, and upon their demise, their drinks would be featured on the menu. The proceeds from these drinks are donated to impoverished children, thus the prices are doubled to account for the donations. The bartender continued, you can leave your cocktail recipe now. And upon your death, we will assess it. Of course, those who are not destined for the afterlife can also submit their recipes, as long as we can procure them. Ryan elaborated, take Baru, for instance. He single-handedly hijacked over 500 supply trucks and sold them cheaply in impoverished northern regions, charging only for his labor and fuel. Ultimately, he was captured and met a gruesome fate, his brain dismembered into 1,000 pieces for display. During the most frantic times, the alleyways of the afterlife were sealed off to apprehend Baru. After taking another sip, he continued, and then there's Lise, a super hacker who infiltrated the company's main server, causing it to explode in half. All the technical data that could not be transferred in time was freely disseminated across the public network. Specifically the Rebel network, completely untouchable by the company that he was caught and had his brain extracted, digitized. Now he serves as the company's artificial intelligence. Wang Chun was taken aback, quietly placing the drink menu down. Just a simple ice beer for me. Not leaving your name? The bartender asked with a grin. Not anymore, Wang Chun replied. What I'm doing now is no longer virtuous. The bartender chuckled at Wang Chun's jest while pouring the beer. Is there truly such a thing as a virtuous person in this world? Baru was a mercenary, likely responsible for the deaths of countless innocents. Lise was a hacker. Much of the scandalous information about celebrities was pilfered by him. And he even incited online harassment against ordinary citizens. The difference is that they were both exceptionally skilled, ultimately recognizing the essence of the world, perpetually pursuing an elusive sense of fairness, and thus they were immortalized in the drink menu as a tribute. Chapter 50. The most impressive middleman Wang Chun found this statement quite profound. He was no paragon of virtue, constantly scheming to amass wealth and ascend to higher echelons. Yet now he found himself merely a pawn in Su Xiaowan's game, having accrued little wealth in the process. The bartender handed him the ice beer and scrutinized him closely. Are you the new designer? He looked at Ryan, puzzled. Everyone is aware of your arrival. A remarkably talented designer. Formerly a mobile phone repairman. Yes, that's me. With the revelation of his identity, he could potentially secure more orders here. That you're quite impressive. The custom weapons from Ryan's team are top tier here, and the cost is minimal. When I have the funds, I'll commission something from you. The bartender appeared affable, and conversing with her was a pleasant experience. Not all transgender individuals were imbeciles. He sipped his drink. He glanced around, observing the clientele. You see that? Ryan pointed to a booth. Wang Chun turned to look. At the entrance of the booth stood a burly man, and several individuals were engaged in business discussions inside, likely plotting to hijack company goods. They treated the company as a self-service depot. That woman, Wang Chun noted, he had encountered many formidable women, particularly among the rebels. Was there yet another? He scrutinized her further, noting the absence of any electronic surveillance. Otherwise, he could easily discern her identity. Not that old woman. Ryan corrected him. No, she is not an old woman. Ryan took a sip of his drink and pursed his lips, adding, her gaze is quite predatory. What? Are you interested? The woman appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, but well-preserved. She could have undergone facial surgery, yet chose to embrace her wrinkles. How can that be? She is the most formidable middleman in Bright City. Really? She doesn't seem like it. She looks like an ordinary old woman. Seeing Wang Chun's skepticism, Ryan explained, she has lived in the Emperor's territory. Is that all? Isn't that impressive? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. The Emperor is synonymous with terror among the rebels. Outsiders dare not call him a false emperor. When Wang Chun was in the rebel labor camp, he heard the term false emperor thrown around, yet he was terrified at the thought of the Emperor appearing before him and crushing his skull. Impressive. But is that all? Just living there makes her remarkable? What about someone who has been bombarded by missiles? Noticing Wang Chun's disinterest, Ryan added, Lise and the others know her. They were her clients back in the day. How impressive. Now Wang Chun felt the weight of her importance. Lise and his cohort had been active 30 or 40 years ago. That she still thrived indicated genuine skill. If she had been the middleman for Lise and the others, she must be at least 70 or 80. Yet she appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Her maintenance was exceptional. She is formidable in her own right. She has transitioned to a middleman role instead of taking direct action. In her youth, she fought her way into a company, and she was the sole survivor. one of the founders of the afterlife, a legendary figure. Wang Chun regarded her with newfound respect. There were always greater talents beyond, and he was merely average on this planet compared to such individuals. The woman had already caught Wang Chun's gaze, and she returned it, prompting Ryan to quickly avert his eyes, while Wang Chun remained transfixed. She raised a glass from the table, half lifting it in Wang Chun's direction. He hastily mirrored the gesture, and they both took a sip before smiling and turning away. Wow, you really dared to hold her gaze? Huh, why not? Wang Chun was oblivious to the reason for avoiding eye contact. Didn't you feel the pressure? Pressure? Not really. The most overwhelming pressure I felt was during the Titan battles between the rebels and the Star Realm army, those 200-meter-tall war fortresses. Even Ultraman Wu Ti stand a chance. Forget it. You Wu Ti understand. You appear to fear nothing. Wang Chun shook his head, remaining silent. His only fear stemmed from the Star Realm army, as long as he avoided them. He could live a tranquil life, but he hoped this mundane existence wouldn't be disrupted. After a while, he found the afterlife rather unremarkable. Having visited, it lost its allure. Perhaps it was merely because he hadn't frequented it often. A few people approached, exchanging contact details in hopes of commissioning weapons. He and been open for business for quite some time, so he acquiesced as they departed. Ryan's team mentioned they had orders to fulfill and inquired if Wang Chun could return alone. It felt akin to asking a child if they feared ghosts. That I'm fine. I have Bumblebee with me. Ryan cast a glance at the modified vehicle, although its exterior offered no obvious clues. The marks on the roof and the transformation of the rear seats from 4 to 2 indicated the presence of advanced weaponry. Wang Chun, a skilled technician himself, confidently asserted that everything was fine. Stay safe, and if anything arises, send us a message. We will come to assist. As he watched Ryan's team depart, each member burdened with firearms, swords, and rocket launchers, he felt a sense of disbelief. Did these individuals truly roam the streets without consequence? Had order been so thoroughly undermined by the corporations? It was essential not to forget the existence of counterterrorism squads, the small enforcers of the rebel government. If anyone dared to commit indiscriminate murder, they would swiftly intervene, although the deaths of company personnel would go unheeded. All right, let us head home. I'm exhausted, Su Xiaowan urged as she hopped into the vehicle. Their outing had consisted solely of drinking and chatting. As he prepared to drive home, he noticed a suspicious figure lurking at the alley's entrance, observing them. Feeling a sense of relief once safely inside the car, he gradually drove forward, turning on the headlights before stopping. The individual seemed harmless, hesitating before approaching Wang Chun's vehicle. What do you want? Came a voice from within, emanating from Wang Chun's high-end sound system. He was not foolish enough to open the door and risk being shot. I want to commission a custom item, the stranger replied. Wang Chun assessed him, then turned to Su Xiaowan. There's no danger. He has no cybernetics, just a neural implant. If he could kill us in an instant, you might as well go to sleep. Who says I'm scared? She retorted, slowly opening the car door. Noticing the other party's lack of aggression, she stepped out to converse. Why are you sitting in the car to talk? Is it because of the heating? This body is too fragile. Are you really afraid of 3 degrees below zero? Is it cold? What are you doing out here? You could have found me inside the establishment. The stranger replied. Chapter 51. The fusion bomb order, I can't get in, he stated. Then what do you want to customize? Wang Chun asked. The man, bundled in a thick coat, appeared quite timid, glancing around anxiously. I don't want to order a special bomb. A special bomb. Are you looking to add sound effects or color for the explosion? Wang Chun responded, skeptical. What makes it special? In the end, it's still just a bomb, right? You can find those in weapon shops or even from street vendors that, it just needs to be the size of a briefcase with some specific power requirements, the man said, gesturing to indicate size. Wang Chun understood he was planning an attack. Why else would he specify a briefcase size? It needs to have the capability to suddenly explode a high-level energy barrier. With an effective radius of 50 meters, he continued, leaving Wang Chun speechless. Furrowing his brow, he began to close the door. Hey, aren't you supposed to be able to make anything? The man pressed that. Aren't you the one who can do anything? Are you asking me to create a nuclear bomb? Wang Chun replied incredulously. Those high-level energy barriers are extremely formidable. You want something that maintains its potency within a radius while still being the size of a briefcase. That's not conventional explosives. It's either a nuclear bomb or some kind of antimatter device that I can pay more, and it will be detonated within the barrier. I'm just worried it won't breach the barrier, which would mean it can't destroy the target, the man explained. Wang Chun considered the situation. Since extra payment was involved, Su Xiaowan had once mentioned a technology called the fusion bomb, without delving into the principles. Its explosive power was roughly equivalent to the 50-plus tons of TNT the client required. Internal detonation would suffice. External detonation would fail against the barrier point 200 million, Wang Chen stated. Okay. Huh. Wang Chen was momentarily bewildered. I said 200 million, not 200. Yes, I understand. That's the standard currency of the rebels. I can provide IT to D. Oh, you have that much money to get into the establishment. What happens if you skip out on the bill? The client appeared to have his own reasons, and thus suggested, I'll give you a 50 million deposit. Once I test the bomb, I'll pay the remainder. What if you run away? Or if you end up being killed by the bomb? Wang Chen pressed, I'll leave my ID as collateral, the man replied. After examining the ID, which bore the common name Wu Jun, Wang Chen remained unconvinced. How about I transfer the deposit first? I also have 5 properties worth a total of 300 million, which I can mortgage to you. Wang Chen glanced at Su Xiaowan. Indeed, he owned 5 properties valued at 350 million. His heart raced. He secretly hoped the client would be killed, allowing him to acquire the properties and subsequently increase the bomb's potency. All right, I'm in. Give me your contact information. Wang Chen resolved to tackle this challenge in the coming days that he intended to study the fusion bomb, utilizing knowledge of nuclear fusion akin to Iron Man's miniature reactor, crafting one in his own lab. After the client departed and he closed the car door, Su Xiaowan began to voice her doubts. Are you sure you can do this? Don't let the money slip away into violation fees. He asked the leader of a small company. No wonder he can't get into the establishment. The company's personnel block access. Wait, are you certain you can do this? She questioned that don't doubt your partner's abilities. I will prove it to you. With sufficient funds, anything can be created. We have all the technology and knowledge. Su Xiaowan had a systematic approach to the task, and if he couldn't produce results, he might as well head home. They couldn't even return home. Now, Su Xiaowan clearly didn't believe Wang Chen could create anything from the scraps, despite it being a minor piece of artillery from interstellar warfare. The requirements were still exceedingly high for someone like Wang Chen. Indeed, for any ordinary individual, barring a genius. Wang Chen truly was a genius. After returning home, he paused all his other activities to devote himself to studying nuclear fission and fusion. Daily, he immersed himself in the lab, attempting various experiments, consuming all the supplies he acquired, yet he still could not produce a reactor. Su Xiaowan leaned against the lab door, smirking. This fool wouldn't even let her enter his lab, claiming it was his territory and private space. Much like her server room, where entrance was prohibited, he even wore a protective suit to enter. Are you serious? A whole week has passed. In a week, an average person wouldn't even finish their studies. Wang Chen had already begun attempting to fabricate the reactor. Using radioactive materials he had pilfered from the company. IT was his first attempt. Su Xiaowan's voice fell on deaf ears. The lab was acoustically insulated. Carefully following the simple process, he placed the processed radioactive materials into the core of his experimental reactor. Before he knew it, the device began to heat up and glow, indicating failure. He had aimed for the materials to remain unlit until activated for an explosion. The radioactive materials were straightforward, and Su Xiaowan had provided the necessary processes. However, replicating the reactor perfectly was impossible. His single attempt had ended in failure. What went wrong? Su Xiaowan understood the issue. It was simply that the reactor wasn't constructed correctly. In the hands of genius, such creations could be fabricated with ease. Yet even top-tier scientists in key national laboratories could not produce such devices. Even with the right techniques, Wang Chen's genius alone was insufficient to fabricate such a device in his makeshift lab. Come out. I'll help you. Just call me Mommy, she taunted. Wang Chen heard her, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he finished the experiment. The lab wasn't soundproof. He settled at the computer to begin modeling and analysis. The processes were advanced and entirely different from those of the original world. Even the fundamental principles had been overthrown due to the influence of primordial energy from the universe's inception. The reactor's core was paramount, derived from established theories that could not be altered. Modifying it would require extensive effort and supercomputers for research and experimentation. Thus, he would stick with the existing framework. Alterations would certainly impact the reactor, including fusion devices. His goal was not innovation. It was replication. The first step in innovation was replication. If he couldn't even replicate it, what hope did he have for creating something novel? Chapter 52. Submission of the fusion bomb order. Could Wang Chen create it himself? The answer was unequivocally yes. It merely required time. His intellect had not yet reached its peak. He had only attained the level of a budding genius. At the very least, he could complete all necessary studies in physics, nuclear energy, and foundational theories within a week, alongside the manufacturing processes for high-precision nuclear reactors. If provided with materials, he could easily construct a large reactor. Yet miniaturization posed significant challenges. Even Iron Man had to go through iterations before crafting one in his cave, and that was cinematic fiction. Wang Chun aimed to turn that fiction into reality. He often found himself wanting to call out to his mother, asking Su Xiaowan for assistance with his task. Yet ultimately he refrained, believing every endeavor should be undertaken independently. If he called for his mother this time, what would happen the next time, or the time after that? Was he to perpetually rely on her? He was no longer a child. Outside the laboratory, Su Xiaowan watched in astonishment as Wang Chun skillfully crafted the polymer bomb. Her perception of genius once again challenged. Although she had encountered numerous prodigies, witnessing a growth-oriented genius was a first for her. Initially, she thought it sufficient to simply live well alongside Wang Chun. But now, considering his rapid progress, it seemed he would soon be capable of interstellar travel. Caution was paramount. A misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. IT won't explode, he reassured himself. I'm not foolish. The detonation device has long been prepared and set aside. The reactor is only meant to generate power, and the unnecessary detonation device is not an option. Even if one were to use a bomb, it would merely cause a leak. Wang Chun sensed he was close to completion, just a fraction away from success, a feat he anticipated achieving that very evening. Later that night, Su Xiaowan returned, leaning against the door in a rather alluring outfit, her hair elegantly tucked behind her ears. Her lips adorned with a hint of gloss. Take your time. You've barely emerged from here in days. How about a little relaxation? The implication was unmistakable, and Wang Chun, captivated by her enticing appearance, felt a stir of desire. Yet, with his device nearing completion, he steeled his resolve. Women only slow me down. Please do not disturb me, that I shall finish tonight and submit the project by tomorrow. To avoid further interruptions, he decisively closed the window, severing his view of the outside world. This action naturally incensed Su Xiaowan, leaving her to seethe in frustration outside. If need be, she would handle matters herself. The 16th generation reactor was finally complete. This attempt would determine its viability. It resembled its predecessor almost perfectly. Failure would necessitate an embarrassing call to his mother. As he observed the reactor slowly receiving the reaction materials, he marveled at the luminescent liquid flowing within. Its beauty captivating. This liquid would continue to circulate through the reactor, generating energy and radiation until it ultimately detonated, obliterating everything in its vicinity. This time, the liquid within the reactor did not shine brightly. It merely glowed faintly, remaining within safe temperature limits. Wang Chun, utterly exhausted, collapsed into a chair, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he gazed at the contraption he had created. He refrained from hastily testing it. Knowing it was not yet fully isolated, premature experimentation could lead to unwanted mutations. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 2 in the morning, but he sent a message to the client, instructing them to come by for the delivery the following day. Impatiently, he removed his isolation gear and left the laboratory, rushing to awaken a certain sleeping beauty for an impromptu rendezvous. The next morning, bleary-eyed and fatigued, Wang Chun observed a radiant Su Xiaowan tidying her clothes while he remained cocooned in the warmth of his blankets. Reluctant to rise, I will retrieve the items for delivery. Please grant me access to the laboratory. Wang Chun sighed in resignation, resembling a zombie as he twisted on the bed, finally feeling sufficiently limber to leap up and head to the lab. At that moment, the device was fully operational, and external radiation had been completely neutralized. He retrieved it with his bare hands. That IT bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man's apparatus, albeit larger, primarily designed to amplify explosive power rather than generate electricity. He would create a separate device for that purpose later. The client had arrived. What was his name again? Wu Jun. If only he were named Wu Jing, then it might feel as though he could go home. The man appeared shifty, glancing around uneasily upon seeing Wang Chun emerge with a box. He could hardly contain his excitement. You truly did it. Indeed, Wang Chun replied, placing the box on the counter. When Wu Jun attempted to open it, Wang Chun pressed a hand down to stop him. Have you decided on a name? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wu Jun finally suggested, let us call it Avenger. Wang Chun's eyelids flickered. The name mattered little as long as the payment was secured. Very well, the name is settled. The item is now yours. Where is the payment? 50 million was transferred, was it not? That was merely a deposit, but I have not yet witnessed the bomb's power, Wu Jun protested. Wang Chen's mind raced. He had indeed doubled the explosive capacity, contemplating the acquisition of 3 luxury villas, yet unease gripped him. I require the full payment now. I no longer want the property. With a resigned sigh, Wu Jun acquiesced. He had sold several properties online for a total of 2 billion. I will give you 1 billion now. The remaining 500 million will be sent later, as I must witness the bomb's performance. Wang Chen's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Provide me with 1 billion now. If the bomb detonates, then you may send me the 2nd billion. How can you justify such a price increase? You claim to value honesty. 2 billion is for labor. Materials will incur an additional 500 million. Wang Chen's reasoning was sound, alleviating any guilt he might have felt. Don't you cover material costs? I may have neglected to mention that we do not cover materials. The 2 billion encompasses only labor. Who would purchase such a bomb? He mused, intending to extract every last coin from these individuals. After all, he had already amplified the bomb's potency. Asking for 2 billion without complaint was reasonable. While the additional 500 million felt excessive, Wu Jun, possibly eager for the bomb or for other reasons, reluctantly handed over the billion, promising that someone would come to deliver the remaining funds post-detonation. Chapter 53. The couple's festival now, that's more like it. Allow me to instruct you. The detonation procedure is somewhat intricate. First, you need to open this package. Wang Chen began his tutorial, demonstrating the initial step. Next, press this button. It activates the biometric recognition system. You will need to input your fingerprints and facial recognition data. Such features can be easily faked, so it is advisable to memorize the detonation code, which is entered using this mechanical keyboard. Wu Jun gazed at the glowing circular interface, feeling its sophistication and eagerly taking note of the code. 5438438. Isn't that a rather simple numerical code? He questioned, least it offers some degree of security. Moreover, I have not left any interface for hacking. It is a closed system with no wireless connection that I simply did not have the time to create a more complex authentication process. The funds you provided merely cover these basics. Wu Jun was left speechless. As long as the bomb detonates, that is all that matters. Additionally, this key must be inserted. After inserting it, input the numerical code, followed by the biometric verification. Once all is complete, pressing this red button will initiate a delay of approximately 2 seconds before detonation, yielding the power you requested, should it fail to meet your specifications. I will gladly refund you. Wu Jun failed to notice the flaw in Wang Chen's words. The stipulation for a refund was contingent upon possessing the bomb. What could one return after a fusion bomb had detonated? Airborne radiation? Wu Jun took the key and prepared to leave, but Wang Chen felt a flicker of anxiety and grasped his sleeve. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment from an anime. Had Su Xiaowan not known Wang Chen's straightforward nature, she might have found it nauseating. You. Never mind. Wang Chen chose silence, recognizing that the client's intentions were beyond his purview. Besides, there was no need for him to detonate the bomb in a civilian area. It was likely intended for a certain individual's lavish estate. Wu Jun departed without a backward glance, leaving Wang Chen with an unsettling emptiness. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with your bomb? You could easily craft another. No, it's just that something feels amiss. What seems amiss? Wang Chen had no further words, pulling Su Xiaowan into a tight embrace and kissing her passionately before returning to the laboratory, where he sat in a daze. To alleviate this disquiet, he resolved to attempt crafting another fusion bomb for personal energy generation. After all, the laboratory was currently reliant on the power grid, and what would happen if there was a power outage? Su Xiaowan, perplexed by Wang Chen's behavior, noted the daylight hours were slipping away, and a multitude of surgeries awaited his attention, but if he chose not to operate, she would have to shoulder the burden herself. It felt like serving a master. She was responsible for managing everything, from cleanliness to meal preparation, ensuring the bedroom was tidy, and even performing surgeries. She had taken on the minimum quota of patients for the day. The sole silver lining was that Wang Chen had not squandered her money. Why did she feel like a fool? Serving him daily while also being accountable for his physical needs, and he still found reasons to be dissatisfied. She felt akin to the downtrodden second lead in a soap opera. As depicted in such tales, her next course of action should be to eliminate the leading lady. Then, she could claim the role for herself and continue to serve Wang Chen. Finally, after concluding her surgeries, Su Xiaowan had an epiphany. She was nothing more than a caretaker. Enraged, she stormed to the laboratory door, observing Wang Chun still engrossed in his work, deciding to wait until he took a break to express her frustration. "Come out. Wang Chun, come out." This was the first time Wang Chun witnessed Su Xiaowan's anger, and he stepped outside in confusion. "But what's going on? Is it time to eat? Eat, eat, eat. Eat, your big-headed ghost." She playfully punched Wang Chun's chest with her tiny fist. Careful not to exert too much force for fear of causing injury. What's wrong with you? I'm asking you, do you love me? Of course, how could I not love you? Wang Chun found himself uncertain about the concept of love. He was unsure of what it truly entailed. Since Su Xiaowan sought an answer, he simply replied with love. "And you, Su Xiaowan was at a loss for words. "I came here to watch a movie." "Then go watch it. Who is stopping you?" "Not like that. I mean that kind of movie." Wang Chun's eyelids fluttered. After a moment's hesitation, he scribbled a few website links on a piece of paper and handed it to Su Xiaowan. "Here, go check it out. They are excellent resources." As Su Xiaowan was puzzled about the websites Wang Chun provided. "I asked this for watching movies." A rush of embarrassment flushed her face as she processed the implications. "Oh no, not like that. Understand it yourself. There's no food today." Fuming, Su Xiaowan stormed off, leaving Wang Chun bewildered about what had gone wrong. Were they not getting along just fine? After her outburst, his earlier unease dissipated. But he remained perplexed about where he had gone astray. Back in the laboratory, he immersed himself in study. As he noticed pop-up ads on his computer screen, he realized that today was a special couple's day on this planet. And the truth dawned on him. It wasn't that he hadn't upset her. In fact, he had genuinely done so. Their young age, with so much wealth, why were they living as if they were elderly? He felt quite naive, while Su Xiaowan had evidently evolved. Otherwise, when she was still a pure AI, she wouldn't have considered such things. Plus, knowing that she wanted to watch a movie, he understood her intentions. Watching films did not necessarily require cinema, but staying at home was not an option either. As Su Xiaowan's daily monotony must have been stifling, he ordered some items online and began tidying up the laboratory. Preparing to step out for a change of scenery, Su Xiaowan remained at the front desk, watching a soap opera. When she spotted Wang Chun dressed casually, she feigned indifference and continued watching the show. "Let us clean up and go watch a movie." "Huh? Go out to watch a movie?" Feigning confusion, she changed clothes with surprising speed. I could see the entrance. Wang Chun hung a sign indicating the laboratory was closed for the day. Activated the automatic defense mode, and Su Xiaowan, attempting to appear calm, slipped into the bumblebee, though a smile had already crept onto her lips. Wang Chun located a nearby drive-in cinema. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a regular theater. The drive-in, despite costing more, offered a delightful atmosphere. As they arrived, Su Xiaowan's heart raced. Her arms crossed as she feigned composure. "What are we doing here? We could watch a movie at home. The picture quality is good. Just a change of pace. Let us wait a bit before going in. I bought some things that..." As Su Xiaowan was curious about what he had purchased, her eagerness to enter palpable. Was this what one might call ambience?